Hold on, I'm making sure the mic works. Okay, it does. Is it working? Is everything working? It looks like I finally got the chat box to work, right? Now you guys don't look super fucking grainy. I think it's actually all working. Hi. I have way improved hand tracking now. I can actually track my shoulders. I had to make my own tracking program in order to get it to even work right. I'm way more mobile. I can move however I want to. But hi. Hey, Geode. Hi, Odd. Hi, Iggy. Says the cripple. I know, right? That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, I made my own trekking program using a, how do I describe it? I want to say it's AI, but it's technically not. It's taking the image received from one of my webcams, and it's trying to extend it. Does that make sense? The camera can only see so much, and I don't want to use the fucking discount Xbox Connect program that I've been using for forever, because the hand tracking and the body motion tracking really isn't good. And it can't track bones, like shoulder bones or anything like that. This can. This is a whole body tracker, and it's trying to fill in the gaps using like a learning algorithm. So now I can do way more movement, and my hand tracking is way better and has depth. Like everything about this. Everything is better in every single way. This is actually really good. But it is a bit buggy, so I'm sorry if I occasionally glitch out. Like, sometimes it'll twitch because the learning part of it tries to learn based off of the stuff that it gets. So the longer I stream with it, it should get better. But there are still some stuff where it can't quite figure out what's going on, and it won't be able to make up its mind very well. But, hi. I'm back. Finally. After a very long time. The reason I'm going to be playing Minecraft in the background is because I need something to play, obviously. I could just sit here and talk for forever. But, I genuinely couldn't think of a game that I could play passively and not have to pay attention to it. And then I remembered that Minecraft was, like, the perfect game for that, because it's literally the thing people put in half of the, like, conversation TikToks anyways. So why not? Plus, I've been playing on the realm that I mentioned I made for my friends for a good couple of weeks, and I've done a lot of stuff on it. Like, I don't spend all day every day playing it. I've been spending a lot of time working on things. But when I'm trying to chill out and get tired enough to sleep and I shouldn't be paying attention to stuff, Minecraft has been a pretty good thing to have run in the background while I do get to that point. Yeah, I want to say I haven't spent much time doing it, but the stuff I have done on it is pretty nuts. Either way, that's besides the point. I'm back. And I've got a lot of things to show off, but a lot of the stuff that I'm going to show off isn't actually going to be something I show on stream. It's hard to explain. I've got some things that I can show on stream. Back in my realm with my roommates. Yeah. One of my friends was trying to get a server running because he wanted to play this mod pack that would give us like classes. Because there was a class he wanted to play, and after him messing with it and messing with his IP and trying to get port forwarding to work and so on and so forth, eventually I was like, dude, I could pay like $7 and just turn on a realm. And it would be like the exact same and you don't have to host it. And then I'll just spawn you the items that that class gets. And then you could play the way that you wanted to play with the mod pack, and the rest of us will just play normal Minecraft. And that was in the middle of me working on everything. So for the first chunk of time that we played on it, I really just kind of had it running in the background. I haven't even built a house. But I'd like be in it so that it would work and it would run, and to make sure that there's no problems with it. And like if my buddy died and lost all the items, I would respawn in the items that the class would have every time you respawn. So that's why I was on it for so long. And then after a while, I started actually kind of playing it in the background, and now I've done a whole bunch of shit. But there's so many things to show off besides just the new tracking program, which in of itself I'm super happy with. Hey Zekin. I had to redo almost everything. And I mean everything. You would not believe how many things broke in between when I did my last stream and now. There isn't a single step of the entire process of this channel that did not break in one way or another. And it's going to take me a long time to yap about everything. This is the model update. This is the normal look with the update, yes, with way improved physics. Physics on everything, way better hand tracking and weight painting, and the textures are all updated and the lighting is all updated. If I move up, you can see like the coat has physics. If I move around, it looks weird if I move like this. Like every single bit is updated, but there's also another outfit too. Great. Hey, thank you. Thanks, Odd. Hell yeah. Thanks for the 5 gifted. You'll love to see it. But, like, trust me when I say every single thing broke. Starting with OBS. So, you guys remember how with my streams as they were before, that chat box looked like shit. It was crunchy and weird and it looked awful. That's because for the longest time, OBS has this thing called CSS. And it lets you put in like custom lines of code to change the, you know, chat. Well, here's the thing. It's been broken on OBS for a really long time. I've had a line of code to make the chat box look like this for ages, and it just hasn't worked. So I went to download an old version of OBS, right? Because that's the way that everyone else does it, is they have the last version of OBS before they broke how like CSS interacted with like chat boxes and stuff like that. And then they fixed it. This was like a good couple of weeks ago though. This was a while ago. They fixed it. So changing the model, or changing the OBS version was completely fucking pointless. And I am now updated to the now version of OBS. And would you look at that? The chat box actually works. Although I did put a new font and stuff in it. And had to change some of the color stuff. Either way, it works. And I am very, very, very happy with it. But somewhere in the lines, something broke. And like, everything stopped working. You know how I had like the scene transitions would grow and shrink and move when it slides to the side? Yeah, that broke. That stopped working entirely. It doesn't exist anymore. The folder is just gone. So I had to make new ones, and I wanted to make actual like scene transitions, so I got stuff like this. And I got the new intro screen. I've got a little logo swipe. Actual sting transitions. And then for the outro, it does this. I've got a whole bunch of different ones. I've got like 8 of them that I made. I used it as a learning opportunity to learn a lot about After Effects. So I did a lot of After Effects learning. I already knew how to use After Effects. I had never made a sting transition before. That's like one of the very few short animations that I've never made for my channel. I was going to try to learn way back when I first rebranded, and I gave up because it was really complicated and I was still very insane. I still am kind of, but not really. So I think I'm going to talk to Brother, you delivering the news? What news? Sting animation? Yeah, so a sting animation is a transition animation like that. There's normal, like, scene transitions you can do, But in the world of animation and streaming, a sting animation is also it's a sting transition. And what it's meant to be is it's meant to be an animation that usually has like some transparency. Anytime you've seen someone change screens while streaming and like an image of them shows up and they like cut the screen with a sword and it splits into the new thing, or they come up and grab the top of like the stream and pull it down or something like that, that's a sting transition. And I learned how to make those because, well, there's a lot of things like Adobe Premiere can do. Transparency is one of the things that Premiere fucking sucks at. And that's kind of one of the things that After Effects was really made for. After Effects is meant to be used for visual flair like that. And so, yeah, I have every single Adobe program for $20 a month. So, I might as well fucking use it. I've wanted to know how to use it. So, yeah, I learned how to use that. So, aside from just learning... I learned a lot of new things. A lot for my channel, I have no clue how to make it. Yeah. There's a lot of programs, and there are websites that have databases. I was going to just use like a database, and I got some of the assets used in the Sting transition from some like mass storage like databases. But I didn't like take anything, and you can usually tell when something is taken off of something like that when it's like the wrong color, or it's super short, or it looks like the kind of thing that a new streamer would always have, because most likely a new streamer would get it for like a $4 pack off of like a link that they found on like Pinterest or something like that, or a YouTube channel that uploads free transitions and so on and so forth. Did you see that? My hand just like momentarily appeared and then disappeared. That's what I mean by the bugginess of it. It is a little buggy. There's a reason why the mocap industry is such an expensive industry, and I'm learning it firsthand. I've learned a lot about AI over the last like 2-3 months. I've learned a lot about how to use AI and learning algorithms, because guess what? Unlike fucking seeming popular opinion, learning algorithms and AI is an extremely fucking useful tool, and is good for way fucking more than just chatbots, ads, and AI generated images. The fact that AI in the public eye is being reduced to just those 3 things is criminal. There are so many things that AI is extremely useful for, and can massively change how so many things work. And all people ever want to talk about is AI art and like Grok and ChatGPT. But I'm making my own home server. It's going to be like a 48 terabyte completely isolated home server. And I want to host like a security AI and a AI assistant on it that are just mine. Just mine. No influence from corporate entities. No influence from fucking Amazon or Google or Twitter. Like, just me. I choose what information it's fed, and it exists to assist me on things. That's what it's for. Instead, most AI assistants nowadays are either massively lobotomized because a corporate entity owns it and doesn't want it saying things that conflict with the corporate level, or really poor quality, because if it's high quality, it's not cheap to run, and no one's gonna run it for free, so they fucking charge you to use the good ones. That's why I've been wanting to learn about it. There's a ton of things that AI can be used for that are actually incredibly useful, including the hand and arm and shoulder and body tracking that I have going on. Right now, my head is being tracked by a different webcam, because the head tracking I haven't gotten to work very well, and I end up like staring at the floor So it is still going to be something I mess with over time, but it's kind of on the back burner. All this stuff is kind of on the back burner because while I've been learning how to do everything that I've been learning how to do, learning fucking how to pull information and lines of code from things like GitHub and how to use learning algorithms. I didn't want to learn how to use it. One day, someone's going to create Ultron. That motherfucker's going to end us all. Yeah, cool. I can finally die. But, there's two ways to run learning algorithms. You can either get someone's UI that they made, or you can just use the command terminal. And I choose the command terminal, because I tried a couple UIs and they suck. Yeah, it took them long enough, I know, right? Most of the UI terminals and shit are ass. They're actual garbage. And I'd rather just learn how to use it than make my own. So I just use command prompt. Which is weird. I feel like a hacker in like a 90s sci-fi movie. Fucking typing into a black screen and green numbers and letters are falling to the sky around me. Because it is all mumbo jumbo to me. I learned bare bones C++ in high school. So, yeah. It's definitely been a long learning experience. And I've just been running stuff in the background. Linux be like, I haven't gotten to fucking learn how to use Linux yet. That's like the only thing on my list of stuff I want to start trying to learn how to do, besides like playing my guitar, that I haven't done yet. And I should. I got another 128 gigabyte USB stick that I could put Linux on. It's just I've been focusing on everything else because I've got a lot going on. So everything that I said was going to happen to me, like 2 months ago when I was last streaming, none of it happened the way that I said it was going to. If you guys remember, like 5-6 months ago, I finally decided I'm going to go on a new medication because I want to be healthy no matter what. And I started doing a whole bunch of mental exercises to try and get my brain better and to keep it from like atrophying too much while I was healing from my complete insanity. And the medication that I was going on is a very strong and good but very dangerous medication. And the medical limitations that I would have would be so strong that I can't work my job anymore. I would no longer be allowed to be in the workplace. And in order to even go on the medication in the first place, I had to deal with any pre-existing medical things that could end me. And I've had dental problems for a really long time because I haven't had a dentist since I was a kid. And I was taken off of my family's insurance the day I turned 18, so I couldn't even take myself to something if I wanted, nor did I even have a dentist office that I was like signed up with. And then COVID happened, and since then, nowhere has accepted new patients. Like, so I was expecting to just have all my teeth removed and have to get like implants in order to keep my jaw from being pencil thin by the time I'm 40. And I was going to lose my job because the government was going to consider me unfit for the workforce. And like there's all these things that I had accepted. It took me a long time. It stressed me out a lot, and I talked to a lot of people and a lot of resources, and I just accepted that that was going to be my life. Crippling debt, no job, struggling to find a new way to make money, potentially insane for the rest of my life, severely immune suppressed, fighting my insurances to try and get me to even be able to be on the medication. Like, this is all stuff I accepted was going to be the case. None of it happened that way. Nothing happened the way I said. At all. I was able to finally get in touch with a dentist for 5 minutes. And I explained my case to him. And I told him, hey, I need to go on this extremely strong immunosuppressant, and I need to have my teeth taken care of, or it will kill me. I can't go on the medication until then. I can't. And he heard me, and he got me in. I talked about this for a little bit. Like, I've streamed a couple times since I got in contact with the dentist, but this all leads up to something. I went to the dentist within a week. He looked at me, did x-rays, they did cleaning. They found out that even though, like, I had bad dental health, I had way better dental health than I thought I did. I had almost no gum disease whatsoever, besides in 2 teeth that were bad. And those teeth that were bad were still fucking alive somehow. And instead of having to have all of my teeth removed, they fixed them. I had a ton of restorative work done and preventative work done. Like, I think I had work done on like every single tooth in my mouth. But they got it all done for $9,000, which I know that sounds insane, but keep in mind, full dental implants would have costed like over $20,000 to like over $100,000 for a full mouth thing. That's what I thought I was going to be paying off for the rest of my life. And it's less than 10. That's crazy good compared to everything that I was expecting to have to deal with. And I keep my teeth. I had 2 teeth removed. I found yet another ridiculous thing that I am... It's just... It not just sounds insane. It is insane, yeah. I have a different amount of teeth in every quarter of my mouth. And no quarter of my mouth has the right amount of teeth. Keep in mind, I've never lost a permanent tooth. I was just born with the wrong amount of teeth. I only 1 corner of my mouth technically has the right amount of teeth, but it is also the only quarter of my mouth that has a wisdom tooth that never erupted. That's just up there in my jaw. But I'll get back to that because guess what started erupting? Anyways, they fixed it all. I have a really healthy bite now. My teeth are not in pain and are super healthy. And it got all done within a month because they just kept bringing me in really fast. They treated it with urgency, and they are now my dentist office. So anytime that I'm going to need dental work done, I'm going to go to them. Sadly, my insurance obviously doesn't cover it. Even though it is technically a necessity, it's state insurance, and state insurance covers almost nothing dental-wise. So I had to take out a loan to get it taken care of. And I did. I am now in a lot of debt compared to what I was before, but I had to do it. I have to be alive. I don't get a say in it. But I took out that loan, which I was able to get to a really nice low payment over the next 5 years. I'll get it paid off 3 times over, because that's just how loaners work. But I plan on trying to pay it off early. I don't want to pay it off 3 times over because of the fucking interest rates. But I was able to get it down to a pretty damn manageable cost. And after that was done, they started to try to get me on the medication. And they tried to put me on for it, and as we expected, insurance denied it, because the medication I wanted to go on is called Ocrevus. It is a cytotoxin immunosuppressant infusion that I get every 6 months that keeps my body from making B cells. And if I don't have B cells, I don't have white blood cells, and if I don't have white blood cells, I don't have MS. Without the white blood cells, I effectively don't have multiple sclerosis. I do have acquired hypogammaglobulinemia, though. And that's the thing that was going to get me fired, because nowhere can hire that. Acquired hypogammaglobulinemia is not a joke. It is something... Hypogammaglobulinemia means I don't have enough globulins. I don't have enough gamma globulins or whatever. And that means I cannot be in public. And in order to work a job, I would have to have an insane amount of restrictions. I can't be in contact with people. I can't work more than 18 hours a week. I can't work beyond a certain scope of hours. I can't physically exert myself. Anytime I feel slightly overheated or tired, I have to take a break and rest. Like, there is no job in the job market where you can fulfill your jobly duties with the 3 papers worth of restrictions that I handed to my bosses. So the insurance denied it, as we expected. And they had a pile of paperwork already ready to send in, because the idea was, I'll get denied, we will appeal, I'll get denied a second time, and then the pharmacies that make Ocrevus would give me the medication, because I am paid below a certain amount of money, so I get it for free. And they have that for like a year or 2. That's what I was doing when I was on Siphonamod, Mazent. And that's what we were expected to do. We filled out all the paperwork ahead of time. My doctor was waiting for them to deny it. Call center would work from home. Nope. I can't work enough hours out of the day to work at a call center. Plus, I'm on medication that makes me unfit to work at a call center. I'm on a lot of new medication, but I'll get to that in a moment. The doctor sent the appeal paperwork so that I could get denied the second time, and I didn't. A federal insurance approved a $100,000 infusion, and I pay no copay on it. The doctor's appeal was 5 pages long, and it was talking about how insanely high risk I am. How I check all the boxes. I've had demyelination in my spine, which means I'm high risk. I'm male, which means I'm high risk. I presented before 35, which means I'm high risk. It rebounded after I stopped taking my immunosuppressants, which means I'm high risk, and it's progressive. Like, he just had this list that went on and on and on and on about how fucked I am, and the state listened. And here's the thing. They didn't approve Ocrevus. They approved the new one. They approved the better, brand new, more expensive, stronger, older brother. I'm on Briumvi, which is so new it's not even on the lists. They gave me the best medication. So, yeah. I'm medicated. I went to an extremely, extremely nice cancer center that's here in town. I don't even have to drive. It's closer to my house than my workplace is. I went there and I had some nurses pamper me for 7 hours. Well, they pumped me up with poison. And how much of it is out of pocket? Nothing. I don't pay a cent. It's completely free. I don't pay a cent. I think I paid $30 copay for the actual, like, cancer center visit. That's it. The medication is free. All of it is free. And I went in, I got pampered by a bunch of nurses who brought me anything I wanted. They brought me any food I wanted, any drink I wanted. I wasn't charged. If I wanted, I could have bought anything DoorDash. Also, hi, Ren. I could have bought anything DoorDash or delivery, and they would receive it at the front desk for me and bring it back to me. I could have gotten a fucking pizza if I wanted, but they pumped me full of the poison and a billion other medications. It was a crazy experience getting all of that taken care of. But the first infusion took 7 hours because it was an hour of prep, an hour of pre-meds, the medication for 5 hours, and then an hour of flushing my system out with saline, and then watching me for a minute to make sure I'm fine. And if I'm fine, I can leave. And I was. I got up. I felt really weird and floaty. Being poisoned is a very strange experience. I went home and I slept for about 4 days straight. I felt awful. Oh God, I felt like shit. I was so fatigued and tired. But after a few deadass poison, it's a cytotoxin. Its only purpose is to kill my cells. It is a poison. It's a targeted cytotoxin that specifically bonds to a protein that is only in my B cells. And it is in my bloodstream right now. And it will stay in my bloodstream until the end of the 6 months when I go in and get it again. That's how the cytotoxin works. That's how the immunosuppressant works. It kills my blood for 6 months until it gets weak, and then they put new poison in me. That's the way it works. And it is the safest and best, while also being the strongest medication. Yeah, we love a little poison in the blood. I'm a vampire's worst nightmare. My blood is gonna taste like non-alcoholic alcohol to them. But, yeah, I went home. I slept a lot. I worked on some stuff. And I didn't work very much at all at this time. And then 2 weeks later, I got the second infusion. And because I took the first infusion so well, it only took 1 hour for the second infusion. They cranked up the speed and they blasted me. They did an hour of pre-meds, 1 hour of the actual poison, which they flooded me with. I took it like a champ. They flushed my system for an hour and I was gone. So every 6 months, I have to go to a really nice cancer center and get pampered for 3 hours. That's all I have to do. That's all of it. Hi, Keg. That's it. So that went great. I felt like shit for the 2 weeks after that. I was so exhausted. I did upload like an update video at that time where I couldn't even get out of bed to make an actual update video, right? That was rough, but I got through it. And after 2 weeks, I still have some pretty heavy fatigue, and that's going to be a permanent thing. But I already did have fatigue, so it's literally nothing noticeable. But the day of reckoning came, and I saw my new primary care physician, and she filled out the paperwork for all the new restrictions I had to have in order to come back to work. Yeah, it was just a sheet of paper that said, this guy can't do his job, and you're legally allowed to fire him. And that's what I've been dreading, because I like my job. I don't want to lose it. The BGM shifted too. Yeah, that kind of just happens by luck. A lot of times my videos will have like BGM shifts that I didn't intend. But I went to the workplace and I sat down with my HR representative, my supervisor, and the owner of the building, and I told them, all right, I'm medicated. It's happened. I'm immune suppressed, and this is a list of all the paperwork and all the restrictions that would have to happen in order for me to keep my job. So I was just ready to be fired. And it didn't happen. Hey, Zach Gray. It didn't happen. They fired everyone else. I didn't lose my job. They accepted all of it. Every single restriction. I'm allowed to do anything I want. Anytime I want to sit down, anytime I want to tell people no, anytime that I can't come in and I feel sick, anytime, anything, no matter what it is. I don't have to wear an apron. I don't have to talk or touch customers. They sanitize all the computers and the computer pads and stuff like that. I get to have any sort of degree of any amount of any breaks that I want. They approved that I am limited down to 18 hours a week, and they fired everyone else in my department. So I was the only person. Like, I was expecting to have everything I was doing done weeks ago, right? Because I was going to lose my job and I'd have time. That's the only upside, was I would have time. And I could make this like stuff and finish my model and try doing stuff. That was the only like benefit, and I didn't get fired. So I never lost the job. They gave me a raise, and they fired all the other people in my department to find better people to help me. Because the other people in my department, one person didn't get fired, he quit, and it was kind of bad luck that he put in his 2 weeks the day that they fired the other people. And they fired the guy who never shows up. They fired the guy who doesn't do his job, and the other guy who doesn't do his job quit. So I was the only person working operations in the entire northern half of Minnesota for my company. They gave me a raise, and they asked me, like, they sat me down. They're like, okay, we told you that we would approve you only working 18 hours a week, and we still do, but can we please have you work a couple more hours? We'll bend over backwards for you, and you can do anything that you want. We need you to, like, keep an eye on the department. You can choose what hours you come in, and you can stay as late as you need. You don't have to wear an apron or anything. You don't have to have anything that you have to do. You can tell anybody no, and you can delegate anything that you need. And I told them yes. I said, I want the department to work. I care about my job. Like, I've worked there for 6 years now. I had my 6-year anniversary not too long ago. They gave me a whole 50-cent raise on the spot. And they let me have free reign. So I've been working a lot. I've actually been working like up to 28 hours a week because I'll stay that many hours after. But I just get to go about my day. What do you do at your job that they don't want to fire you? I am the department. I do everything. I know every single bit of all of the systems for my job. That's actually a big deal. It actually is. I'm almost to $20 an hour at my job. If I wasn't limited and I was able to work full time, I'd be making so much money. It's nuts. Anyways, I was like super fatigued, right? And I was all medicated. So this is going to lead into and finish what I was just talking about. My doctor was talking about how once I was on the infusion, they want to try what am I drinking? Just a Coke right now. But I slammed a Monster earlier. My doctor was like, our biggest priority now that we know you're not going to have any more side effects from the infusion is we need to get you in a healthy sleep cycle. I'm like, yes, completely. Like, we both said it. She didn't tell me that that's what it needs to be. We were like, we need to do this. And I mentioned a while ago, like 2 years ago, my doctor put me on modafinil to help me wake up. And it did nothing. And modafinil is like baby's first Adderall. It's a very weak, similar medication to like Adderall and Ritalin. But I was taking max dose of it and literally felt nothing at all. Nothing. You can eat anything you want. Yeah, I can eat anything that I want to. And drink anything that I want to too. But I was like, okay, let's see what's next on the list. What do you think we should do? And she's like, Adderall. And I was shocked. I thought we were gonna take baby steps, but she prescribed me Adderall, starting on the lowest dose. It was the extra long release one, so I only have to take it once a day. Because she was scared. I take medication to fall asleep, right? I take gabapentin and amitriptyline and melatonin and delta-9. That's what I take. And even then, I will take all of it max dose and lay in bed for 7 hours and won't sleep. But I've been cutting back my sleep medication in preparation to be able to take a medication to help me wake up. And she was like, okay. She put me on Adderall and I took it and felt nothing. At all. Nothing. In the slightest. I felt tired. I took Adderall and then went back to sleep for 8 hours. It was no different than a flavorless Tic Tac to me. And my doctor was floored. She couldn't understand it. Nobody can take Adderall and go to bed. That's not normal. So she updosed. And after updosing it, I started to feel it a little bit. I'm like, hey, I can actually kind of feel the medication now. So they updosed again. And now I feel fucking great. All the mental cloud that I have from going insane, all the struggling from the cognitive decline, all the fatigue and weakness and soreness that I feel is gone when I take my pills in the morning. I feel none of it. It still exists. I still have to be careful. But I don't feel fatigued at all for hours after waking up. And I don't have no problem falling asleep. It doesn't keep me up. I wake up, I take the Adderall, I slam a Monster if I have to work or something. And I'm energized and focused. I can do things. I can pay attention to things. My mind isn't just a deep fog that I'm lost in. There are a bunch of weird side effects to it, obviously. I've experienced both extreme ends of the side effects. I had a whole bunch of digestive problems for a little bit, and my mouth gets really, really dry. But that's gotten a lot better as I've adjusted to it. I feel great. Medically. I'm finally on a medication that makes me feel like a fucking human being again. And it's awesome. My doctor wants to try updosing me again because sometimes, every 5 days, I'll take my 30 milligrams of Adderall and still fall back asleep. And she still has no idea how the hell that happens. But for the most part, I'm great medically. So that's been what I've been doing. I wake up, I take my pills, I go to work without any problems. I drink some coffee or I drink a Monster, and I just work. And it's been wonderful. I have loved working at my job. I can tell people no whenever I want. I don't have any of the weird responsibilities that I'm not supposed to have. I get to chill out. And for 4 to 8 hours, I think the longest day I've worked is 10 hours. And by 6 hours, my meds have worn off, okay? I start to get tired. But that's been my days. I wake up, I take my pills, I go to work, I work my shift, I go home, I regret it because I start to feel exhausted, but it's been great. This hasn't been all sunshine and rainbows. I mentioned I had a wisdom tooth that hadn't erupted yet. A week after finishing all my dental work, it started coming in. I'm about to be 27 in 10 days. And I have a wisdom tooth coming in. And it can't just be a wisdom tooth. It's the rarest kind of wisdom tooth. It's a distal tilted wisdom tooth, which means it's tilted backwards and pointing in the back of my mouth. And as it's been coming in, it has been cutting the shit out of my mouth to the point that it's hurt really bad. And I was really scared that I was going to get an infection, which would have been bad. I just got on this medication. If I get an infection in my mouth, it could, best case scenario, result in me losing a lot of my jaw. And worst case scenario, kill me. So my doctor got me this very high strength oral antiseptic and pain reliever. And I just put it on there every once in a while. And I've been doing good. I don't really have cuts, luckily, from the tooth, but it's almost fully in now. I've had a completely new tooth come in. But as long as nothing is at high risk of getting infected, it's not too pressing, and I'll probably get it taken care of next time I see my dentist. The other thing is one single filling in my mouth didn't adhere right, and there's a gap under it, which I have to have fixed, otherwise that's going to be a big problem. But, medication-wise, I'm on the infusion, I'm on Adderall, I've got antiseptic stuff to help with my mouth, and I'm doing good. I've been feeling way better, mentally and physically. Even emotionally, I've been doing a lot better because my brain isn't such a fucking stranded island for me anymore, and it's not so damn loud. I'm able to focus so much better after all the cognitive decline I have. So it's been great. Now, today was my first day of 2 weeks off because on Wednesday I'm going to a psychoneurology center, and they're going to do a full evaluation on me for a whole day. They're going to check all of my brain functions, all of my nerve capabilities. They're going to check my mood and my energy and chemical levels and stuff. And they're going to try to hone in all my medications as much as possible. And that should be good. But after that's done, I'm done with all the medical work besides getting the 2 dental things dealt with now. With the wisdom tooth and the other thing. Checking my vibe. Yeah, they're literally going to be checking my vibe too. And they're going to properly diagnose everything. So I'm going to get official medical scientific terms for all of it. And they're going to get a full mapping of it all. And then I will have an actual list that I can just show to anybody when people want to know what's wrong with me. So this has been a long time coming. They scheduled this 6 months ago when I first saw my doctor again, back when I first made the choice to try and get healthy, right? Otherwise, medically, things have lined up. However, I did... Let's go to the vibe department. Yeah, the vibe checker machine. They're gonna hook me up to it. I wasn't able to work while all of this was being done. And I'm working now. And I am making money now. But I owe a lot of money. The medical bills, or the dental loan alone, is $250 a month. And I took a debt consolidation loan out from another guy in order to get everything that I still owed on that I hadn't gotten finished yet, gathered together in one place to try and lower the monthly amount that I have to pay. And that's another $200 a month for that. And then the dental work ended up costing more than they said it was going to. And I had to buy a whole bunch of things that I couldn't afford. Like the giant air filter I have in the corner of my room. Or getting the windows of my car medically tinted so that UV light can't go through it and I don't have to worry about dying from driving my car. There's been a lot of different things that costed a lot in order to do all of this. I had to have my car repaired in order to even make the repeated trips to the dentist because it's not close to me. They're an hour and a half away. And the gas costs from driving to everything alone was insane. I owe damn near $17,000 after all of it. And if I didn't get any of the debt 2 days ago, I would have been debt-free. And that's what I was working my ass off for over the last year. Just before my birthday last year, I made the choice to pay as much as possible every month to get debt-free, and now here I am, owing pretty damn close to $1,000 a month, and it's not even for a vehicle or a house. And I didn't work for the betterment of 4 weeks. Well, they did the infusions and stuff. So I made no money during that time, and I ran out. I was getting medication for his immune disorder, yeah. I ran out of money, and I was starving. That's when I made that video I made a little while ago, where I gave you guys a quick little update. I went 5 weeks without groceries, and it was very hard. It struggled and hurt. Died from your condition like 30 years ago? Yeah, it's crazy how much medications have gone ahead, haven't they? Hey, Sky. The good news is, even though I was ridiculously broke for over a month, the Adderall suppresses my immune system. I have to force myself to make sure I eat enough to not lose all the work I did to get in shape. But, yeah. That's why I was struggling there, and I still am struggling. My family has been trying to help me as much as they can. My grandparents have been giving me a meal a day, which has definitely helped a lot. I've been short on pretty much everything, but like I said, by some freak miracle, I didn't lose my job. And I can work, which means I can afford the bills. I'm not going to be able to afford anything besides the bills. I still have to live with family, and there will still be times where I have to rely on family in order to even eat. I prioritized my cat eating over me. Kitty is doing great. Kitty is doing fantastic. He has been loving the weather because it's been very warm, and he's been spending a lot of time with me. And he's been eating better than I have. I've spent more on food for him than myself. Because I really don't want to go more into debt. I really can't. And I did get a little bit soft screwed over by my family because they told me that they'd help me cover one of the bills. And then they just forgot and didn't. So when I reached out to my family, I was like, is there any way you guys could flip me like $40 so I can eat? And they were like, duh, we were hoping the $200 a month would be enough. I'm like, you haven't given me the $200 a month. What are you talking about? Like, oh, what are you talking about? They're the ones that convinced me to get that loan that cost the $200 a month I mentioned. They convinced me to do it because they said they would help me cover it, and then they forgot, and then I wasn't working. So yeah, I spent a long time at $0. A long time at $0. That's when I made the update video that I made a couple weeks ago. I apologize for showing up, but that was really hard. It was really hard, and it still is. I still haven't bought groceries, but I get paid very, very shortly, and it will be enough that I should be able to actually get some fucking groceries, and I can eat something, which I'm very excited to be able to do. And these next 2 weeks that I have off, I'm getting paid for. I got my vacation hours because my anniversary at my place of work came through, so my vacation hours re-upped. You get paid in 3 days? Hell yeah. And I apologize also to those of you who offered to help me when I made that video. I really don't have any way to send me money besides super chats on YouTube, because I've had bad experiences with all the other websites, and super chats just goes straight to me. So that's what I have. Anyways, and PayPal, I hate PayPal. They take a cut, a real nasty cut. I wish super chats were more consistent. I don't even know how to do them. And as far as I know, you can't do them on certain things. I have them turned on. I hate that website, Geode. I know a lot of people love Ko-fi, or Ko-fi, or however you pronounce it. I know a lot of people do. I hate that website so much. I have had awful experiences both using it to give people money and getting money from people. It's not a bad website. I don't like it. I dislike it a lot. I dislike the website. I'm a little picky with the websites that I use because I don't like complicating it. And for a while there, my Linktree was super fucking flooded with shit. It still has a lot because I have like my Bandcamp and my SoundCloud and all that stuff. Fuck, did I ever upload the songs that I made to SoundCloud? These ones? I forgot to do that. Shit. Oops. I guess I'll do that later. Okay. Let me write that down so I don't forget. I also used the, what's it called? I do have one other new song that I'm going to post tonight. I don't know how many people use SoundCloud. I didn't make it. It was made by Luova, who is a artist that I am a big fan of. They do a lot of fan songs for some manga and anime that are out there. How many people use SoundCloud? A lot of people use SoundCloud. A lot of people use SoundCloud. But, where was I going with that? Yeah. I have a bunch of stuff that I made, including the model update, which I'm about to show the rest of the model update. The plan was to do everything that I ever was waiting for. Did you see that thing about the Goku file on Strive? Yeah, that fucking there's a file that's Dragon Ball Fighters Super Saiyan Goku, I think, right? And it's always loaded in the background in Strive. And if you unload it, the game breaks. It's an anchor file. It's ridiculously goofy. But I can totally see it. It's the same company. They use pretty much the same engines for like all the fighting games that they do. And that they have been doing. The face bugged out there. Yeah, the AI I have set up to do the full body tracking so my shoulders can move and my arms and fingers move at way higher fidelity than they were before. And, yeah. So excited for Yunica. I like her design way more than I thought I was going to. When I saw her design when they were doing the ads for the anime, is it an anime or a movie? I thought it was an anime. I was like, eh. But the way she looks in-game, I like a lot better. She looks very interesting. But I did see her ult. That is a movie. It's crazy. Like Elle felt as an alt girl, yeah? It's cool. She is really cool. But, while I've been, like, adjusting to all this medication, I have been working on things because I'm not going to talk about it much right now. I have a whole thing set up. I'm going to make a video for it and post it this week, just so you guys know. And the Lucy leaks. Oh, I fucking love Lucy. I love Lucy. So much. But while I've been running Minecraft in the background and doing like Arknights and Zenless grinding, still haven't done the stories. We're gonna do all the story I've missed of Zenless tomorrow on stream, just so you guys know. It's gonna be a whole day of Arknights story, or Arknights, Zenless story. Thank God she's not a zoner. Yeah, actually. I was a little bit worried when I saw that her fucking motorbike sword looks like a gun. But I'm glad she's not a zoner. And, while I've been running all this stuff in the background, I've been preparing a very, very, very big project. Because I'm going to be giving away complete YouTube channels. VTuber YouTube channels. For free. I'm not going to talk about it too much, because I could talk about it for hours. I'm going to hold applications. And I'm going to, completely for free, make entire channels. And just give them away. It's going to be an experience. And I want to show the process of me doing it. For one of them, at least. So that anybody else who wants to learn how to make VTuber models and channels can. At least the way I do it. Don't know if I'm going to do that for the first one or for later's. For a moment I thought you were giving money away. I can't give money away, so I'm giving away stuff that's worth money. A model of the level of mine, and I'm not bragging when I say this, but I mean it. A model at this level, with this degree of tracking, with this degree of shape keys, colliders, animations, alternate outfits and toggles, motion, weight painting, texture work, and a model of this level is worth over $8,000. I could sell models, but I don't want to. I have ulterior motives to do this. This is something that I want to do, and I am driven to do it, which is why I'm doing it for free, instead of demanding anything from people. There will be a whole application process, and at least for the first one or two, I'm going to intentionally not choose people I know. Hold on, I'm freaking out. I was about to start streaming again, yeah? I'm going to show everything so you guys can know how to do all of it, but to start off, I am for sure not selecting people that I know, because, I want to give people what a VTuber agency would. With no contracts and no strings attached. There are a lot of people out there that are fantastic content creators that I respect and care about and love. Who I have been concerningly watching have to give up their whole fucking lifestyle because of contracts and obligations. All of that. And it disgusts me that I have to see these important and amazing people choose to give up everything they have in order to choose health or comfort. They shouldn't fucking have to do that. Ever. Any of them. And most of these people are in companies that never would have made them do that in the first place. And I'm not trying to be vague about this. I have been especially spurned into action by Gura and Mume with their graduation. That fucked me up. And I was pissed. Very pissed. The fact that any of them had to give up their entire livelihood for health is a fucking joke to me. I remember when Hachima wanted to go to college, so she just went on hiatus until she felt like coming back. She wasn't forced to do shit. She wasn't forced to contractually follow what a bunch of fucking investors and their planted managers tell them to do. And now they are. Girls aren't graduating from Hololive anymore because they have something they want to do. They're now doing it because if they don't, the dancing will kill them. Mume was forced to dance and do live shows until she was so sick that her doctors told her not to. What is this, fucking Alvin and the Chipmunks? What kind of a joke is this? I don't give a shit if the investors go, well, Hololive exists to advertise the full body tracking program that Cover made, so they have to do this shit. They have to do live shows and dances. She is ill. Fuck you. Die. Actually pisses me off to an insane degree. And Gura, same thing. Hers wasn't health. Hers was directly conflict with managers because she was getting black taped and shut down on all these fucking projects that she was making. We watch those streamers and give them money because we want them to make their fucking content. Hololive exists because we support their content creators. Want to believe in Holo so badly? I do believe in Hololive. They're not Niji Sanji. And they didn't go public for greed. They had to, or the company would fall apart. They had to. It couldn't survive. It didn't have enough money. It needed to get investors in order to exist. Yago has directly said that. But Yago right now is holding fucking tea parties with the girls to try to force them still having some degree of connection because he has been separated so heavily from them by the investors who are putting in their choices of managers that are working the girls instead of helping them. Not all of them. A lot of them are still able to do their stuff, and a lot of them aren't being pushed to the degree that their health is compromised. But the fact that any of them have, it pisses me off beyond belief. And it makes me livid. So, I want to find people who deserve the kind of a platform that Hololive gives. And I want to give them everything that Hololive would give them short of a management team. For free. No strings attached. No copyright. It will belong to them entirely, and I will not accept even a cent of payment for it. I want to find good, trustworthy, loyal, and responsible people. If they take all of it and then cut me off and ghost me afterwards, I don't care. I don't need strings attached. I'm not trying to be in charge of anybody, and I'm not trying to control anything. They were doing good, but they can't afford what they were doing, Zekin. That company costed a lot. The live shows that they were hosting were really expensive to do. The equipment that they have for that stuff is insanely expensive. Yeah, they were getting money from like super chats and merch and stuff, but you gotta realize some of their biggest money makers were no longer there. Coco and Rushia were the highest money makers, and they're both gone. I think Pecora is the new highest, along with Marine. But it's a ridiculous travesty that any of that even happened, and I want to give everything that a corporate entity would to people who deserve it. If a VTuber that is in a agency is struggling, because you gotta realize, yes, a lot of these girls can just go indie. That is an option. But going indie isn't free. Almost all the equipment they use from Hololive does not belong to them. It is given to them, and they have to give it back. They lose the channel, they lose the name, and they lose the image. They have to pay people for all the animations, they have to pay people for the models, they have to pay people for all of it, unless they do it all themselves, and that's a fucking lot of work, I should know. They have to weigh losing their income source while burning personal money on setting a channel up for themselves with the risk of not being as successful and suffering from it. And if they make that choice, that's fine. But they're not making the choice anymore. They're being forced into the choice. And that disgusts me. And I want to help people that deserve it to get everything that they need without having to worry about that. None of these people should have to weigh the chance that the costs will be too high for them to go indie for even a moment. That's why I'm going to do it completely free. If anybody wants to pay me back for it, pay me back in exposure and succeed. That's all I care about. That's all I'm going to accept. I'm going to work personally with whoever I choose to design a character with them. If they have their own character design, then cool, we can work with that. But I'm going to do it all. I'm going to help make the character design, set an aesthetic theme. I'm going to make reference work and reference images for it. I'm going to give them animated backgrounds to the degree of mine, animated intros and outros. I'm going to make them a $8,000 to $10,000 model for free. I'm going to give them access to all the programs I use, including the AI body tracking program. The only thing I can't give them is a camera and a phone. I will also be doing background music for them. That's why everything I made, Polygon is Polygon. Indeed, that is good news. But everything that I've made, I have gone out of my way to finalize this channel. I have a whole lore short story that I wrote that I will be posting on something. I need to find a website to post that on, but that shouldn't be too difficult to do. I got a new background track that Luova made for me. I've got a reference sheet. Hold on, I can actually show off the reference sheet. Actually, no, I can't. I can't show you guys the reference sheet until I show off the second outfit, until I show off the new stuff. Hold on. Never mind, I'm closing Photoshop. Closing Photoshop. But, I've finished everything that I wanted to do. The model is actually finalized, because there were a lot of things I skimped out on because I didn't want to work on it anymore and I wanted to come back to streaming early. And I finished them. There are colliders and animations in the whole model. Almost every single part of me has some degree of physics to it. The necklace sways nicely. The coat has 13 points of movement. The hair has way better movement. The halo jiggles way better. My earrings flap around. There's a strap on my eye patch that moves. The facial animations are way better. There's colliders in the hands and stuff. So I can move my hair and stuff with my hands. If I had better hand tracking, like a Luppet hand tracker, or even just a full motion or mocap suit, I'd be able to fucking play with my hair and my necklace and my earrings, because the colliders are really fucking good on them now. And I'm very, very, very happy with it. We will have a decade before we get that lore video. Like I said, I was trying to learn how to animate because I wanted to do a lore video, and it was taking a really long time to do. It's still something that I definitely want to do, but I realized that a short story, so like a audio thing, that I'm not gonna read because I don't think I have a. If I wanted to, I could fake a really good voice like every other guy on the internet does by bringing the microphone close and cranking up a condenser. Just try to learn one thing at a time. Exactly. And I put learning animation better on the back burner so I could focus on everything else. And it was smart. I wouldn't be done right now. And I'm starting my vacation. I wanted to be done by now. I wanted to be done a while ago. But I was having a lot of mental problems as well from the stress of thinking I was going to lose my job and the stress of being hungry. Going from a autonomous adult in a what was perceived to be a healthy relationship with a good job to starving and not being able to work sucks. Yeah, my mental fortitude fucking dropped. I couldn't even eat anything that tasted nice. I couldn't afford anything that smelled nice. It was awful. I was so fucking depressed. That was terrible. So, like, I'd work on this stuff, but I just wasn't finishing it. But that's the thing, Zekin. I'm not done. I mentioned everything broke, right? Guess who had to redo the whole model from the ground up? I made that video where I was saying, tell me to finally finish the model. Tell me to finally finish the video. I went to do it. Everything broke. Unity had a big fucking oopsie. Because VRMs, which is the file type for a model like mine, there was a line of code that changed in Unity. And all the VRM projects stopped working because of it. Which means every single VRM project that used the 2019, I think it's F1 or F2 version of Unity, which all of them used, stopped working. None of it worked. I couldn't export or import anything. I had to do it all over again in a new version of Unity that I didn't understand. I had to get the new Uni VRM package into a new version of Unity and remake the whole model from scratch. Every single texture, material, bone, weight, all the animations, the toggles, all of it I had to redo completely. It took so long. The good news is I know how to do it again. The bad news is I had to do fucking all of it. It was awful. It took so long to get that shit done. So that's why it took an extra 2 fucking weeks to get it done. Fucking stressful. Even just getting the toggles I'm about to show off took a really long time. But all the toggles are different. Well, there are some toggles that still remain from previous me. I gotta zoom out a little bit. Look at how twisted my arm is because it can't see my arm and is trying to generate something. Obviously, I still have some of these original toggles. Turn on the glasses, and they still work. I like the way they look still. I got the sweatshirt outfit still here. That was here before. Oh man, the lighting on the... Oh! That is breaking weirdly. Ah, whatever. Doesn't matter. That's low quality anyways. The moon haunts you. Then... I have... Obviously, I still have the cigarette. Still have my hat. Better physics on the stuff around it. I love this hat. And then, I have an alternate halo that I'm not going to show off yet because I want to show off the new outfit. I got a whole new outfit where I went out of my way to learn how to do, ooh, that wrist is twisting weird. I'm going to have to fix that. Where I wanted to learn how to do outfits that don't have individual things like, individual pant legs or, smaller, thinner, fucking, like, sleeves and shit. And, it took a while to learn all this shit, but it works. And this is all 3D. It's not textures drawn on a fucking screen. All of it works, including physics on the skirt. If I can't move my feet around, can I? I got different shoes. I learned how to use transparent textures on model parts. And the halo is toggleable between multiple different things. I wanted to make this instead of just reusing the old martial arts outfit that I had, because I thought that looked bad. But, oh god, the arms twist so weird when you can't see them. The halo jiggles. This is the halo from the profile picture I have. So, the wrist should not be twisting like that. That is a error, and I betcha I did something wrong in Unity. But oh well. It is what it is, I don't really care. Now, this outfit has a couple other little side things with it. Like I said, the halo can be toggled on the normal outfit as well. So, yippee doo-dah, that exists. And I updated this. I updated this quite a lot. Things work way differently with the toggle than it did before. I got things working way, way differently with this. The arms are still the way they were before. I can change, hold on, the position of the hands, just like I was able to before, with the extra arms. If I have them set like normal, the arms look so dumb when they're not in render range of the fucking camera, dude. Hold on. There we go. And it works with the other, hold on. It works with the other outfits too. Oop! I didn't mean to do that. Go back. What is the fucking... What hotkey just did that? That's a hotkey? What? Since when? Hold on, I gotta fucking go back to this. 6 arms. Yeah, everything works way better with each other. I just gotta fix that wrist. Twitching. Bro's learning this now. Well, I know there's hotkeys for things, but I don't have a whole bunch of extra fucking buttons sitting around. And I don't know what I pressed to transition the screen. I have no clue. Stream is gonna break. It could. Honestly, it might. I wouldn't really mind if I did. I see a couple things that are broken with this, but it looks like I fucked it up with Unity. I'm gonna have to fix... It's gonna be really annoying to fix the problems with this. But I know how to do it. I'll be able to do it. What's important is that I make the things that break now, and not when I make something for someone else, right? That's what's important. Sword still exists. Hold on. I got it. Ah, it's in my head. So that still works like it did before. Got the gun in the other hand still. With some updated, better textures. Hold on. How does the gun look? Or the sword look like? Yeah, it's very glinty. Very shiny. Sweet. Oops. Happy about that. Didn't do any tests before the stream. You can't test a different outfit if you have multiple outfits set to the same model. So that outfit is transparent. And when I press a button, it turns off the textures on this, and it unhides the textures on the other outfit. There isn't a way to manually do that in Unity besides making it a second time, which means I have to take the original Blender model and I have to invert the transparency, then load it into Unity, find out what's broken, fix it, then load up this version and fix it a second time. It's not quick, and it's not easy at all, sadly. No matter how much I fucking wish it was. And yeah, I got alternate little motions on everything. And I can also show off the reference sheet. I made a character sheet finally because I needed to finally make an official one. So I did. Oh, weird. Yeah, it's ass backwards. It doesn't have to be the way I'm doing it, but I don't want to have to load a whole brand new model just to do a couple little toggles. I'd rather just have it all on one model. It's way easier for me anyways. Plus, if it's all made on the same model, you are able to change a couple little side things about it. And you don't have to worry about things breaking. Much happier and healthier I look now, yeah. I feel a lot better. Obviously, I still have a lot of problems. I still am insane. My cognitive decline still exists. And I am very, very fatigued and malnourished. But my medication keeps me from feeling that way. So, thumbs up. Take it. I'll take it. And I'm gonna be able to afford fucking food again once the money starts coming in. Nah. This is our personal space. Second. I also got outlines to work way better. So all the different parts of me actually have outlines to them. And I'm really, really happy about that. And now, hopefully, I'll be able to afford food to become less malnourished. I'm gonna try. I won't be working the extra hours forever. And I shouldn't be working them. At a medical standpoint, I shouldn't be. But I gotta eat. And I really thought I'd be fired by now. I can work a couple extra hours for a few weeks while they find someone who isn't going to make my job harder and will actually, help me do things. There's one other weird thing with the full body tracking. It's got a little, teeny tiny little bit of latency to it. And I've been trying to figure out how to fix that, and I'm not really sure exactly how I'm supposed to go about that. And yeah, look, the eyes all move. I was going to do a second hairstyle, but I couldn't find anything that I liked, so I don't care enough about it in the slightest, and even the slightest degree. Also, what main dish are you talking about, Zeka? Yeah, I think I'm gonna post. I gotta find what website I can post the short story on, and then I'll be posting that everywhere. And I gotta post the ref sheet around. I'm really happy with how it turns out. The new model, of course. This is the new model. What do you mean? What do you mean, what? Guys, I don't think Zekin can tell the difference. I don't think he's paying very much attention. Yeah, I don't know, boss. I don't think he's paying attention. He doesn't see all the things that are different. I know it's been a while since I've streamed, man, but you really forgot what I used to look like? No, I mean, yeah, it looks good, yeah. Hi, Helen, what's up? Welcome. You just missed an hour of yapping. Because I've been talking about a lot. Yeah, it's been a very strange experience because I don't really know how to deal. I'm used to things not going right. I'm not used to things not going the way I planned, but it not necessarily being a bad thing. I'm supposed to be jobless, and somehow they fired everyone else. I'm supposed to be on Akervis, and I'm on the better, more expensive version, and my insurance covered it. I'm supposed to be fatigued and tired from the medication, and I'm on other medication to wake me up. And it's working great. Like, things are good. And it feels so fucking weird. What's that red thing? It's fingers. Coming out of both sides. I'm just glad that the fucking body tracking is actually working good now. It was awful. It was absolutely awful. Or just want to say hi, let him out. I mentioned before that when I was at the deepest depths of my insanity, I was not the only person in my head. And that I wanted to draw them so that I could remember what they looked like later. And I did. And they are all on the ref sheet. All of them. All 3 of them. They are all incorporated on this outfit and this model as well. Ow. Sweet inclusion, yeah? It's also talked about a bit in the short story. The lore short story that I'll be posting. Ouch, my neck. You schizophrenic guy. It's not schizophrenia. It's insanity. I am a lunatic. I have... Well, I guess I actually don't know what the official term is going to be until the 28th, do I? They just said I was crazy. They said I had a... psychosis. I'm a psychopath. But I'll get official terminology after the full day evaluation I'm about to have. Psychoneurologists. Boop. You can use the other halo for a while. Changes the whole fucking shaping of my head. What? Who said that? Who said what? That I'm a psychopath? I have psychosis. My doctor diagnosed me when I hit the deepest depths of my insanity and had my cognitive decline and was experiencing delusions. Yeah. Ah, my neck is killing me. That's hot indeed. But I'm back. I'm gonna be I'm gonna play games again, guys. In fact, you know what? I wanted to play Minecraft in the background while I talk, so I'm going to. That's the only thing that sucks about this tracking. I can fix it. I can. I just gotta mess with the tracking. I like messing with the model more than the new tracking system I have set up, because I learned how learning algorithms worked. I learned how to incorporate them into things, and I learned how mocap programs work in order to set this up. Doesn't mean I'm a fucking wizard at it. I'm not a fucking god at it. It drives me nuts that I'm not that fucking good at it. And I want to learn more, but the only way I'm going to learn more is by messing with stuff more, and that's what I plan to do. I plan to get better at everything that I'm doing by doing it, which is why I'm going to be doing the giveaway. On one hand, I'm doing the giveaway because I want people to succeed. And my goal for the longest time was I wanted to be a YouTuber like the people I idolized, people like Markiplier. And I'm going to keep doing that, obviously. But I remember having that conversation with my dad where he was like, why do you do all this YouTube stuff? Like, what's up with people in your generation always wanting to play video games for a living? I'm like, it has nothing to do with playing video games for a living. Sure, there's a lot of people who come into YouTube and Twitch and go, I can get paid to play video games. That's what I want to do. I don't care about the fucking money. I'm doing this for over 10 years. It's not like I've made a fucking fortune off of it. I'm doing it because when I was young, the people that influenced a lot of who I am and what I did were YouTubers. You get good money. Yeah, okay, bud, good luck. Yeah, good luck making it. There are not alternative motives. I mean, if I did suddenly make enough money from being a YouTuber to live off of it, that'd be great. I'm not expecting it. I don't plan on it. There would have to be a fairly big jump. I want to, when I was a kid, when I was having the hardest moments of my childhood, every day I looked forward to watching the new 2 videos from Markiplier. Content creators like Markiplier, PewDiePie. When I was really young, I watched a lot of the Yogscast. I've watched a lot of people. And they made my days better. I looked forward to watching their content. Do you like milk? Oh, can't get enough of it. Fucking ridiculous. I love the Meat Canyon Markiplier video so much. But, oh, my shoulder's just glitched out there. Yeah, it's still a little bit glitchy. And it's gonna stay a little bit glitchy for a while. I don't really care. I have full body tracking that tracks my shoulders. That's what the other full body tracking couldn't do. It's why I didn't like the way that it looked. It was enough for me to go make my own using like stepping stones made by other programmings. I was busy with something called touch and grasp during childhood. Markiplier's videos back then were 15 minutes. Okay? That was like 30 to 45 minutes a day I'd watch his newest videos. Other than that, I was doing other stuff. But it was something to look forward to. And I remember some of the harder days where I'd come home and I'd watch his videos and I'd feel better. If I can do that one time, ever, for even a single person, then I'm glad I did it. I'm happy. Now, I certainly was hoping, and I've had a lot of things fucking kick me before I've been able to get to the point, but I was hoping I'd have a little bit more of a following by now, but it doesn't hurt me that I don't have a following. I want to make people's days better. And the more people that watch and enjoy, the more I can do that. And I see all these people that are fucking negatively affected. My left shoulder is going up when I raise this. Yeah, there's what's happening. When I lower my head like that, it thinks my shoulders are going up. Okay. That's fixable. I can tweak that. Gotta be up early tomorrow. Gotta sleep soon. Okay, man. Don't worry about it. I'm here to fucking chill out and relax and play and talk. Really make my day if you play Guilty Gear again. It's something I do want to play. I have to be like... trying to think of the right way to say it. I gotta be in the mood for it. And that's not I gotta want to play it. That's... I love the learning experience of a fighting game because I love the learning experience of games. That's my favorite part about games, is learning and getting better at them. And I know that they've changed some stuff since I last played, so I gotta be in the mood to relearn. And then on top of that, I gotta have people to play with. And like 3 people that I played with last time that I played the game, in order to keep myself from getting like bored, were they don't play. 2 of them have... one of them I'm not in contact with anymore because they were an awful person. The other one played for like a week, and then I floored him in the game for a whole day. Like 60 wins in a row, and then he got 1 single win, and then he quit and never played again. And I was like, I see. And that the entire source code was leaked, yeah, and that it's the entire thing is has an anchor file of Super Saiyan Goku from Fighters. Yeah, it's pretty good. That's pretty fucking funny. But like, I gotta be in the mood to want to learn it again, and I gotta have people to play with. Same way you washed me last time we played. Yeah, but after you washed me, and then I kept fighting, I didn't beat you once and then quit and then never play the fucking game again. And then the third person is Bone, and I was making Bone kind of mad because I was parrying his openers of his bread and butter combos, and he was having a rough time with it. Picked up Slayer before you hopped off. I haven't played since I think Testament came out. No, it was ABBA. She was the newest person. That's the last I've played. That's how long it's been. Yeah, so I guess when the camera is obscured from my head glitches a bit weird. It doesn't really know what to render. because it's taking fairly poor video quality. With a higher quality camera, this tracking would be so much better. But with as it is, it's kind of eh. Show you the new characters. I know there's a lot of new characters, and there's some of them that I do want to play. It's I gotta be in the mood to want to learn. And it does happen every once in a while. I'm just waiting for it to happen again. I get in the mood to learn new things whenever I come back into a game. If you don't come back for Lucy in Strive, I'm deadass thinking you never... When does she come out? When? I will happily come back just for her. Because when I heard that they were adding her, it's crazy. Unica's later in May. Lucy's probably another 2 months after. Okay. In 3 months, most likely. Okay, cool. Cool. I will definitely be playing then. Alright. Well, I really like the design of this Halo because it's a reference to something that I'm not going to say, and I really think it looks nice. It takes up a lot of space. So while I play that game and continue to yap, I'm going to have it like this. Okay, no display capture, I need window capture. Shit. Why did you move the pink? What pink? The Halo? Dude, the Halo hasn't had the extra layer of color in, like, since last year. Are you tripping? I didn't have it when you became a mod. Are you misremembering things? I changed the color to this greenish teal when I did the rebrand. I'm not the insane one here, but you're... What do you mean? Yeah, you say you're not the insane one, but you don't... Okay, I'm going to make the window bigger. Center it as best I can. Shit. Is this your realm? Yeah, I usually have stuff just in the background. I'm going to show off the stuff in it, because I've done some things that I really didn't think I would do. And I'm pretty happy with a lot of them. And then I'll show off the ref sheet and post it on stuff too. 6 shield pattern? Yeah, dude, I've got full gear. Everything's fully enchanted. And that's because I have made everything so easily automatic. So, oh my god. Odd! You fucked up the lantern placements. Okay, whatever, I'll fix it. Dum-dum. When I first opened the server, there was a village over here, and all my buddies built a like little hub underneath it, and then everyone built houses around it. I never built a house. That's how little I was playing. And since I never built a house, I just was kind of making some farms and run around. What is this field of view? Why would I crank it up so high? I hate the way it looks when it's cranked up super high. This was the hub. It was a little building, and then I flattened and removed it all because everyone else left, and I was like, I'm going to build a house here. So most of the time I spent AFK here. I had a tree farm right here, and I built a bee farm over there. Bones' house is on the other side of that tunnel. Odd's house is up there. My buddy from high school's house is that tower back there, and my buddy Cheese's house is inside that Sakura little forest. And then one day I just flattened this whole area because I was like, I want to build stuff on this. I'll flatten it all, I'll clear out this and build a house in it. And then I built an automatic potion maker. I also went and made a shitty little snow farm because I was going to use snow balls to make a silverfish EXP farm, and it didn't work. They patched that out. Snowballs don't count as a source of damage on players. So I would have to hit something in order to make the silverfish, and that's way less efficient. I was going to give myself the infested debuff and then hit myself with snowballs to make silverfish. Yeah, so 2 of the new potions that I really like, there's Infestation, where every time you take damage, there's a chance a silverfish will spawn. So you can make EXP farms using it. And then Ooze, which makes slime spawn when a thing dies. Just use regen and poison. That's the thing. That's what I did. I made a chicken machine where I used eggs from Odd's chicken egg farm, and I filled a hole with chicken until they started dying from crowding, and I had an auto loop machine throwing eggs back into it, so it ran itself. And once it was full, I threw Infested down there, and I threw Poison and Regen, and I'd wait for the whole Poison and Regen cycle to go, and then I'd throw Infest and Poison at the chicken and the silverfish, making even more silverfish spawn. And then I did it again until there were so many that I couldn't make more, and then I'd throw slime to make them all oozing, and then I'd throw instant damage and kill all of them at once, and then get 1 billion slime. It was great. Like, I have a whole bunch of slime blocks, and I've been using them for a lot. Put armadillos in a composter with a cactus and throw tridents into a repeating piston system. I did see that. That is true, actually. I could have done something like that, but don't worry. I gave up on the silverfish farm idea because we were going to get an allay. We were going to use the allay with the infestation potion, since they constantly heal, and it was going to be great. And then we found like 10 villager outposts. None of them had allays in them, or illager outposts. It was pissing me off. So I made something else that I will show off shortly. It's not here, it's really far away. But this whole machine, you go left to right, click all the ingredients you want, and then flip the lever. And then it will auto-craft the potion and put them in this barrel. Looks like someone fucked some potions up. I even have the directions here, so people can't fuck it up, but I guess people can't follow directions. Then we have overflow storage if the droppers are ever full. This took a long time to make. I can show the inner makings. I had to learn a lot of redstone stuff to do it, but I was really happy with it. This whole thing is an auto feed that stops here above this because there's a torch on the other side. When you flip the lever, it turns off that torch, rings the bell. Items go into here, into this brewing station right here. There's a chest with blaze powder, a chest with water bottles, so it auto-fills itself constantly. It cooks it. Meanwhile, this timer over here gets activated, and it starts a hopper clock that runs for the exact amount of time for one whole brewing cycle, but it only starts when the last item leaves this hopper. And then once it's done, it pushes the slime down. This gets lifted up. No, this gets... I don't actually remember exactly how it works. Yeah, this gets lifted up. This pulls back. This gets a charge. It runs this thing that pauses the... That turns off this hopper from being paused. So it pulls the potions out, pushes them forward into that chest. All the other hoppers get stopped by the other stuff. A timer runs to make sure all filters out. The bells ring to let people know that it's finished. And then it inverts it again and lets new blaze powder and new potions come in. Yeah, someone didn't do this right. Someone fucking left potions in it. Oh well, whatever. Doesn't matter. It was really cool. I learned a whole bunch of cool stuff doing that. And it works when people follow the instructions. It's pretty simple. Just press the buttons left to right, and then flip the switch when you're ready to start. And then flip it back up when the bells ring because it's done. That's all you have to do. Press your ingredients for your potion from left to right. Wait a few moments for the items to get there because it has to go through the hoppers. Flip the switch and wait to hear the bell chimes. Off is up. retrieve your potions from the barrel, reset the switch back. That's it. That's all you have to do. Don't double press the buttons. Don't break the order if you double press or don't go left to right. The whole thing will stop working and give you messed up potions. Make sure the light is on above your items. That lets you know if we have items in the dropper. If the light isn't on, it's empty. Don't use it. It's really fucking simple. Just press left to right, flip the switch, unflip it when it's done. That's all you have to do, but I guess that's too much. Then I made a rotating lava mega smelter. This whole thing has a rotating lava source down here. And I know you're wondering how I got all this fucking iron for 1 billion hoppers. But I actually got it from a completely normal source. My buddy made a iron golem farm. And I just sat in it for a day while working on other stuff. I had like a whole double chest of iron blocks. It's really good. So hoppers and everything, not a problem. I have unlimited iron. I'll go show that off too, but you put the items in here, flip the switch behind it, it shoots the items up, and once it has enough, it sends the items on a cart that goes around this loop over and over and over again. It drops items into the top of it. It looks like he had it auto turned on. Once this gets to a certain level, because the hopper is full, it'll auto send it. But we occasionally turn it. Iron and Village Enchanting Library. Yeah, I did that too. Hold on. I'm going to show you some crazy shit. Because I did stuff I've never done in Minecraft. This thing will automatically send once this reaches a point. But it looks like it's empty. Because it's been slow filling. So I'll send it now. That will do the rest of it. There's this whole machine here. Where I have dripstone with lava. It fills these cauldrons. You take buckets and fill your inventory with items so there's no space. And then you start the loop. It will auto loop it. Stand right here in front of this dropper. Look over the thing and hold right click. It'll fill every bucket it can with lava. It'll get thrown into the hopper in front of me where the machine will read that there's a lava bucket in it and send it up and queue it up to be set on a rotating minecart. And that rotating minecart fills all these hoppers underneath with lava buckets. It looks like they just got all used, though. I think he was using it to cook a whole bunch of stuff. But that's how that works. Yeah. It took me a long time to make it. It was a lot of fun, though. And then as the lava buckets get used, this dropper will fill. And every time you throw put a new item in that hopper, the hopper will send a pulse to this, which will give you a new empty bucket. So if the machine was properly completely filled, you wouldn't even have to go get buckets. It would give you a new bucket every time you put a bucket in it. You do all of that, the items get smelted and sent through a hopper chain that comes over here, where this, with all the poop blocks and some buckets, filter it so that only buckets will get pulled down here, and everything that's not a bucket will go into these chests. So it was a really, really fun build. I got my giant bee farm over there for a ton of honey. I made this automatic wool farm because we needed wool for stuff. We got a lot of wool, and it only pushes items in if you use use this little redstone tick loop that I made to auto send items up. I do really like this design for a redstone tick loop where it cancels itself out constantly. While I was doing all this stuff, my buddies were doing some other stuff, so I'm gonna go show. You get to see, I'm gonna go into spectator mode to show you guys just how much area I flattened while watching videos, learning how to use learning algorithms and stuff. Because I was just gonna make that courtyard back there, and I kept going. It looks like Odd has started putting staircases on everything. He shouldn't have done this. I'm not done flattening this area over here. Oh well. That tower over there is the marker for the automatic iron farm that my buddy from high school made because he joined us. Works really, really well. I flattened it and lit it up properly so monsters don't spawn above it. But it's a pretty normal iron farm. You've got a bunch of villagers in boats being a bunch of villagers being terrorized by zombies in boats. Looks like the zombie despawned out of that one. And that one. I wonder if someone killed the zombies. I'm gonna have to put new zombies in this. That zombie's still there. Those zombies are still there. I gotta put it in the other one. It's only going at half capacity right now. We also went super fucking far away to find a village. And we grabbed a bunch of villagers and brought them over. I took a whole bunch of them and put them in a complex over there that I'll show off. And then my buddy, who was making this, took 2 villagers and bred them so we can fill the rest of the complex. And we got a couple backup villagers. Anytime we need a new villager, we just set this line of rails to go where we need them and press buttons for however many villagers we need. And it just yoinks them and takes them away like this. Sends them all the way to the base. So that villager is going to be sitting all the way back in base when we get there. Because it's connected to the mine cart system that brings it all the way to the center of the base. Down in here, we got the actual iron farm, which is not running at max capacity because it looks like some zombies despawned. But iron golems spawn because the zombies terrorize the villagers. The villagers send out a help signal, and it spawns iron golems in the area up there where they fall down, get lavaed. This hopper system drags the items down to this auto crafter, which fills this chest with iron, but there's none in it except for all the way down here, and it's kind of breaking. Because I built a one chunk loader by throwing a ender pearl in that, and I guess it wasn't enough space being loaded, and something desynced and it started making nuggets and plates. So I'm gonna remake this and fix it because there's a lot of things in it that could have been done differently. But my buddy took care of this. I wasn't gonna encroach on his stuff, but he hasn't played with us in a while. Like, he hasn't been on in like 2 weeks. So I started fixing some of the stuff that he left behind that were a little bit broken. See, golem shows up, gets sucked down, something gets made. That's how it works. It's a pretty simple bare bones one. And I want to make more of them in the area. I guess you're wondering why there's all these beds everywhere. It's because that way you're never, no matter how far away you are, there's a bed you can sleep in. So that we can keep monsters from spawning. Even though all these sea lanterns are properly spread out to make sure that monsters can't spawn in any of the places I've flattened. Now, Granster, where did you get all those sea lanterns? Would you like to find out? Because we have unlimited sea lanterns, prismarine blocks, and cooked salmon and cooked cod. I'm going to show off this after I show off the other thing. Yep. I made a guardian farm, and I made a crazy good guardian farm. It's the first time I've ever built machinery above the roof of the nether. I've never done it before. It was pretty fun. I enjoyed it a lot. It's really cool. We're made in survival. Yeah, all of this is survival. Hi, buddy. Give me that. My buddy, before leaving, did make an auto chicken cooker right there, and that was the closest thing I had to a house for a while. But I flattened under it and just left it floating. You have a good night, Geode. That is Odd's storage house, and that is Odd's auto farm. Here is the villager complex that has, like, every enchantment in it. I set that up. I'm pretty happy with it. And you can see other machines hooked up to this giant thing here. I'll show that off afterwards because I trivialized EXP. Yeah, I've been doing stuff while you've been not playing the game at all, Bone. Yeah, I flattened all the way out there. I'm going to flatten this, and I'm going to continue flattening this. Once I'm done showing stuff off, I'm going to yap for a bit longer and talk about stuff that's been going on while I do more flattening over here because I want to get all this to be nice and flat so that I can make a project that I want to do over there. But in order to make a guardian farm, I had to find a sea temple. We found 3 sea temples that are actually kind of close, but this is the closest one, and it's still a pretty decent long distance away. So I had to run all the way over here and get all of the materials. Thankfully, at this point, iron is not... Iron has more... It's more easily accessible than dirt, because I don't have to dig up the iron. It's just everywhere. We have tons and tons of blocks of them. So making hoppers and rail tracks. I have like 6 piglin farms in the nether. They aren't automatic. You have to manually do it. But they exist. I have piglin farms nonetheless. So getting gold once I had a looting 3 sword became really easy. And anytime I need gold for like powered rails or anything, I just go hit each of the piglin farms once and then leave. The only downside about this guardian farm is it uses the roof of the nether. And it uses large nether portals that are desynced in order to suck all of the guardians that spawn up and put them into a portal, pop them out in the nether where they flop around while a redstone clock flips every once in a while to release them back into a portal that is connected to a portal that is all the way up here. And then it just funnels them all into a nice little tube where they drop down to have half a health bar, and I can kill them safely. Getting EXP is nothing. EXP is not a problem at all. That's why everything's enchanted. I don't have to worry about it in the slightest. I come over here, I can put this thing back in the chest so that I don't gotta worry about it. I've got all these chests with items and hoppers. I've got a sword called the... Where's the fucking... Who took the sushi knife? When I find out who took the sushi knife, I swear. I made a sword that has all the best enchantments, specifically so people can use it here. No, I didn't lose it. He found it. Just like my pick. But yeah, you just walk down here and you go... Unlimited EXP. If you let it build up enough, you make EXP faster than you can consume it. It just keeps coming. All the items get washed to the side for the most part. I'm able to just repair all my equipment whenever I want to. Absolutely nothing to worry about. I can put an item in my offhand if I want to repair it like that. I never have to worry about gear getting broken, and even if I were to die and lose every item, the next load is going to be bigger. Usually the first 2 drops of them are kind of weird because it only starts loading in when you come with... There we go. When you come within render distance. That's the only time it starts loading. Look at all these yummy little fishies. And because I have fire on my sword, all the fish they drop is cooked. So I have unlimited cooked cod. One of my buddies, Cheese, he'll come over here and just enchant books constantly with the unlimited EXP he gets. That's why there's these anvils and this enchanting area here. Got so many of them. Okay. Yeah, this is why we have unlimited sea lanterns. We literally can't use them fast enough. There's a bunch of prismarine bricks, even more prismarine bricks. All these chests are full of shit. At this height, we're just the right distance to only load guardians in that chunk. And under the water is all soul sand that pushes the guardians up through that scaffolding, where they flop around until they go into the nether portal. And then they spawn in the nether. More start spawning down there because there's ones in the nether. The ones in the nether get pushed through here. I kill them, which opens the spawn count, which spawns more of them down there. Just permanent, constant, unlimited EXP. Levels are not a problem. They never will be. Even if we lose all of our gear, we can make another one like for free. The only thing it costs is the emeralds and the books. So obviously... I had to get villagers with the right enchants, right? Let's go see how I went about that. Because I got villagers with all of the good enchantments. I got 2 rows of carpenter villagers that we can sell paper to in order to get emeralds. Yeah, like everyone was playing constantly when I was in the middle of working on everything. And then when I had to relearn a whole bunch of stuff in order to get shit to work right, I started playing this passively in the background while learning things, and everyone stopped doing shit. I think Odd is the only one that has done anything in like a week. Cheese rarely comes on, and all he does is enchant books over and over and over again. My buddies from high school haven't really come on. I know one of them is like about to have a daughter. He already has a son, and he plays Arma a lot, so I know he's distracted. But man, as soon as I start playing, suddenly no one's on anymore. I really wanted to get the rarest trim in the game, which is the silence trim. You can only get that from the ancient city. And I looked through 14 ancient cities before finding one. That's what I'm wearing. That's why I have a whole bunch of extras here. There's an extra copy of it all over the place because I don't want to lose it. I had to go through 14 ancient cities and loot them entirely in order to find them. It took days. But I learned how to make a warden fucker, which is a machine that completely disables the warden. So as long as I go over there and turn it back on, I can't spawn the warden. I could be as loud as I want. So that did make exploring all the 14 areas a little bit better. I didn't have to worry about the warden at all. It only works for one person though, so other people can still spawn the warden. Gotta be careful about that. But in order to get unlimited emeralds, my buddy from high school started making a automatic sugarcane farm, and my other buddy, who is the one that's about to have a kid, started making the sugarcane farm nicer. Well, he was learning how to use flying machines to make a flying machine sugarcane farm, and they both kind of goofed it up. My buddy that was making the flying machine didn't put the blocks in quite the right place so it would work, unless it automatically launched itself. Then it would desync and stop working. So I had to learn what he was trying to do and learn how to make flying machines and how to use hopper clocks better in order to get it to work. But I did it, and I also learned how to make binary extenders in Minecraft, which I understand the concept of because I learned C++. This hopper clock, every so on and so forth, will send a charge out of here that will lift and lower this. While this is down, the charge will be sent into this, which will lift and lower it. And while both of these are down, this will be lifted and lowered. While all 3 are down, each one takes 2 times longer to send off. So it's extending that clock up a factor of 5. And once the charge goes through this, it inverts the signal, which turns off this redstone, which flips down the hatch, which sends the flying machine off, and the flying machine takes off. I took the sugarcane area that my buddy was making, and I made it the right width, and I used waterlogged half slabs to make it the optimal amount of sugarcane, and I helped set up railroad tracks underneath it. So every 4 ticks in that first block will send out the railroad, or the minecarts. Because originally we had another hopper clock that was connected to this, and that was breaking for some reason. The hopper clock that was being stopped by a signal would break really, really bad and couldn't send minecarts. So I just made this as a workaround, and it works great. We send the signal over. It's disjointed just enough so that they're not always here, and they're going out regularly. We don't gotta worry about stuff despawning. If you ever gotta get in here to look at stuff, you stand in this corner and flip the switch, and then flip that. Now you can crawl around in the crawl space pretty easily. This goes all the way down. I can go back up, or go back down. And then all of it's fed through this. This is kind of a mess system. My buddy set it up. It works just fine, but it can be more optimal. And the auto crafter, it's just one auto crafter making paper. So I want to make a second auto crafter hooked up to the other half of them, because the sugarcane is only being fed through one hopper tick at a time. Which means every 3 hopper ticks, we make 3 paper that would go into this chest. We had a whole bunch of chests here. But I wanted to make an automatic storage and sending system, because if the paper can automatically be sent to the villagers, then we don't even have to make the trip. We can just do the trades and get unlimited emeralds, while the rest of the world automatically does it for us. So unlimited EXP, every trading and enchanting villager we could need. All that was left was this. And this took me way longer to do. It's a multi-road super stacker that splits into 3 alternative paths that feed into these 3 hoppers. The minecart comes through, gets up there, gets wedged behind this. This reads that it's there, and it sends out a pulse. So as long as it's here, it's going to try to turn this off. Oh, my face tracking was breaking. As long as this is here, this is going to try to turn itself off. But this, which is reading this chest, which is a dummy chest that's full of paper, is keeping this from pulling back. So this will stay out. As long as this, not even a month, I don't think. And I've only really been doing stuff for like 2 weeks, maybe 3 weeks. And it's been pretty passive and in the background while I've been working on other stuff. The minecart comes through, gets stuck there, and it starts filling it with the 3 hoppers that are connected to different thirds of all these chests. Once it is full, this... I can't remember exactly how it works. Once it's full, the sensor breaks here, because this is reading that there's items here. Or that there aren't items here. Because once it breaks through, that will turn on, which sends a signal to this comparator, which is being minused by the strength of a lever that's turned on, which will turn off that signal, which will pull this stone back, which will turn off that signal to here. This will pull back, it'll launch, and then it'll go back once this is no longer reading. It took a long time to figure out how the hell to get this to work. Nobody's guides helped at all. I had to learn a whole fucking principle of engineering in order to get this to work properly, because every single person's idea would not work for this, because this is full. Like, there's so much paper being generated here, my guy. It's nuts just how much paper is coming in here. And it's being constantly sent out. It goes through this track, which brings it all the way over to the villager complex that I have over here. Also, this is a TNT duper cobblestone generator that makes 7,600 cobblestone an hour when it's turned on. I really wanted to learn how those work, because that's a really cool thing that people have been doing. The tracks go all the way over here, where it comes up here and stops. Items start getting fed through that hopper into that barrel. This reads that there's items in the hopper, which turns off the track and keeps the minecart there. The hoppers feed down into this hopper system that just dumps paper into these chests constantly. So every once in a while, I come over here, grab a bunch of paper, and do trades. If this ever glitches, this should be on. The red light means this is full. The rest of it should be on too, and it doesn't always work. So I built this lever to soft reset it to see how much is actually there. There's sticky pistons under it connected to a redstone line. I grab it, come up here. These are all the emeralds that we've gotten so far. We've been burning a lot of them, but I've got almost a row of emerald block stacks. I got a couple stacks of books from all the ancient cities that I ransacked. Got a whole bunch of anvils here to put the enchantments on the items, and we have them. These are all paper vendors. These are all the enchantments. that are good. There's some farm ones there that Odd will sell his carrots to from his auto farm, so that's another source of emeralds. There's a guy you can sell arrows and sticks, or you can sell sticks to, and you can buy arrows from if you really want arrows, because now like this arrows are more rare than the emerald stacks are. There's a bunch more paper vendors, some more enchantments for all the tools. A sharpness 5 guy, more enchantments. These guys have yet to be used. I'm going to give them enchantments for like the mace. Once we go get a mace. Up here is all lit up with some lightning rods to keep the villagers from getting struck by lightning, because that was happening and they were turning into witches. It pissed me off. Also, there's one empty bed down here because Cheese, in his infinite hubris, traded paper to a villager that didn't have an enchantment yet and locked him into being a piece of garbage librarian. So I waterboarded and killed him in front of all of his family and left his empty bed here as a reminder to not lock enchanter villagers into ass. So this is just a reminder to not do what Cheese did. Don't lock villagers into shit trades, especially when they have other purposes. The villager hole that my buddy made is linked to this track over here. And right now the track is redirected to go over to the base, so any villagers that come over will be sent there. But if we need more villagers here, we just redirect that one rail and it'll send them right up here to that, and we can launch them into any hole that we want, lock them in, knock them off the minecart, and we're good. So we really do have unlimited villagers. The only thing limited is how many spaces we can put them in, but we can make spaces. I spent a while making this place look nicer because I like the way it looks. I really like the cyan color and the color of oxidized copper. So I've been doing a lot of polished deep slate, polished diorite, and then cyan stuff, twisted trees from the nether. I've been liking the way that all of this looks quite a lot. I really like this color scheme, which is why the Guardian farm has it. Thankfully, the sea lanterns are like the same color, so it all lines up perfectly. I did a little fashion glow up on the farm up here because I wanted to. I like the way this looks. There's a receiver that launches the thing back, but what I wanted to show off, I'm gonna go into spectator mode because I want you guys to see this. Obviously, this is made. I want you to see just how much area I flattened. That's how I got all the copper I have. Every single thing you see was hills, and I dug it flat using my max enchanted gear, netherite gear, and put sea lanterns the perfect distance apart from each other in order to make sure monsters can't spawn. I'm in the middle of flattening this still, but I'll get to that shortly. I flattened all the way up here, over here, all this open area here, all this over here. I spent a couple days doing this while watching YouTube videos learning stuff. I wiped out the village that was up here. I was worried that the villagers would cause a raid if we went under their house with the pillager debuff, but they changed that actually. You don't get the pillager debuff from killing the pillagers anymore. You get a potion that gives you the debuff if you drink it. So this village didn't need to die. I still stand behind what I did. If they really wanted to be alive so much, they shouldn't have let me kill them. There's a big mine under there, so I just built over it and left a shaft there. This goes all the way over to here. These hills were a lot of fun digging out. All this bamboo is surrounding Bones' house, by the way. I flattened all the way around. I filled Bones' bamboo with the occasional sea lantern, so it's nice and nice over here. Bone made his tunnel to be able to come over here, because this used to be a way bigger mountain until I flattened it down a bunch. And used amethyst to make this road into his house that he's got over here. We recently filled his house with boats, though, and he hasn't come on yet, so it's pretty funny. I like this. Look at all the chicken in the boats. That's pretty good. I've been doing a lot of pranks on people when they don't come on for too long. The first prank I did was I filled Odd's house with stone, and that was a bad prank because he died. I didn't know he logged out in his house. And he suffocated. And lost all of his stuff. He got the items, but he lost all the levels. He was pretty disheartened after that. But after that, I made it my goal for every prank I do to people to be annoying, but not malicious. So I helped Bone surround everyone's houses with bamboo. That was fun. Cheese didn't understand that you could cut the bamboo down fast with swords. So he spent way too long cutting it down. He got pretty grumpy after that, but it was funny. I put a redstone loop noise machine under Odd's house. And then when he came in, he went, "Oh, it's so loud!" And then I made a deal with him. I told him if he gives me all the parts back, I'll put it on top of Bone's house and surround it in obsidian. So we did. He went and got the obsidian while I built it up here. And Bone came on, he's like, "God damn it!" And he had to slowly break it out. And then I told Bone, "Hey, if you give me the parts from the noise machine, I'll go prank Cheese with it." Yeah, this has been a running chain. Using the parts of that one noise machine, I have pranked every single person in the server with it, where they will log in and it will be extremely loud. And they have to find out where the extremely loud sound of 2 trapdoors, 3 bells, 2 normal doors, constantly flipping every world tick. They have to find it. That's been funny. That's been good. What other pranks did I do to people? Trying to remember exactly what a few of them were. Fucking wandering villager over there. I know I named every single chest in the storage house that Odd made. That was fun. What else did I do? I did a couple different things, but I'm trying to remember exactly what were the things I did. Me and Bone rearranged the items in his house, and then I took Cheese's armor stand that he had with all his gear on it, and on Easter I made a crucifix outside of his house, and I crucified his armor. And that was good. That was pretty funny. I liked that. That was pretty funny. I also was trying to build an undetectable instant death landmine using skulk sensors, a shrieker block, 20 TNT carts, 4 things of obsidian, and a decent amount of wool, because the hope was with 20 TNT carts that can insta-kill a wither. So I was like, how do I keep anyone from messing with this? Because if a person makes sound, the skulk sensor gets it, the shrieker screams, everything blows up. But if a enemy or a monster or a mob sets it off, nothing happens, because the shrieker doesn't scream. So I put a tree above it, and I put signs all around it, telling everyone, don't approach this tree. This is the death tree. It will kill you instantly if you do anything to it. I don't care whether you think it'll be a joke. I don't care if you think it will be funny. I don't care if you think this is a bit. I really laid it on heavy. Really laid it on heavy. I took a picture of me, IRL, pointing at the tree and sent it to them in Discord and said, do not approach, touch, vandalize, surround, shoot, throw things, anything. Don't do anything at this tree. You will die instantly. Within 10 seconds of logging on, Cheese ran up to it and was completely wiped off the face of the earth. He called my bluff and he died for it. There was a giant crater where that was. That took a long time to set up, man. 20 TNT fucking carts is not super easy to make. It takes a lot of fucking gunpowder, and I don't have a gunpowder farm. But yeah, that was fun. He completely obliterated himself and left a giant crater. It was great. That was before I had the EXP thing working properly, so he wasn't even able to make his gear back yet. And this is my TNT duper cobblestone generator. All these chests are full right now because I turned it on and I won't turn it back on until they're empty again. But this whole goofy ass Looney Tunes machine is a TNT duper that dupes that TNT block there and drops it down into this, which then destroys all this cobblestone that gets washed in, like so. Turn the machine on, press the button, It makes cobblestone very, very fast. There's other cool machines that you can use cobblestone or TNT dupers for. Looks like someone took some items out of them. I guess I can fill it back up. It's kind of an ominous machine. It's fun. I have protection 4 on all my gear, so like it doesn't hurt me. I don't know why I stepped back. I can even drop in, like be down here to see it go off. Those hatches just keep dropping TNT. TNT blows up. All these leaves are waterlogged so they don't get destroyed. And then the lava makes new cobblestone here because the lava is touching the water as it spreads out. And it makes a whole row of cobblestone. The TNT blows it all up. Goes down. Like, look how much I have from just standing in it. So I could just swim through the lava to get out. I have protection 4 on all my gear, like I said. Lava is nothing to me. I'll just throw all this in here because... I might as well go into circulation. Any overflow will despawn anyways. I don't really care. Fuck, I started picking the... Oh, it's pushing the items down the fucking... Oh, I'm so stupid. Fucking throwing it into the stream right back at me. There we go. Anyways, with all the unlimited cobblestone, really all I have left to make is stuff that's just fun. I have unlimited cobblestone, unlimited iron that I'm about to make better. I have the best gear possible and I can make any amount of it I want. The emeralds make themselves because of a machine making the sugarcane, harvesting it, crafting it into paper, and sending it to the villagers. So what I need to make, one thing I need to make is a leather farm so I can make unlimited books. And I know there's some weird ways to make an completely automatic leather farm. And it would have to be completely automatic. I don't like making machines that I have to start. That's actually something I don't like about this. I don't like that I have to manually fill the lava in. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a huge kelp block farm. Probably either right here or behind that. Because dried kelp blocks are a pretty good source of fuel for furnaces. And as long as this isn't like permanently always running, or if I make the kelp block farm fast enough, it will be able to constantly be on and will never run out of fuel, and you don't even have to manually grab the lava. The lava circulator is still good because more lava is always nice to have, and always will be. But I don't like that it is a manual power source for an automatic smelter. We have so much iron just sitting around all over the place. And then that over there was the old storage house that Odd built. But he recently made a new one over here. And he's been moving lots of items over here and putting signs on all of it. Pretty decent amount of storage space. I would like to eventually make an auto sorter, because those are actually surprisingly easy to make. And then in the nether, we have 2 nether portals really far away for ice biomes, so we can eventually go get blue ice. And we can use the blue ice to make nether roads. That will be super fast. Otherwise, we have a unlimited source of cooked stone and a potion auto crafter, and I can set this up to just constantly make stone or infestation potions if I can find an allay. And if we go to the end and get elytras, I can make elytra wind tunnels, which are a new form of movement that lets you move like 8,000 blocks a second by using an allay to make a shitload of silverfish, and then using a breeze potion, which we get from the breeze rods that we get from the breeze mobs that are in trial chambers, which we're going to go hit up soon. to make wind charge potions, which make it so that when a mob dies, it does a blast of wind that knocks you back, right? That stacks. If you put a shitload of chicken or silverfish in a hole, infest them with all of it, and then kill them all, it will launch you. And I mean launch you. It will send you so fucking far away. But you can't control it. Unless you're flying. Elytras put you in a flying state. And the flying state lets you choose the direction you move when you are knocked back or launched. So all you have to do is get in the tunnel, start flying, it will blow up and launch you through a really long tube that keeps you from hitting the wall and killing yourself. And you will go thousands of blocks per second. And because elytras lose durability per second, not per block traveled, it will take like no durability. And you can set one up to be omnidirectional in every direction. So it's like, oh, you want to go... I built a house 60,000 blocks that way. Just take the elytra wind tunnel for like 5 seconds. You'll get there. It's really that easy. And I'm very excited to do that. Automatic tree farm. That's one thing we haven't done. I've been putting that on the back burner. I had my orchard here, but then I cut it down because I wanted to flatten everything. And my original plan was to put another orchard 10 blocks above this exact. And I was going to start making tiers. This is before I flattened everything. But I wanted to make this like a tiered terrace that keeps going higher and higher. And I wanted to make a ring that's above all of our houses with slime block elevators that'll launch you up onto it. Because then when you're up there, you can use like rail systems or boat highways with ice. But that all got put on the back burner because I wanted to do other stuff. And I needed to do stuff that didn't take my attention. Because if I had to pay attention to make it, like these machines, I couldn't do a lot of the work that I was doing while doing it, which is why when I was watching videos to learn things, I'd just mine and flatten the areas. And then when I was doing things that required actual like button clicking and attention, like working on the model, fixing it and updating it and adding all the new things in it that make a model worth money so that I can know exactly how to do it. I just set AFK by the farms, letting them do their thing. And then Odd made a forest over here that he was using. But then we moved everything over that direction. So we haven't made another tree farm yet. I do gotta make one though. But before doing anything else, I'm going to start flattening this mountain some more while we shoot the shit for a little while. Lots of talking. I don't get to yap this often. I have actually been getting like in touch with some family and friends that I haven't seen in a while lately and have been yapping a bit, but not quite as much as this. Hopefully I don't lose my voice. I almost always do when I first come back. Where is the diamond chest? I need a diamond shovel. They're over here, right? Diamonds, there we go. I had to make another diamond shovel and I'm gonna super enchant it real quick. Sticks. There's sticks by the wood, I think, yeah. There we go. Make a diamond shovel. I'm not going to worry about making it nether right now. What I do need to do is I need to grab all the enchantments that a shovel would want. And then go to the Guardian farm. Try and get my hands on the best version. Because my shovel keeps almost dying. I can dig through dirt so fast, but it loses durability very, very quickly. Hold on. Yeah, there we go. Alright. Let's grab some books. Fortune 3, Efficiency 5, Unbreaking 3, Mending. Actually, I don't need the fucking farm. I could just make that right now. Let's grab some stacks. It's Fortune 3, Efficiency 5, Unbreaking, and Mending. Okay. It's my Efficiency 5. Give me one. Mending. Give me one. Ending. There's fortune. There's not much that you actually get from putting fortune on a shovel, but it does make getting flint guaranteed when you dig up gravel, which is actually nice. No, enough. I need unbreaking. Yeah. I need unbreaking and I need fortune. Okay. I did find out that swords and shoes, though, they can't be fully upgraded using just books. Eventually, the cost of the upgrade gets so high that the anvil doesn't let you do it, actually. So, I'm gonna have to... What you have to do is, if you want to have boots with all of these enchants, or a sword with all of these enchants, you have to get at least one or two of them from actually enchanting it. But with a complete constant source of EXP like the one at the Guardian farm, do you have that? Like, you could just enchant it. Oh, this doesn't have one or two of the enchantments you want? Okay, disenchant it. Try again. Just rinse and repeat. Over and over and over again until you're happy. There we go. And yeah, I've been naming all my items. References to all sorts of stuff. Just because I can. I got a skeleton horse named Invincible. I really like that reference a lot. I got the Dark Slayer from Kingsfield. It used to be the Holy Sword of Moonlight, and then it turned black because of the netherite, so now it's the Dark Slayer. Ruinous Boots, Deathwalker's Seath's Armor, and Seath's Helmet, which is all the black armor set from Kingsfield. Eternal Snow, Crescent Moon Axe, Limitless. My X is the hoe, and then the Trident is named after Gargura. So, let's just go start digging a lot. I actually don't remember how I made the last tree farm that I made. Maybe we can do that. I mean, I know I have the parts, but I don't know any schematics for it. I did find, apparently the Minecraft community is being tortured by ChatGPT. Because I guess ChatGPT has a loose understanding of redstone. Because it's, you know, read a lot of posts and messages and video transcripts and stuff on how redstone works. So you can actually ask the newest version of ChatGPT, hey, how would I make this machine? The problem is, well, it kind of understands it. It doesn't understand it very well. And people have tried to ask it how to make things, and it will give them directions, and it will be completely wrong. Almost always, if it's anything even slightly complicated, it will be wrong. It's close to being right, but not quite there. And then, you can also get ChatGPT to render you an image of the redstone machine, if you want. But it's not right. You can see why its information is getting a little mixed up. It's just assuming that fucking redstone sources can come from nothing. Someone's like, how do I make a hopper that moves items from a barrel into a chest? And it rendered an image. It had a picture of a fucked up looking chest with a line to it that says barrel. It has a redstone torch coming out of thin air. There is a comparator that has an iron door inside of it. It has a line to a floating diamond, and it says hopper. And then it has a line to a hopper that says dispenser. And then it has a line to a block that does not exist. Like, it's real fucky looking. It's actually really funny. But no, this has been the bulk of my days adjusting to all the new medication. I'm really happy that the medication's actually working. I wish I just mindlessly listened to my doctors a long time ago. My doctor tried to get me on Adderall like 2 years ago, and I was scared, you know? You hear about medication like Adderall and, you know, it's habit forming. It's a controlled substance. I don't want to be on a controlled substance. Ironically, I've never had problems with a controlled substance ever. And I've been on real high strength medication. My dad was telling me when I was talking to him about it all yesterday. Because this is all very recent, actually. I haven't even been on the Adderall for a month. I only recently was asked to work more hours when I thought I was going to be fired. You know? So I got off my ass and I wanted to finish doing everything I was doing because then I'd have a nice thing. There's a lot of other stuff that I haven't showed you guys yet. Because a lot of the stuff isn't stuff that I'm necessarily going to show off. There's the ref sheet, which I will be posting. If you guys really want to see it now, I can tab out and open it up. Because I am pretty happy with it. I finally got a ref sheet made, and I got the short story written. I was really happy with how that turned out, because I had to restart the short story a ton. Like, a ton. I understand those use ChatGPT to write their college assignments. I can't either. Like, don't get me wrong, I cheated in school. But my cheating was different. When I was in high school, what I did was I found out that all of our teachers' learning curriculum books exist on the internet. And I just look up the teacher's version that has the answers in it. That's what I did. That's the teacher's damn fault for following a random fucking curriculum book instead of coming up with actual questions. Why not use a beacon with haste 2? We haven't killed I'm going to do that. We haven't killed a wither yet. I have all the parts for it, but I told all the guys, like, I made this realm for you. The stuff I'm doing in the background because it's something I'm enjoying doing. And I don't want to do any major milestones or anything without them. I want to make a wither farm. I also want to make a wither rose farm. I also want to make a, I want to do all that stuff. I want to go get an elytra. I'm going to go slam a trial chamber until I get the parts for a mace. There's all these things I want to do, but I'm not going to do it without them. But after saying that, none of them are ever fucking on anymore. The automatic sugarcane farm, I didn't want to do that. That was my buddy from high school's project. And I was like, I will make the auto crafter and the movement system. I'll leave the stuff up there to you. Because he's enjoying doing it. He wanted to learn how to use flying machines and stuff. Same thing with the iron farm. I haven't messed with it because it's his thing. And as someone who knows how complicated random redstone machines can be if you don't know why it's working, and I usually have to build it myself to understand it, I knew if I made any changes to his flying machine, he wouldn't know what the hell happened. He'd have to make it himself to understand it. Which is why I built like a binary extender to see if that fixed the problems with his flying machine, and it didn't. Eventually I found out it wasn't the redstone clock that was causing problems with his flying machine. His flying machine wasn't resetting properly because he had the receiver block on the wrong side. So the flying machine was actually sliding one block under the receiver, which it had to do to come to a resting position. The problem is, for some reason, if a redstone clock, not a player signal, launched it, it would break it. And the last little pull it has to do to go into a proper resting position wouldn't happen. And for whatever reason, without that pull, the machine can't reset itself properly. Every time you manually restart it, it won't work because it tries to move forward because it hasn't been fully reset in the forward position yet. And it can't. So it just wouldn't work. And I thought maybe it's the redstone or the hopper clock or something, because it was only breaking when the machine did it itself. But it was breaking because the machine did it, but the machine normally can't break it like that without, or if the receiver is on the right spot. So I went like 2 weeks not messing with it, and I'm not saying this out of anger for my friend. My friend, he only recently started playing with us. He was a friend in high school that I would occasionally see for like D&D stuff. I've known him since I was 2. He's a really good friend of mine. And he was one of the many friends that I lost all contact with for the most part. Back in the day when my ex ruined all of my friendships and family ties. Like the 3rd time. So one day we were shooting the shit because he saw I was playing Bloons Tower Defense. And he brought it up while we were playing Beyblade. He's one of the guys I play Beyblades with. And I brought up, I'm like, hey man, if you want, like me, some of the other friends from high school that you haven't seen in a long time, we're playing Minecraft if you want to join. Like, the Discord that we're playing in is something I fucking control. And there's no drama whatsoever allowed in it. You cheated not only the game, but yourself. You didn't grow, you didn't learn, you took a shortcut, cheated nothing ventured, nothing good. Exactly. I honestly think I kind of did that to some of my friends. With the super ridiculous Guardian farm I made. I'm so happy that the Guardian farm works. That is the most complicated piece of pseudo machinery I have ever made in Minecraft, and I loved making it. It was so much fun. Getting to go to the roof of the Nether for the first time was awesome. There's all sorts of stuff I can do. I saw someone had a system for a teleporter to instantly teleport you to a whole bunch of predetermined areas using a Ender Pearl suspension system and chunk loaders with item filters above the roof of the Nether. It's so insanely complicated. And I want to do it so bad, man. Oh, that'd be so fun. I probably will eventually do it, but it's not super high on my priorities. I'm going to bring a bed over so I don't have to walk that far to unload all my chests worth of dirt and cobble. But when I made the Guardian farm, and after we made the paper farm and stuff, they don't have to work to make anything anymore. They have unlimited cobblestone. They have unlimited emeralds, unlimited books, unlimited EXP. Literally the only thing they have to do is go get the netherite. And I made a giant mine shaft in the nether at Y16, I think, that just goes insanely far in every direction, and I've gotten a shitload of ancient debris from doing that. I also did get pig step. I spent a day trying to find the pig step disc, and I do have it. Ugh. But I made it so fucking easy for them. They don't have anything that they have to do. I think you can go fight stuff. You know what they say? I don't even remember where I first heard this. A resourceful man will make do with nothing. A creative man will make do with everything. I guess they're just not very creative now, are they? They have their hands on everything and don't know what to do with it. The power of the sun in the palm of their hands. This is the right height, right? Yeah, cool. Finally down to the right height. Most people will have their 2-week Minecraft phase where they make an iron farm and they get a villager complex, and then they make all their gear, they get an elytra, and then they quit. Because they're like, alright, there's nothing else to do. Nah. There's so much you can do. So many fun things you can make. I know I'm a bit of a nerd, and I really enjoy the process of making machines in Minecraft because it's interesting. I find it very interesting, and it actually has been insanely good for my cognitive ability. It's like a puzzle. Every time I think of something that I want to make, I gotta figure out how to do it. And I never do it right the first time, but I eventually get it figured out. And that's straining the brain to understand what's happening and do what you remember you have to do. It's been really good for my cognitive ability. I can remember things way better. The medications also help with that, though. That's not just me fucking... I'm not gonna pretend Minecraft is healing my brain. The medications are helping a lot. With all the extra background noise being silenced, I'm able to think so much better. I will say, though, Adderall, at least for me, I know I've been saying that, like, I have a ridiculously weird fortitude, okay? And I know I do, and maybe it's just me. Adderall is nothing like what I've heard. All I've ever heard people say is that, like, oh, I get super wired and I start doing everything and I get all energized. I don't get that way. I just feel like I'm awake. But I feel like the first day I tried the current dose I'm at, I felt good for the first time since I was a kid, since I was a teenager. And I sat there at my workplace and I thought to myself, and I realized I haven't had energy like this and I haven't focused like this since I was 19. It was crazy. Like, actually insane. I felt like I had woken up for the first time in many years. And I'm very, very happy about it. Nanomachine, son. I later made jokes. I'm like, damn, I need to stop questioning what my doctors tell me to do more often. I'm finally on a medication that actually works. 'Cause I had 2 doctors try to get me on Adderall. Albeit both of them were in the wrong for it. Still, everything would have been better if I did it anyways. It is kind of crazy that like, everything is on the up and up for me. Like, besides my emotional stuff, which has improved because a lot of the stress that I had is gone right now. I'm on the medication. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go see my dentist pretty soon because that gap under one of my fillings can become a major problem. And if the wisdom tooth that's growing in is cutting up my cheek to the point that I can get an infection, I gotta get that taken care of very, very fast, because if I get an infection, I'm fucked. But aside from that, I'm medicated. I got medication to help me wake up. It still isn't quite enough for me to have a healthy sleep cycle, because if I am sleep deprived, I'll still sleep well on 30 milligrams of Adderall. And that's what pushed my doctor to be okay with me trying a stronger medicine. When she was first talking about what medicine I should try to help me wake up, she was like, I don't know how strong of a medication we want to go with, because you're on gabapentin and amitriptyline, and it can be pretty risky to take uppers and downers at the same time. And she was like, how much do you take? Like, what's it like when you take it? How quickly do you pass out? And I was like, ma'am, I don't pass out. No, I take max. Hey, Taryn. You missed a lot of yapping. I'm sorry. But, my doctor was like, I told her, I take max dose gabapentin, amitriptyline, melatonin, and delta 9. She's like, yeah, how quickly do you pass out? I'm like, I don't. Hey, look, the machine's going. Yeah, I told her I don't. And she looked at me with the most stunned and confused face I've ever seen from her. It's like, what do you mean? I'm like, no, I take all those pills and then I lay in bed for 8 hours. And I don't sleep. I usually have to take them super early in the night and hope that I didn't wake up too late. Otherwise, I'm fucked. She's like, you don't pass out from it. No. So she put me on Adderall. Because she's like, your fucking constitution's gotta be insane. And you've knocked down the medication that you take to sleep by a ton. I take way less. So she was more than okay with me trying it. It's kind of crazy. I kind of have just I keep telling everybody when I talk to them about this, The world is lucky I have a fucking conscience. Because I have way too much power to do wrong. I have a unlimited, unquestioned, and instant prescription writing for almost any medication that I can think of a reason to have. To any level that's allowed to be given to me from a pharmacy. I should have been fired. I should have lost my job. I should have. I am legally unfit for my workplace. And when I told them every restriction I have, and I gave them the piece of paper from my doctor telling them that I'm going to need a ton of restrictions in order to do my job, and even then I won't be able to do it fully. I should have been fired, and I wasn't. They fired everyone else. They gave me free reign to do whatever I need to at the workplace to do my job. I can wear any clothes I want. I don't gotta follow a dress code. I don't have to interact with customers at all. I can work extra hours if I feel like it. I can take breaks whenever I need to. At any time. Like, that my dad was making jokes like, you must be working really fucking hard for them and be a really fucking good worker if they're gonna fire everyone else except for you. I'm like, I mean, yeah, but no matter how good of a worker I am, legally I shouldn't have the job. But corporate has given me everything. I got a raise. I get to choose my hours. I can select any restriction that I want. I can tell anybody no. It doesn't matter if I'm on the clock. If a customer's here for something and it's my job to get it, I can say no. I can say, nope. I'm worn out. I'm exhausted. I'm hurting. I can't do it. And everyone that's new and is being trained in is being told by the managers if he says no, it means no. Period. Treat it like I'm telling you no. So I get to control the other people in the workplace. I'm the head of my department. The only operations guy, well, not anymore. The only operations guy in the northern fucking half of Minnesota. They hired a new guy and got him trained in yesterday, which was my last day before these 2 weeks that I'm taking off so that I can go over to North Dakota and see my psychoneurologist that I've been waiting 6 months to see, and they can do a full evaluation, right? So he's kind of trained in. Hopefully he survives. I wish him the best of luck. He gets to find out what it's like to be me. But he is full-time, so he gets a lot of benefits that I don't get, and he gets paid better than I'm ever going to get paid. Ever. But no, like, our store doesn't have a security system. We're too small. Yeah, we have security cameras, but those security cameras aren't being monitored. And we have fucking fake alarm systems in the front. Because we have this stuff that we put on the items so that if people walk past the front door without taking it off and try to steal it, it'll set off alarms, right? They're fake. They don't work. Every time somebody leaves the building with something that has one of those and the alarms don't go off, our managers freak out. It's like, oh shit, we can't have people who want to steal from us know that they don't work. And lots of places have that. Lots of places have fake security cameras and have signs saying that you're being recorded when you aren't. Or have fake things set up at the door. Exactly. Like, at most you have a couple constantly running for insurance claims. No one monitors it. And you have a lot of things that are there to tell customers, hey, we got cameras. All you need is the thief to see a camera pointing at them. It doesn't matter if it's a real camera. They will be deterred from stealing. Always. It's a completely normal thing that tons of stores do. Fake security cameras are available aplenty for people. I've worked at 3 stores that have had fake security cameras. But, there's no security cameras monitoring anything. And as the only operations associate in the store, I handle every delivery and every order. I could steal anything I want. I could. No one's gonna stop me. I walk out of the building with customers' items all the time, bringing it out to them. No one ever questions it. If a person in the store sees me walking out the door with a $7,000 set of things on a cart, they're not gonna stop me and make sure it's an actual thing for a customer. They trust me to bring out the right stuff for the customer. They trust me not to steal. That's a fantastic feeling. That's why I'm saying, like, I get way more power and trust than any one person should. If it was anyone who isn't me, hearing that someone has this access would put me on edge. Drastically. But, I mean, I guess it pays to be trustworthy. It pays to work for a corporate entity for 6 years and never steal. It pays to be actively, constantly doing my job and doing everything I can to understand every system that corporate puts in so that I'll know why it breaks when it does. That's another way that I've been getting on my manager's good side lately. Since I'm the only person, we're super short-staffed. Insanely short-staffed. And when I come in, I look at the lists of orders and I go back to the store manager and I tell him, just letting you know, our order grabbing time is going to be abysmal dog shit this week. He's like, okay. Then I go about my day. I go out, I grab stuff, I get it all together. I help customers, I make things work. I work with other people in the store. I do all my work to the best of my ability and I take my time and I slowly do it. Because I'm being driven on nothing but Adderall and Monster Energy and I cannot overdo it. The days I push myself too hard, I regret it the day after. But I do what I gotta do. I said I once had an experience of being the most trusted person in the team. Was very clearly insincere. Yeah, but I've been trusted for so much for so long that I know that they trust me. Like, by all accounts, like, I'm sorry I keep repeating. You know, I'll read what you say. First on the job, I added to the team of Mexican people who had been there for years. Yeah? I was the only person who got handed the client's door key. That's crazy. That is crazy. Wow. Yeah, that's nuts. That's actually nuts. That is insane. Also, if you wonder why I'm breaking the sea lanterns with my axe has silk touch. And if you don't break the lanterns with a silk touch item, they break into pieces. And I don't need pieces, I need lanterns. But like corporate, anytime that I interact with anyone in the district or anyone in the corporate scene, I'm met with fear because they're scared of me. For some reason, they're really scared that they're gonna try to correct me on something I have legal clearance to have. So they hide from me. Like, they don't want to say or do something that can get them in trouble. You know how corporate people are. They're terrified of lawsuits above all else. They know that I'm working well. So whenever I do interact with them, it's handshakes and back pats and appreciations and so on and so forth. Like, I like my job. I was never supposed to work it as hard as I was before. I worked myself to being blind. I was exhausted. My coworkers sucked. And I was told I was going to lose it. I didn't want to lose it. My game plan since I was a teenager was get a good part-time job that I can do to cover bills. And do all the other stuff that I want to learn how to do in the meantime. 3D modeling, animation, sound work, voice work, drawing, graphics design, eventually the VTuber stuff that I've been learning how to do a lot of. Hell, I learned how to use machine learning to make a new fucking hand and arm tracking software that can track my shoulders just because the one I was using can't. I'm passionate about this stuff. I love this stuff. And that's the one upside of me losing my job was I guess I'll have all the time in the world to try and do something with it, right? But that's a lot of pressure, and that would be doing it for money. And don't get me wrong, I regularly have to convince myself that something's monetarily worth it to even do it. Even though I don't have to. Like, learning Japanese. I wanted to learn Japanese for a really, really long time. What got me to finally do it? convincing myself that a small raise from the corporate entity I work for, from knowing a second language, would be worth it. Even though I'm not even 100% sure I'd actually get the raise because I'm part-time, right? But it was a monetary reason, so it pushed me to do it. When I made my first VTuber model, I told myself, like, I want to learn how to use perfect sync and iFacial mocap to add, you know, really, really high quality physical features to my model. Face tracking to be improved and expressions to be improved, everything. I wanted to learn how to do it, but it was a lot of work. And I would have to get an iPhone that's newer in order to even do it. So what did I convince myself? I convinced myself, hey, lots of VTubers get big breaks because their model gets updated, right? So what, we flattening this hilltop for this new base? I have flattened all of this hill to this level because I need more space here. I want to expand the sugarcane farm once or twice more. We will continue flattening over to this height over here, because that's what it is. I want it to be symmetrical with the other side. And then I want the hill to go down to that level. And I want that level to be the consistent flatness all the way out here, all the way to the water level over there. And over to that. Because once it's all nice and open like that, I can start dividing sectors and chunks to make multi-chunk loaders and farms. I want to take that iron farm over there and bring it over here, so it will be running while I'm doing stuff with this. I want to add another one next to it, maybe even 2 more after that, to increase the iron production higher. Because I'm gonna need a fucking lot of iron to make the instant teleporter I was doing. Originally, I just wanted to flatten that courtyard and make it tiered. One night, I passively was watching videos, learning stuff, and then occasionally taking breaks to watch some analog horror. I recently watched, I got caught up on Prehistoric Emergence, which is alright. That's a good one that I didn't think I'd really like, because I was like, come on. It's an analog horror about dinosaurs showing up. Like, that's interesting, but it can't be that scary. But they've actually tied in a lot of really cool, like, cosmic god level ideas behind it. Like the openings of the holes being from gods that live under the world and are judging humanity by sending one specific dinosaur that will evolve and grow and watch. And I'm like, you know what? That's fucking cool. Because like, if humanity kills it and attacks it, those gods are gonna fucking punish humanity. This is like T-Rex Jesus. And I'm like, that's cool, that's interesting. But there was another one that recently came out. I don't remember what the first one the guy made. It was a dude who made an analog horror about cave diving. And this was before the cave diving memes were all around. So this was actually right before that became popular, and it actually did boost its popularity a lot. And the idea behind that analog horror series, it was really well made, is that these two friends find a cave that hasn't been explored. And they explore it, and they go down into it, and once they get to a really low part, they hear a noise. And they find this little opening in the wall, this really tiny opening. And they can hear air coming from it, and feel wind. And air doesn't just happen that far underground. Which means that hole connects to a source of air. That hole connects to the outside world. And they become fascinated with it. And as they slowly dig and break over many, 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 many days, we get to watch like video footage of them recording the whole thing. And watching their intrigue turn into obsession as they start hearing sounds from the other side of the hole. And they start, occasionally, like, they'll hear screams or breathing coming from the other side of the hole. And it will, like, just stop. The airflow will stop. Everything will stop. Like someone closed the door. So they become even more interested. Their fascination grows and grows and grows to an unhealthy level. And then eventually, they get through. And on the other side, they find a whole bunch of caves. And there was something there. And it did have a door. hidden behind stones. It was a really cool analog horror. The payoff wasn't insanely great. I'm gonna just grab some chests and make more storage. But it was really high quality, and the guy was a great actor, and it was a lot of fun. So he made a new one called Hollow Birds. And all I knew about it was that people were being turned into dinosaurs. And I was like, what the fuck is up with all this fascination of dinosaur analog horror lately? But eventually I watched it because I was like, this guy is an awesome... This is going to bother me that it's off. I was a big fan of what the other guy did, so I knew it has to be at least kind of good. So I stream watching analog horror. I want to do that. I will be doing that every once in a while. I'm not going to be doing it full time like Immortal Marcus or anyone else, but it would be fun to do. Anyways, I was expecting some weird, goofy dinosaur analog horror, and instead, I got a genuinely awesome cinematic fucking experience. That was so good, it's insane. It was like earlier 2000s random indie movie production quality where they used like really cool practical effects for the transformation process and the monsters. And the story was amazing. It had a lot of really good twists. It had a lot of build-up and slow burns. There are times when you're wondering if everything's in the main character's head. There are times when you're like, there's no way it can be in his head. There's obviously something else going on. Then it gets subverted. It's like, okay, maybe... Like, it's one of those mind-bendy, super ridiculously well-made analog horrors. And it had a super satisfying ending. Straight out of, like a film, an actual film. It was so good. Or like this company has been using DNA taken from dinosaur samples to try and turn animals into dinosaurs. And eventually, they realize that it's not going to work properly, and the scientist comes up with this idea that they could use... Also, hello. They came up with this idea that they could use it on humans. Because if they, introduce the proper environment, and they put the DNA into a human being, they can turn a person into a dinosaur. And if they do that, then they have a person that they can talk to and use to have fucking dinosaurs. Woolly mammoths, tried to do that with woolly... Yeah, that's an actual thing that companies have done. Yeah, companies have used woolly mammoth DNA to try and make a woolly mammoth again by introducing it into an elephant, and to try gene science like that is a real thing that actually happens. Obviously, you can't take a Spinosaurus's DNA and put it in a fully grown adult and expect a dinosaur to pop out of it, right? But the scientist has this theory about the human soul, where the human soul is what would allow a person to transform, because it's that will to live that a normal animal lacks due to the inability to comprehend things at the level a human can. The soul is what would allow a human to be turned into a dinosaur. So they do a whole bunch of experiments. The guy gets his funding because these rich millionaires want to make, parks with dinosaurs in them, and completely safe dinosaurs that are humans that they can brainwash, and they can make a ton of money off of stuff like that, right? But it doesn't work because it turns out it does turn the people into dinosaurs, but there is a what they call a disease that happens. I can't remember exactly what it's called. Basically, as the cells in the person's body grows, it grows at a pyretization is what it's called. And the cells grow, and all the bones start, they don't grow with calcium. The bones and the skin develop like pyrite, the stone. And it would turn these people into dinosaurs, but it would turn them into dinosaur statues that are alive, technically, and can move, kind of, but they can't move very well, and they look stupid because they look like statues. They don't look like actual dinosaurs. They want a real dinosaur that can understand human language and that they can communicate with. So the scientist comes up with the theory that the reason it's not working is they're testing it on adults. You need a child whose soul has been broken and their mind has been bent to a degree that they're able to transform in a much more natural way, because they're still a growing human. Like, they got to introduce it right before the kid starts to reach the point of being an adult, when the brain has mostly already developed. So they sounds like Poppy Playtime. I thought so too, but it changes. They decide to test it on this guy, and the guy, his own mother, was part of the project. And he's going through the whole entire series. Like, for most of the series, he's like obviously really fucked up. And he starts it off with, he has these terrible nightmares, and he's been drawing the nightmares because it's like therapy for him. And his sister, who knows a lot about what he's been through, is like trying to help him. But the first like big twist we get is that the sister works for this company, and she's being tricked into thinking that she's helping him by giving him this medicine. But the medicine is the agent that introduces the DNA into him, right? And they get a whole bunch of stuff from these old storage places that are like pictures and videos and stuff from when they were kids with their mother, who has died as far as they know. And we get the pretty major twist that the sister is being tricked by the company into giving the guy the medicine. She's being kept away from the guy to continue to push his mental breakdown, and they send him images of him and his sister and his mom at this park that has dinosaur statues in it. You see where it's going? And he thinks that the dinosaur statues killed his mom, and he's having all these nightmares where he's seeing these statues of these dinosaur creatures, and he doesn't fully understand it. He's drawing all the images of it until eventually one of the dinosaur statues shows up at his house at night. And he's like, I'm not crazy. I can prove it. I'll get footage of it. And he goes out and he gets footage of this Triceratops statue. And his sister gets killed because she goes to try and help him because she finds out what the company's doing. And she gets killed by a different dinosaur statue that the company is in control of. And then the Triceratops has been showing up and checking on the kid because they didn't kill his mother. They turned his mother into a dinosaur. And that's why his brain subconsciously connects the Triceratops with the death of his mother. His mother was turned into one of the dinosaurs because she turned against the company. It's like, I don't want you guys turning my son into a dinosaur. So they turned her into a dinosaur to keep her from being involved with it. And then gaslit and controlled the sister. Basically, it all works for the company. They give him the the dinosaur DNA. The mother is killed. The Triceratops statue is destroyed. And they use the death of his sister and the destruction of his mother, whom he was terrified of, because they're like, yeah, that was your mom the whole time. Like, really rubbing it in. Like, that was your mother. You were scared of her, and now she's dead. If you would have stayed at the house instead of running out, you could have saved your sister. You could, like, they full on mind break torture this kid. They put him in a padded room, and they let the pyretization effect start. His body starts turning into pyrite, and it's gruesome. They have like practical effects for it, and it's really cool. Where he's got these chunks of stone just growing out of his skin, and his hands are being like clumped into these rock formations that are slowly starting to look like dinosaur parts. And he starts getting like teeth and his jaw starts to grow because he's going to turn into a T-Rex. And they're like, the prioritization is going as the other stuff went. It's a failure. It can't be working. They try one more time to egg the guy on. And yeah, the prioritization is happening, but he's not turning into a statue. And they pushed a little too hard. And he breaks out and he proceeds to slaughter the people in the facility, and it's really good. We get to see him like bite a dude in half. We get to see a guy's body where like his legs have been ripped off. We get to see like the POV of one of the guards that had cameras when he first broke out, as like the jaws, he turns around and the jaws are like right behind him. They wrap around him and it cuts from. It's so good, dude. It's like something straight out of a cool fucking snuff indie movie where like the hero, it turns out the monster was the hero, and the footage we saw in the beginning of a dinosaur killing all these people is the main character. And it's a revenge thing where he goes back. He fucking makes graves for his sister and his mother, and then he makes them pay for it. It's really good. And it's kind of set up to have a sequel. I kind of hope it doesn't have a sequel, because while it is amazing, that feels like one of those things where every time they do an edition, either the next couple editions will be amazing, and then it will lose track of the scope it was in before, and will suffer for it, or another entry just won't be as good as the first entry. Either way, I think it's good enough that it doesn't need to be continued. I think it was really good. I love it. It's called Hollow Birds, if any of you guys want to watch it. So high quality, and they used all practical effects for all of it. Absolutely top of the line analog horror. That guy is gonna go places if he keeps this shit up. What was that movie? It reminded me a lot style-wise. What was that found footage movie that came out a really long time ago, where a like alien asteroid or a spaceship lands? There's odd. Where an alien asteroid or a spaceship lands, and these kids find it, well, at a party that they're not supposed to be at, and it gives them telekinesis. Like all three of the kids start to develop the ability to like fly, to move really heavy objects with their mind. They get all these powers, and like the two of the kids are normal, but the third kid does not have a good home life, and his mother's dying because she's not getting medication, and he goes down a very dark path compared to the other ones, where he like uses his powers to steal a ton of money and blow up a gas station. I can't remember what it's called. It's a good movie. The Oracle, I think it's called. And eventually the one guy flies up into the air in like a tantrum, and the other guy follows him and gets killed because he is obliterated by lightning, and then he falls the entire length of how high he is and dies when he lands. And it ends in like a showdown between the kid who still has good intentions and wants to run away with his friend, and the other kid who's developed like this superiority complex where he's starting to believe that him evolving the way he has means he's more important and a greater being than the others. It reminded me of the quality of that film, because that film was also set as found footage and had a lot of practical effects, and it was like one of those indie films that had almost no budget but ended up being great. That's what it reminded me of. So maybe I'm kind of impartial to like it more, just because I like movies like that. Other than that, though, I've been meaning to watch more stuff more often, because, like I said, really all I've been doing while passively working on things, while I adjust all my medication and do the work that I'm trying to do, and I'm pretty much done with all the stuff that I had lined up, right? So I'm good. I gotta see if there's any way to get the hands to follow the shoulders. There really isn't. There's no way to have a VTuber model that never clips. Clipping is a normal thing. It happens all the fucking time with 3D models in general, but it would be cool if I could find a way to get the hands to raise and lower when the shoulders do. That would be a cool skill to have, because I looked all over and no one knows anything about how to do something like that. Be to bake the hands as part of the jacket? Yeah, but then you can't do the poses. Like, it's really cool. You can't do the poses. There's a lot of ways that the arms break if you try to move them. First of all, in order for you to have the arms set up as an entity with bones, you would have to make your own tracking system. And on top of make your own tracking system, you would have to have 4 other arms to be tracked. You could do like animations with the bones where you set idle animations that move it. But the problem with that is you can't do the poses if you do that. It's really not doable. I tried. There isn't a body tracking program out there that lets you send bone movement information to a model rendering program like VCFace. I would have to make a completely new program to do all of it. And that might be something I eventually want to do. But right now I'm not too worried about it. That's brute forcing it. I don't know the finesse yet. I can barely model at all, but I'm practicing. Hell yeah, dude. But what I ended up doing is it's shape keys, and I use toggles. If I hit the shape key, it will bend all the vertices to a predetermined shape key. So I can do stuff like this. I can rock on. I can pray. I can do all sorts of different stuff. I can go to a resting position. But because it's shape keys, the arms cannot move at all. If I set it up to a bone that will move the hands up and down, it warps like this. Shape keys are a only aspect or no aspect kind of thing. Same thing would happen if I had a jawbone as well as the lip movement. You can't just do that. It doesn't interact nicely. They're 2 different mediums of animation, movement, and toggling that are not meant to be used exactly at the same time. The only other thing is I could make, like you said, a completely different set of arms and make all of them but one of them like transparent, and then set the toggle to make different ones transparent. But at that point, like, I can only brute force so many things like that before the model ends up having too many vertices. And if I have too many vertices, it will no longer be something that can nicely run in the background of high workload games like, say, Monster Hunter. A big part of making VTuber models is optimizing it. You can't just take a fucking ZBrush sculpt or put fucking weight painting on it and then send it. It has to be reduced to a certain degree of vertices, a lot like a VR chat model has to. Because a lot of face tracking, arm tracking, and model rendering programs run off of JavaScript. And if you know anything about JavaScript, it's good, but it is not light on the RAM usage. Let's just say that. It's not light at all. Ugh, my mouth hurts. This tooth fucking sucks. Of course, I have a new wisdom tooth coming the very last year that a wisdom tooth can come in. Top. Yeah, there's different things you can do. Here's the thing. Let me look up the term for it. Yeah, here's the thing with that. You have to do it before you do shape keys and weight painting. You cannot redo the vertex count and rearrange it and maintain fidelity of shape keys and weight paints, because the shape key and the weight paint is specifically applied to the position of every vertex it moves. Which means if the vertexes get rearranged in the slightest degree, that vertex doesn't exist anymore in the shape key. So only the vertexes that didn't get condensed will move, and everything else won't. So like tiny occasional points on my lips would be moving, while the rest of my mouth would be permanently closed. And the jaw would start to break and stretch like an SFM animation where you pull the head too far apart. It's real nasty shit. So I can't like add all the arms, give them the shape keys and the animations, and then do it. I have to do one or the other. It kind of sucks that that's what my arm is bent to do, but I'm making it work. It works, right? This fix that I did, this isn't something someone mentioned on the internet. I had to come up with this myself in order to get it to work. I'm the only person as a 3D VTuber model with multiple reposable arms. It's something that isn't easy to do. You also got to be careful with changing the mesh shape when you retopolize things. It is good to do. You got to do it right. There's a lot of people who don't do it right, and you gotta do it to a degree where it still maintains visual integrity, and you got to make sure that like joints and anything that bends or moves are specifically condensed in the right way. You don't do it the right way, your elbows and your wrists and your neck and your fingers and all that will look like fucking garbage. And you'll get a ton of clipping, it'll look terrible. That's one of the usual telltale signs that someone hasn't done 3D modeling a lot when they make a VTuber model. Or when they do animations. If they made a model for animations and it ended up not being very good, because the bones suck and everything like that, that's probably why. They're probably not very adjusted to it. That's why, like, listen, people can bash porn animators up and down, left and right, okay? They are amazing modelers. People literally like, Overwatch was the biggest breakthrough for porn. 3D porn. PETA. The horse is here. He's riding my horse. That's what that was. It was a skeleton horse. But the physics, a lot of the physics that people use today for 3D animations and stuff, things like jiggle physics and collision and weight painting and stuff, it was it had a massive boom when Overwatch porn became a thing. Because people got access to the Overwatch models, and they went, how much can we make that jiggle? How smooth and real can we make that skin? Like, it's really good. It's incredibly high quality. And you can thank it directly for a lot of the animation breakthroughs that have happened. And it's not even a joke. It's not even a joke in the slightest. I loved reading about that and learning about it. Because there was a guy who used to do Blender guides for how to make VR chat models. Way back when that was the first animated model I ever learned how to make. Was how to make VR chat models. Yeah, that's true. Elizabeth from BioShock was the breakthrough, and Overwatch was the renaissance. We've got the invention of bronze, and then we've got everyone having way too much money and being able to sit around and think all the time and draw pictures and sculptures. There's lots of weird fucking breakthroughs that have happened because of stuff like that. But I can now safely and happily say, despite the fact that Uni VRM completely fucking died, and Unity fucked it up really, really bad. I recovered, readjusted, and relearned on a newer version of Unity, so I can do it all again. I did a whole bunch of stuff with colliders and physics. I did a lot of changes to what I understand about weight painting. I did more toggles. I made outfits that are connected at points, because I've never made a model that had like a skirt or anything like that. I've never made a yukata or kimono or dress or even extra baggy pants. I've never made. And when I make people their models, I want to be able to make anything that they can think of. I want to help them design an awesome character. And I want to make them everything. I want to give them the highest quality goods I possibly can. Animated backgrounds, overlays, graphic design. Hell, I can even make them a font. Background music, sting transitions, textures, outfits. I want to do it all. Just make the Dark Souls 1 channeler tunic. That's basically what I did. It's not colored like the channeler tunic. Because it's a kimono. Yeah, it's a kimono. It's a funeral kimono. Tied that into the short story. Which, once I figure out what website to even post a short story on, I will put it in links and link it in the Discord for anyone who wants to read it. Put it in like my bios and stuff and make a post on YouTube posts about it. It's not so much that I oh, please read it, please read it, please read it. I kind of had to prove to myself that I can actually flesh out my lore. Because I was going to do an animation, and I really still do eventually want to, but animating is really hard and takes a lot of time. And I was learning how to use learning algorithms. I was learning how to use newer versions of Unity and the updated changes to UniVRM. I was learning how to properly make colliders and spring bones. I can't also be trying to learn how to do animations. I know how to do animations the wrong way, okay? I know how to do animations the way that takes way too long. I do not have a good workflow. Ouch. I want to make a short video game, but I made 3D modeling step 1. Build the main character, 5 enemies, 2 bosses. Yeah. That's how to do it. That's what I first started learning 3D modeling for. I had an idea for a game that I really wanted to make, and I still might one day make, but I bit off way more than I could chew. I started doing those YouTube, do 1 episode each day, and it'll teach you how to do 3D modeling. Programs. And yeah, I learned a ton just from doing that. And then, even though I didn't make the game, I still have all the old concept drawings I did. And that eventually branched into my obsession with VR chat. This was back when VR chat first blew up. Long before Ugandan Knuckles and all that stuff. And I was like, this is really cool. I didn't have VR at the time. But there was a dude who, I think he lived in Nevada. His name was Dr. Virus. And he was an actual doctor, IRL. And me and him hung out all the time. I was 19, about to be 20. He was a pretty young doctor. But we'd fucking sit in a... We'd fucking sit in a room that I had made and just talk about how cool VR and everything is. And he was my personal... He'd come into the room that I made and he'd test things. Because I couldn't test it myself. I didn't have VR. Because I made a VR chat room. Had a whole bunch of cool stuff in it that I was super happy with. Started making models for my friends. That's when I first learned how to make a rigged model. And then that eventually became making a VTuber model. So it all slowly built up. It all started. And I've gone one step at a time for many, many, many years to get to where I am. I took classes for graphic design and learned things like space design, color theory, yada yada. And they were college classes too. I didn't even take like shitty little online classes. I learned how to use Blender. I learned what shape keys are, how to texture and weight paint. I learned how to use normal maps and toon shaders. I learned how to make outlines and how to make repeatable textures properly. I learned how to optimize models so that they have angles, like angled joints so that they bend properly. I learned how to do toggles. I learned how to do animations, digital artwork, sound design. I took deadmau5's master class for mastering and music production. I learned a lot in order to get to where I am, and I'm very happy with everything that I've learned, and I'm excited to use it to make something. I really am. And now I feel pretty confident that when I find people that I can help, I'm gonna do it. And I'm gonna do a good enough job. I'll be glad I did. I'm really excited. Just so you know, some of these stairs are gonna have to be changed. He started putting them in front of areas I haven't finished flattening. No! I see how it is, dude. But it is good to be back. There's a lot of fucking work to get here. So many medical visits and doctor visits and procedures. So much debt. Oh god, so much debt. I'm in so much debt right now. I really hope I can get groceries in the next couple of days. Because not being able to eat is awful. It is so fucking bad. I'm so lucky that I have family that's willing to help, but don't get me wrong, it's a massive kick in the nuts to my pride to have to beg my grandparents to feed me a meal a day and ask them to make enough food for one more person at dinner time. Not having things like good, like just being able to have the food you want when you want it, not having it is hell. The fact that I can think about a billion things I want to eat but not get to have it. The fact that I was eating the same 2 boxes of cereal every day for weeks. That's not healthy. That's not good for me. And the lack of getting to taste anything good was making me extremely, extremely depressed. I was so depressed. That was like the worst of it when I made that video update telling you guys how difficult things were being because I had no money. I mean, I still don't, and I'm still cripplingly in debt. I owe a ton of money for all these major medical practices and stuff that I had to have done. I really hope I can eat again soon. I haven't been to a grocery store in 2 months. At least I've been able to make sure my cat can still eat. He gets nice food, and I'm glad I can still do that for him. He's a big fatty fat boy, and I love him. Oh, fuck. Fuck. I forgot to bring out my axe. Too busy trying to remember to jump. Oh. Yeah, it's not like sea lanterns are in low supply. We've got billions of them. Oops. Maybe I can continually make more. Otherwise, aside from mindlessly playing Minecraft in the background and stuff, there are some other stuff I've been up to. I've been playing a lot of Zenless in my free time, and I've been enjoying a lot of the teams that I made. I'm really loving the team building aspect of the game a lot. Now that there's a bunch of characters, I can try all these cool combinations. Another thing that I picked back up, and I never quit. I hate that you guys keep fucking saying that I quit playing the game. I have been playing Arknights. I never quit playing Arknights. Eggy popping in here while I was playing Balloons Tower Defense. Hey, look, you're playing the cheap monkey Arknights. And I'm like, it's a different game. What I did do is I lost the ability to concentrate, and I did not want to play games like Arknights where they have a highest end difficulty that is, as the name says, difficult, and I have to think hard. I'm not capable of that. At least I'm way more capable of that now, but I was not capable of that then. So I'd really only log in to get the daily rewards and stuff and do my daily things sometimes without constantly playing it for like a purpose. I didn't do it as well. Speaking of it, did all this to you? Yeah, so I'm completely suppressed. I've already talked about it. As much as I kind of want to say it all again, it took me an hour to say it all. Long story short, my insurance didn't approve Ocrevus. It approved the better version. That's $100,000 in infusion called Briumvi. And I'm on it. I am poisoned and fatigued. And I am experiencing all the side effects and downsides of having no immune system, as expected. But I took to the medication without any major complications. And I shouldn't have to worry about multiple sclerosis anymore. My immune system is not eating my brain. I still have to heal everything that has been damaged, and not all of it is going to fully heal. And I do have a little bit of an immune system. So there is still the very rare chance that somehow my MS is so violent that it will cause demyelination anyways. But even if that were to happen, the demyelination events would be weak and not really noticeable, if noticeable at all. The overall continuous plaque buildup is rough. But yeah, it's the mushrooms. Fact healing is possible at all makes me optimistic. It is. I'm super optimistic about this. I have been. This is my idea. I want to do it. I want to be healthy. I know I can handle immune suppression, but it was everything else involved with it that was causing all of my stress. I had to get dental work done, which I had no idea how bad that was going to be. I thought I was going to lose all my teeth, and instead they fixed my teeth. It still costed way more than I can afford, and I'm in a ton of debt. But I have teeth. My natural teeth. Not fake teeth that are drilled into my gums. What's your favorite Minecraft pack or mod pack? I liked Tekkit. The old Tekkit. I wouldn't be able to tell you what version, but this was a long time ago when I played it with my friends. I really liked that a lot. It had equivalent exchange, and it had like generators and power supplies and batteries and quarries, little robots that you can make do stuff. I liked that a lot. And brewing. I liked making Dragon's Breath potion, or Dragon's Breath beer because it was fun. Minecraft's the kind of game I can occasionally come back to and enjoy. Obviously, I wouldn't enjoy it this much if I was playing alone, but at this point, besides Odd, I mostly am playing alone. Odd never comes on, or Bone never comes on, Cheese never comes on. All my other buddies, my friends from high school, none of them come on. I know they're busy and doing stuff, but damn. The server is borderline unrecognizable from when they left because I've done that much. I like the process of trying to make as many aspects of the game automated as possible. Auto sorters, generators, and farms. I love all of it. I'm a big redstone nerd too. I still haven't built my fucking house in the server. Don't fault them, true. Be like fucking Ainz in season 1 of Overlord, where I'm sitting here alone with a robot, waiting for the world to end. There's still a lot of stuff I can automate and build too. I got all sorts of things I want to build, and that's what I've been doing, is just building stuff. It's all survival. I want to make a wither farm, a wither rose farm. I want to make, basically double the paper supply. I remember Hexit, but we never got too crazy into Hexit. My friends did more than I did. And Feed the Beast. My friends got way more into Feed the Beast than I did. I need to make a leather farm, and then a auto crafter for books. There's all sorts of stuff I want to do. Elytra wind tunnels. Gotta make a breeze farm and a trial chamber. Eventually, I'm gonna try to make a raid farm. I want to make a mob killer. I want to make a mob limit thing so that I can turn off mobs in the entire world. I want to be able to turn off all the mobs in the whole world with a toggleable switch. I want to make a instant teleport machine with like a center hub so you can instantly teleport anywhere. That's why I gotta upgrade the iron farm. Ow. Ah, this tooth hurts. Like, I'm not getting cut, so I don't have to worry about infection right now. But this wisdom tooth still fucking hurts. It's like pushing into the webbing, or my top jaw, and my bottom jaw are connected. It's not pushing into skin or gums. And that hurts. So moving my mouth hurts. I asked my doctor if this was important enough to expedite it. Because if the doctor was to say that me getting a infection from something like that is high enough risk, they'd get me directly connected with a oral surgeon instead of having to try and get in contact with a dentist, who would just refer me to an oral surgeon anyways. But it seems like it's okay, so I'm going to be going in and seeing my dentist pretty soon. Whenever that happens, I'm probably going to have this tooth removed. Not by the dentist, most likely, because it is a distal tilt wisdom tooth, so it's tilted back instead of being tilted towards the rest of my teeth. And those ones are really hard to remove in a different way than impacted teeth are. And I have to move all the sea lanterns up one block, because them being recessed like that is going to fuck up the light pattern. Oh no! We have to use our sea lanterns. Yeah, my buddy wanted to play a modded server because he wanted classes in an adventure-style server. But he couldn't get it to work, and servers don't work the way that they did before. I know how to run an old-style Minecraft server, where you fucking download the jar file, put it in a folder, run it. It will make the server with all the files. Tweak the files to be proper, and then launch it and it goes. And you can like have a plugins folder for mods and stuff. Doesn't work like that anymore. They changed it a lot. And I don't really care enough to want to learn a bunch of mods, so I just paid $7 to have a realm. And spawned him in the items himself. So, he got what he wanted, and I get to do a whole bunch of stuff in Minecraft. Yeah, the default launcher makes it awful to try and host a server. It's way worse than it was before. Don't get me wrong, there's tools, but it's not the same. It's way worse. And there's plenty of new stuff in the game for me to get to experience a whole bunch of stuff. I've never seen a trial chamber. I only got to slightly get introduced to the Warden when I did my stream. But I never found an ancient city on the single player world I have. Like I said, at first I wasn't playing a ton of Minecraft. It was after I finally started getting done with some stuff and I had time to watch videos to learn stuff about all the stuff I'm working on. That is when I started playing a little bit more. Plus, as a guy who likes making redstone machines and farms and generators, I've been enjoying messing around with skulker sensors. Plus, I don't think I've ever used honey. Honey's existed for a long time, but I've never used honey blocks for like flying machines and stuff. So I know now you can make flying machines and piston doors and stuff that are a billion times more useful and way bigger because of the introduction of honey. The instant death tree was cool. Yeah, it was. I wanted to use it to kill a wither. But there's a couple problems with using it to kill a wither. One, the wither has to not move. And if the wither's head is ever obstructed, it tries to blow its way out. So keeping it in one place is a little difficult. Well, the good news is, I just have to kite it over the instant death mine and then hit him with my trident. The attack from the trident would send a sound thing to the skulk sensor, which would make the skulk screecher scream, which would set off all the bombs, because it only blows up if the screecher screams. So only a player can trigger it. Yeah, I've been playing Arc Knights. I've been playing a lot of Zenless. I'm really excited to get farther on the story in Zenless because 2 chapters have come out since I last played. Quick sneak is nice. Oop. Yeah, I don't really know what I'm gonna do. Obviously, I want to do the giveaway I plan on doing. That's a given. I want to make people models and channels to help good people make content. I want to surround myself with good, loyal, and honest people and give them everything I can. I want them to succeed where I can't. That's all that matters to me. I do everything I can to help them. I'll give them any guidance or the programs. I'll make the channel, the model, the overlay, the animations, the music. I'll do all of it. Sorry, I'm biting on my cheek. There's a bunch of other weird side effects I got from my medications too that I didn't immediately mention. I found out I have TMJ problems. TMJ is the joint for your jaw. It's the sliding mechanism that lets your jaw move forward and backward when you open it. The reason I found out I have TMJ problems is because when I first took enough Adderall for it to actually affect me, I clenched my jaw for like 2 days. Didn't mean to do that. Nearly as much as I ended up actually doing it. And my TMJ got all swollen and enlarged. So my jaw was super tight and was cracking and popping and it hurt. It's a thing for a lot of people, Taryn. Just what was active. Well, that's the thing. I had it. Just 2 days of clenching my jaw was all it took for me to really fuck my mouth up. I couldn't eat. I'd like turn my head sideways to open my mouth wide enough to take a bite. It was awful. Surprisingly dehumanizing. But that's just another of the many things. Like, well, the medication has been great, and I got a lot of really good news. Rather than being torn down by a ton of bad news, I've been struggling because of things like that. Just things that wear down my sanity. All these weird side effects and depression from not being able to eat, and depression from being completely broke and having no money and thinking I'm going to lose my job, and all of it. That's what all wore me down. My music stopped. Oh, I also found out why my face tracking stuff was breaking. That's another thing that I had to fix. So not only did I have to redo the whole model in a different version of Unity, and not only did I have to learn how to use algorithm-based learning machines to make hand tracking that actually uses my shoulders, I found out that for some reason, if I have my VPN turned on, which I have to do when I'm being throttled, my face tracking stops working. Something about the VPN fries my computer's ability to receive the information because it thinks it's from a different IP. The problem is, the IP isn't real. It's a VPN. So I really don't know how to do that because I say like, oh, it's weird how that happens. The reason it's weird is I've had my VPN on for months and it used to not be a problem. I don't know what suddenly made it a problem. Don't make no sense. Whatever is the reason for it, just finding out what exactly was causing it took plenty long enough. I spent a long time troubleshooting shit. Like you wouldn't believe. Just how many hours I spent bashing my head against machines, but now I know. Which means when I do it all for all the people that I want to do it for. Here's the thing about the models and channels and stuff I want to make for people. I know there's a very real chance no one's going to apply. It would be kind of crazy for me if no one did, because people hearing the words free $8,000 worth VTuber model and channel overlay, I'm sure there's plenty of people who will want to apply. And I want to do it for a lot more than just one person. If this could be something I do for the rest of foreseeable time, I would happily do it. I want to help people, good people that deserve it. But there is a chance that nobody good will apply, if that makes sense. And there's also the chance that people I accept aren't going to be good people. And trust me, the whole Cinder situation was more than enough to put the fear of God into me on that end. I want to say I can't believe that all happened, but I kind of can. Why am I going too high? Am I stupid? I want to listen to this song. I only just found out about this, like yesterday. Apparently in Armored Core 6, the song Steel Haze, Rusted Pride, there's an unreleased version of it that's only in the Japan version extra tracks disc for Armored Core 6 Fires of Rubicon. And it is in the style of like a whole ending scene. Which means there's a very real chance that we could have had an ending with Rusty. Which, if that's cut content, damn. What else is there really to talk about? I mean, there's a lot to talk about. It's just I've been yapping for 4 hours. It's been a very long couple of months, and it feels very good to be back. And I'm really hopeful that, you know, I'll be able to find good people for my project. I'm really hopeful that I'll be able to work enough to be able to cover my bills. I appreciate all the support everyone gave me. I apologize for that video that I made because that was me in a very hard place. Hunger will do that to you. I still have a little food left over from my dinner. Didn't even realize. I was so focused on streaming. Do any of you guys actually know a good website for posting things like a short story? DeviantArt? Oh yeah, dude. Original fiction. Could do something like that. I just gotta get it somewhere where I can share it. And I kind of want it to be somewhere where I can kind of style it up instead of it being just black and white. What's good, Wolfwood? How it do, boy? There's a lot that I could just start yapping about, but I've already been yapping about it all for 4 hours now. Yeah? A lot has changed, dude. I'm on the new medication, and I adjusted to it. My insurance didn't accept the medication. Instead, they approved a more expensive, newer, and better version of it. State insurance. Which is baffling. I'm on Adderall now to wake me up, and I feel the most awake and the most human I've felt in a really long time. I don't feel like crazy, zippy. I don't like, I want to do this and 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 this, and I'm running around. I don't sleep for 4 days. My eyes are all bloodshot. I feel normal, which is something I haven't felt in a very, very, very long time. So that is good news. I was supposed to lose my job when I got on the medication, and I didn't. They didn't fire me. Instead, they gave me a raise and fired everyone else. And are bending over backwards for me. And it's weird. I still have my medical limitations. I can still only work 18 hours a week. I've been breaking that rule and working more. And like, I'm not supposed to be working as much as I am. You able to sleep, Bob? I'm not supposed to be working as much as I am, but because they're bending over backwards and I have medication to help me wake up, I can. Because I can take my time and tell people no. It's been good. Like, nothing has happened the way it was supposed to. But for the first time in what feels like, what? How many years? That's not a bad thing. And I don't know how to feel about it. I feel like a phony because I've been telling all of my family and my friends and you guys and everybody that I'm going to lose my job, and then it didn't happen. So I keep getting in contact with family members for the first time in a really long time. And they're like, so what's it like being jobless? I'm like, yeah, about that. Because I was expecting, I would have had all this VTuber stuff that I worked on and updated and changed done weeks ago. But I've been working and making money. I'm still extremely poor. I am in a lot of debt. I had to go into a lot of debt because the dental work cost a grand total of like almost $10,000. $9,000 to $10,000 I didn't have. And that's just the dental work. Because originally they were like, yeah, it'll be like $6,000 to $7,000. It'll be fine. They ended up having to do like $2,000 more worth of work. Because it's not something I can skimp on. Every single little tiny aspect of my mouth had to be dealt with before I go on this medication. Because if it wasn't, I'd die. No, I could die. Like, I would die. I'd get half of a fucking tooth infection and I'd get killed by it, and I can't do that. Thankfully, the medication, it's working. And I'm not having any crazy side effects. I'm heavily immune suppressed, and I feel very, very fatigued and weak. But the Adderall and the medications I'm on and everything, they fixed that. I'm on the slow burn, long-lasting Adderall, not the stuff where you take it and it hits you hard and then you take it again in 6 hours. And I'm up to 30 milligrams right now. So still not max dose, but I had to get up to 30 milligrams to even fucking feel it in the first place. I'd take like 10 and 20 milligrams and then go to bed, which is not normal. There's a billion and one weird things about me that I've recently found out because I can't be medically normal, and I have all sorts of side effects from the medications that I am on, but it's been good news. I don't have as much time as I thought I was going to have because I'm working and stuff, but I get the next 2 weeks off. Today was my first day off. I get to go to a psychoneurologist in 2 days, which will be nice because they're going to test my brain function and give me proper diagnoses for everything, including my mood problems, my energy problems, my sleep problems. It'll be a whole day of doing that, but it should be good and should yield good results. My cognitive problems have gotten way better, thankfully. But it's been weird. Good weird, but weird. And I don't really know how to feel about it. It's weird to process it, considering I've spent 6 months trying to come to terms with that fact. But at the same time, it's not like I got to enjoy keeping my job. I had to go weeks working little to no hours while I get the infusion. And, well, I'm not dead today! Yay! Yep, exactly. I had to go weeks not working, and I ran out of money. I haven't gotten groceries in 2 months, and I've been having to beg my grandparents to help me be able to eat. And they've been doing it, they've been helping me, and that means the world. God damn it. I said these stairs were going to need to be moved. And then you moved the ones that don't need to be moved and surrounded all the area I'm gonna flatten. Damn it. Oops, lol. I think he thought I was talking backwards. I think he thought I meant it the other way around. I'm gonna keep filling. Yeah, this all the way forever is gonna be at this height. So every block that is above this height is not gonna be there by the time I'm done. That was already covered, only partly. But yeah, I've been playing games, and just like your mom last night, hey yo. I've been playing games and trying to have a normal sleep pattern and learning a lot of stuff. I've learned a lot about learning models and how to run like AI things, because I've been making tools using AI that have been awesome. I made the short story, the lore short story, because I was originally going to do an animation and that was taking way too long and I was having to learn too much. And I can't try to learn too much at once. I made legal documentation and forms that people will have to fill out to apply for the VTuber model and channel giveaway I'm going to do, because I need to cover my ass. People will not be bound by any fucking rules or contracts or anything, but they still have to fill out a legally binding form telling me that they won't expect those things from me. Because if I don't have that properly fucking laid out, there are giveaway laws. And the last thing I want to do is find someone that I think is going to be a great content creator, make them thousands of dollars worth of free assets, and then have them fucking take me to court because I didn't provide them a manager. Or because I didn't provide them this side thing that I never said I'd give them. I still have to cover my ass. I have the vetting process set to a degree where I shouldn't end up landing a jerk or a bitch like that, alright? It's set up to protect me, and I should be able to find a good person to give it all to. Because I'm not taking fucking anything in payment in response to it. Like, I'm gonna do this shit for free. So it better go to someone who deserves it. I have my ass covered if it doesn't, and I find someone to give it to, and they end up being a major jerk who immediately throws away any chance they could have possibly had at a successful channel in order to say some dumb shit on Twitter. If that happens, again, they're not tied to me. I'm not a manager. They're not connected to an agency. I'm not an agency. I can just not talk to them if they do shit like that and distance myself from it. They are not tied to me to any degree, and that works both ways. It's good for them and it's good for me. If they want to do projects together, then cool. I'm not going to complain. Like, I'm open for stuff like that. But if they don't want to, they don't have to. That's the whole point of it. I really hope I do find good people for it. I spent a decent amount of time properly making the proper forms for it. I got legal counsel. I got a legal consultant on it who helped me make sure that it's proper. Now I just gotta make the announcement video and post it, and then people can apply. It'll take me a while to find someone. I can't promise I'll immediately find someone. When I do find someone, it will take me a while to make everything for them. Designing a character, making reference material, and then making a 3D version of it, and then fully rigging it and giving it weight painting and toggles. It's a sacrifice I am willing to make. It'll be a process. But I don't want to talk too much about that because I'm going to talk about it plenty in the announcement video. The only thing I can't do is advertise. Like, I can make posts on Twitter or something like that, but actual advertising for stuff like that costs a lot of money, and I have $0. I can't even go get groceries. Where the fuck am I gonna find money to do ads on a website? You just wanna buy the Sweet Martha's cookies, don't ya? Now you've got a friend in the diamond business. Oh, don't you know, don't you know, don't you know, don't you know. Don't got any invasive species on ya, do ya? Any invasive hitchhikers? Put your dock in my lake. Every kiss begins with K. Fucker took my life. Thank you, Wolfwood. I appreciate that. It's been rough. Over here. Yeah, the fucking... What, you want me to... take these ones out? Oh, you're talking about the stairs. I appreciate that, Wolfwood. My family has been helpful, but... So, you see this level right here? This, everything from here forward and to the left is going to be flat. And it's going to be down to that level down here. So all this stuff is going to get walled up. Don't mention it, nerd. I appreciate it. I did find out something kind of funny from one of my friends. I am as close, like, I get help from my family for things, but it's not what you'd think. People apparently assume that I don't have to pay for rent, and I don't have to pay for food, and I don't have to pay for, like, insurances and stuff. No. I pay for all of my groceries. I always have. I pay for my own insurances. I pay for my own car stuff. I pay for everything. The only thing I don't pay for is rent, because I get to stay with family. It's been that way since I went blind. That's it. That is all the help that I get. Okay? But apparently, one of my buddies who's been playing on the server with me, he was talking to his mom, and his mom was saying, like, he doesn't have to pay for anything. His grandparents pay for all of his food, and pay for his car, and pay for his gas and everything. He gets disability pay, and he doesn't have to do anything. And I'm like, first of all, how would your mom know any of that? In the first place, I've never talked to her. That's kind of a stretch. And second of all, oh no, please. Your beloved mother, who matters so much to me. I can't believe she would talk behind my back like that. The words of that woman wound me so deeply. Did they expect me to care? I don't give a shit what any bitch says about me. Family or not. He came to me and he was like being all selling about it, and he was like, I have to tell you because it's really eating at me. Apparently people back in our hometown have been saying this about you. Like, oh no. Whatever will I do? Anyways. It's fucking goofy as hell. But yeah, it was hard for me to... I starved myself for a lot of days before I asked my grandparents if I could eat dinners with them, because I never wanted to have to rely on them like that. And it was a big fucking kick to my pride. But I appreciate them a lot for everything that they've done. And I'm super glad that it must have hurt you to put that tumor in his mom. Yeah. Broke my heart. Stupid. I don't even really know his fucking mom. Who could she be talking to that would know anything about me? Oh, my mom doesn't hang out with her. The most interaction I ever had with his mom is we went to gun safety class together. That's it. I learned how to properly handle a hunting rifle and get my license alongside her. That's literally all of it. He's a Nepo baby.
Drywall.
I have a place to meet your homie's mom. She was actually driving me to it. I rode along with her. Basically, I needed to get my driving instruction stuff done because I was 13. And when you turn 13, it's no longer enough to go with a parent. You have to get your safety, like, permit is what you have to get. And, there were, like, 4 people that were going to that. And one of them was my friend's mom. And they were all, like, carpooling for it. So I ended up carpooling with them to go to it. So it wasn't even just me. It was a bunch of us. That's the closest to any personal time I've had with his oh so wonderful mother, who I care about so deeply. I've been yanking his fucking chain about it ever since he brought it up. Dude, I gotta be honest with you, I haven't been able to sleep since I heard all the horrible things your mother was saying about me. It just wounds me so deeply. Goofy as hell. I did accidentally convince some of my coworkers that I'm in witness protection, and I didn't mean to. some of the new people asked me why I was wearing everything I'm wearing, and I did the thing I always do, and I said a funny, goofy one-liner. I'm like, I'm witness protection. I can't let you see my face. And I guess they believed me and left right away and didn't let me explain that it was a joke. So, a decent handful of the new people thought I was in witness protection and that my face is always covered because it's a federal crime to take pictures of me. No, that's not it at all. I eventually explained it to him, but I don't know how many people he told that, so who knows? There's probably a whole bunch of people at my workplace that think I'm some important aspect in like a crime case or a federal sting or something like that. I'll never be bothered again. Yeah, I know, right? It was kind of fun. Like I said, when I went to my I went to my boss with a doctor's note that said, this guy can't do his job. He can only work this many hours. He can only work in this time frame of the day. He needs to be able to sit down all the time, anytime that he needs to, always, without any exception. Anytime he needs to take a break, he gets to take a break for as long as he wants. Anytime he needs to use the bathroom, he gets to go do that as many times as he wants. Anytime that he would be expected to interact with a customer, he's not. And will not be interacting with a customer. He cannot overheat, he cannot overpush himself, and he cannot run too fast. And he cannot run around, he cannot do all this stuff. That's what they said in the note. And it says he will not be able to do this job as it is described. And that is medical/legal jumble for you can fire him. Because at that point, what's supposed to happen is I'm supposed to be fired, and then I'm supposed to be able to apply for things like unemployment and disability, right? Unemployment is already a stretch, and disability won't cover shit. With all the debt I'm in, with how much I owe every month, it would never even cover relatively close to it. So I was stressed as hell, and after giving them, my boss just said, okay. That was it. Like 3 days later, he fired everyone else in my department. Because they weren't doing their jobs right. And they were making things too hard. He gave me a raise, asked if I could cover some more hours while they find someone new to fill the slots, and it's like, okay, I guess this is happening. Cool. So I intended to be back way earlier than this. I intended to be streaming like 2-3 weeks ago, because I was supposed to be fired and I was supposed to be able to fucking just beef through all the remainder of prep work I had to do to come back, because the goal with everything that I did change with the model, I really didn't have to. I wanted to update the design a bit, do another outfit that's different than everything else. But in order to prove that I can do what I can do, because there's a lot of people who would hear what I have to say that I'm going to be giving away, who would go, that's too good to be true. And it sounds like it is. You cannot find anyone else on the internet who would give away like $10,000+ worth of assets to somebody, to expecting absolutely nothing in return, with no ulterior motives and no strings to be pulled. That sounds like a scam. That sounds like they're going to fucking like get involved with it, and then I'm going to, once they're at the point of no return, expect something from them, or ghost them, or some stupid shit that all these people are always doing on the internet. So I have to prove that I can do what I'm saying I'm going to do. I had to make some sort of lore thing. I had to make a detailed reference sheet. I had to add physics and everything, maximum to the fucking model. I had to do it all. Otherwise, I will not seem legit. I wouldn't trust me if I didn't have proof that I can do the things I'm saying I do. It just makes me think, like, it makes me think of things like what happened with the guy who made the original Project Melody model. Or, but that's crazy. It made me think of what happened with the guy who made the original Project Melody model, and it was making me think of the fucking stupid shit Cinder was doing. I was never really a Cinder fan. I'm not gonna pretend like I was some hater, and I'm not gonna pretend like I was a fan. I really couldn't care less about her. She existed there. I never watched anything that she did. And yeah, that's crazy, all the shit she was doing. And yeah, I don't want to give stuff to anyone who's going to do anything like that. And I need to prove that I'm not going to do anything like that. Yeah, exactly. I don't even know who the fuck Cinder is. She's a VTuber. She has this, like, fire wolf fox girl. And what ended up happening is she got her model made by Nanolus. Nanolus is a extremely popular artist. They're very famous. Their art gets a ton of views, a ton of, like, traction. They get commissions all the time. And what happened was Nanolus and her disgusting little creep boyfriend. Don't get me wrong, she's a disgusting creep too. They're both awful and they deserve each other. He, who is her manager, along with Cinder, they both did this. They can try and point fingers at each other all they want. They gaslit and pressured Nanolus into not making models for other people. Now, exclusivity deals are a thing, okay? That is a thing that people have the right to do. However, that isn't what was going on. They told Nanolus that if anyone, like another VTuber, asks you to make any pictures or any models whatsoever, accept the commission and then ghost them. And then we will pay you more than they were going to commission you for. And they didn't just say that about people. They specifically, especially targeted, like said, the names of a bunch of other VTubers that thought they were friends, where they regularly do collabs together. She and her boyfriend were going behind their backs and trying to bend and gaslight and manipulate Nanolus into not making stuff for them and ruining their chances of getting stuff. Just for her to shit on them. Exactly. She was jealous of them. She was convinced that if they got models from the same artist as her, they would be stealing her revenue. That's what they were saying. That's what they were lying to Nanolus about. They were like, the guy was such a little sleaze bag. It was crazy. And what happened? Missed all the Cinder shit because I was too busy. What happened is they would tell Nanolus, hey, if you were to make a model for these other people, the value of your work would be depreciated because there's more of it. And the more of it you make, it's like, it's going to get lower worth. It's not worth as much because more people have it. So you need to not make stuff for them. You need to make stuff only for us. And they got them to, like, sign a whole fucking exclusivity deal. They're like, all these people I'm pretending to be friends with to steal stuff, to steal their viewers and get on their good graces. I want you to specifically ruin their days. And I hate them behind the scenes. And after it all got outed, obviously Cinder is going to try to throw the boyfriend under the bus, but no, that's a tried and true classic. Jealous e-whore has a controlling, manipulative manager boyfriend who does a whole bunch of fuck shit. Who could have seen this coming? It's a match made in heaven. Fucking, it always happens again and again and again. Nothing ever changes. It's crazy. And again, I don't watch Cinder. I'm neither a fan nor a hater, but it's stuff like that that definitely makes me concerned about finding people that are actually good content, like creators. Actually good content creators. I want to find people who deserve that shit and give it to them. Not little fucking rats. The West has fallen. Europe has fallen. Time for them to go night-night. Don't worry about that. Allowing me to see how much... God, barrel, Jesus. I've been playing a lot of Arknights. I haven't been doing the chapters that I haven't done yet because I'm gonna do that as like stream stuff. I've been saving that, but I have been grinding Originum constantly for quite a while now. I never stopped playing the game. I just stopped doing events when they came out because that entailed doing the harder difficulty ones, and my mental decline made that not possible. Video games. Now I'm thinking about the divorced bounty hunters from Samurai Jack who are such slamballs that Aku was willing to enforce restraining order between them. Yeah. Like, I definitely am nervous about doing a giveaway like that because best case scenario, I find someone who's actually a good fucking person. I give them all the tools to do everything that I want to have done. I want to find people who deserve their fucking models and shit, and I give it to them and then they go do it. That's it. They just go do it. They go do their thing. They use it. No strings attached. I'm not expecting any sort of deals. I'm expecting no money, nothing being signed whatsoever, no legal paperwork, no restrictions. Everything that I make will be handed to them entirely. I won't maintain the creative rights to the character. I won't maintain anything like that. I want to do a good fucking thing to people, for people who fucking deserve good things. Because way too many people are being dicked over by shit that should not be happening. They're gonna cause drama. Your peeps are gonna get attached. It's gonna be some kind of pseudo civil war, etc. I highly doubt that. In the grand scheme, like a pop rock going off in a city, yeah. No, I don't do drama. Never have, never will. Show up because you'll have "you must not talk to minors" as a clause. Dude, could you imagine? I do have some ridiculous clauses in it. Hold on. I'm gonna open this. Wait. Hold on. Where's the form that I made? Because this is a completely made form. There we go. My VTuber application form that I had legal consult to make. A couple of the questions are a little bit weird, but it's to weed out people that I could not work with. What the hell was that? Is that Google Docs? Or Google Forms? Yeah, I got stuff like, you hate someone enough, you can always take their phone number and post it on a bulletin board saying under 13 is a good time or some shit. Yeah, that's true. I've got obviously, like, are you in a VTuber agency right now under a management contract? If you are, don't say anything. Don't break the law. Just say yes. I asked, a hypothetical question: how would you describe your ability to handle sarcasm? And I mean extreme sarcasm, because I am an extremely sarcastic person. an extremely sarcastic person. My sense of humor is extremely sarcastic. And if I find somebody who cannot handle that, it's not going to work. I'm not going to be able to work with someone like that and make them something in earnest. The creation process would suck. There would be absolutely no bouncing ideas off each other, and it would be garbage. And I would make something I don't like, and I would hate it, and I wouldn't want to do it again. So I'm not doing it either. And then I have hypothetical question number 2. If you make it hypothetical question 2, imagine you make it big as a VTuber and have 100 bajillion subscribers, and you become a multi-billionaire. Then an emotionally vulnerable 13-year-old tries to get into your DMs on Twitter or on Discord. What do you do? And if they put anything besides "I don't fuck the child," it's not gonna work. And that's word for word what the question is. That image was Tangia. I'm gonna approve it. What the hell is this?
Confucius says, "Man who run behind car will get exhausted, but man who runs in front of car will get tired."
That's crazy. Man, Tangia really did change in the, bit of time that I didn't, that I wasn't here, didn't it? Holy, a lot of stuff has changed, drastically. I had to relearn so many things. Unity, VRMs, OBS. Ugh. My fucking neck is so tense. I gotta. Oh. Hold on. Oh. That felt good. Holy shit. Whew. Alright. Anyways. Yeah, tomorrow I will be playing all the story that I have missed on Zenless. Because Zenless and Arknights, I haven't done any story stuff and any actual missions event-wise, because I want to do them on stream. I have been playing a lot of Arknights. I'm also all caught up on the lore. Holy shit, is Arknights gonna get nuts in episode 15. That's crazy. Thank you, Peter. Everything that's we've been finding out and how it's coming to culmination. Oh, it's so good. I cannot wait. I can't stop listening to the PRTS boss theme because it's really good. It's like something out of fucking Armored Core. I didn't think well, I knew I'd like the music. All the music from the new Sancta event has also been really, really good, including the boss theme. The Apostolic Knight is a really cool character. We finally get Lemuel. That's why I've been doing the daily grind on Arknights every day. I gotta save up. I gotta save up. Iblana, I've been playing again regularly and saving as much Arundum as I possibly can ever since Iblana got announced, because I said it out loud. If Iblana comes out, I will pull the shit out of her. I made a promise, I keep my word. I just keep doing it at different angles and different sides. The fuck, man. Another thing that I get to share with whoever I make models for is my tracking system, since I made it. The UI sucks ass because I'm not a UI designer, but I have AI-assisted full-body tracking based off of a webcam with actual depth. And it tracks things like the shoulders, which no other non-corporate tracking system tracks. You'd have to get a full fucking mocap suit in order to get shoulder tracking. He just keeps doing it. But Wolfwood's enjoying it. Man is committed. What the fuck? Why is that so high quality? Hold on.
Well, you finally caught me.
It turned the hands into wings. It turned the necklace into hair. It's baby oil? Yeah, I know. I get the reference. Also, speaking of, how did you guys feel about how, like, right after Gura announced her graduation, the Pope died and Kanye announced that he's been sucking his cousin's dick? Don't get me wrong, the graduation album, like Kanye's trio of graduation albums are an incredible set of albums. Like, that music is really good. He has not made anything that good since, except like the occasional little joke thing, like his fucking Lift Yourself song. Obviously that song's stupid, and it's meant to be stupid because it's him wasting a beat that was originally meant for, I think it was Drake, and Drake pissed him off, so he used the beat instead. Yeah, and then JD Vance visited the Pope the day before he died, and like people were making memes of like Donald Trump and JD Vance standing in front of each other, and Donald Trump's like, "You went a little overboard, over there, didn't you, Vance?" And Vance is like looking all sad. The memes have been great. Fortnite. The memes were all great. Yeah, fucking Gura graduates and the whole world falls apart. Yeah, all the graduation album is still really, really good, but every song where Kanye West was singing about his cousin that's in jail and how much he loves him is it's a completely different context now. Because what Kanye said was that when he was younger, he would suck his cousin's dick all the time. And then he stopped sucking his cousin's dick when they were 14. And his cousin was so depressed that he went on to kill a woman. And that's how he ended up in jail. So all the songs rapping about his cousin that's in jail, yeah. Bit of a different context now. Also, it makes sense why he was so mad about the gay fish thing. South Park was getting a little too dangerously close to home there. Almost on the money. Yeah, no, I do appreciate that a lot about Gura. She did graduate. She did graduate, but she didn't... She risked breaking contracts so much. She just kept saying over and over and over again about how she's not done. She's gonna do other stuff. Like, she's not supposed to talk about anything that she would do after graduating as a VTuber. You're not allowed to say that you're moving on as an indie. Like, that's against the clause, because you're not moving on, you're playing a character, right? But nah, the day that she did the announcement, she posted a fish emoji on her main account outside of being Gura Senzawa. So she immediately is like, yeah, I'm related to this stuff. Just letting people know, yeah, by the way, like, she went so far out of her way to keep her fans from freaking out. And that is mad respectful. I respect the shit out of that. I'm still so pissed that she had to leave for the reasons that she did. That her fucking manager and the corporate end of it was like fucking hardballing her on everything. They were keeping her from doing stuff.
Gura, my queen, I will forever miss her. She was the one sparkling gem amongst this planet of animals.
True, Omni-Man, very based. Same with Mume. Mume and Gura both graduating fucked me up.
If Johnny has 3 apples and Davy has 2 apples, why don't they just shut up and eat? Ah, the classic dilemma of Apple ownership.
It's a fucking computer from
Maybe
Courage.
Johnny and Davy are too
Holy
busy
shit,
joying
that took me a moment to realize.
Apples won't eat themselves. Perhaps they're debating the ethics of sharing, or just being twits. They could be swallowing those apples whole instead of blabbing.
True. Also, the revelation that Gura's whole thing,
They need to mimic a fraction of our power.
the whole thing was Ina's idea, which was kind of fun to find out. I was so angry with Mume and Gura's graduations. Coco's graduation, all the other graduations, they did it because they wanted to. Gura and Mume both had to graduate because they felt like they had to. That is different. That will always be different. That should never be the fucking case. There's a multi-million-dollar company, and they can't step back and stop forcing their talents to kill themselves dancing until their doctor says to stop or you'll die. Wow. So much love. Gura didn't even say like, oh, I have things I want to do in this time. She straight up was like, nah, it's management's fault. It's management's fault.
Writing. Oh, nothing. Drawing.
Drawing
conclusions.
Drawing conclusions. I have tried finger butthole. I have indeed. Don't ask. I moved all my cobblestone. I shouldn't have. I need it to fill this fucking hole. Oh well. Girls just came out. It's like, yeah, I'm leaving because of management and kind of like company stuff that I don't like. I hate it. And then she released an official brand new song with Casey Edwards, which is crazy. It's a really good song too. That alludes to the fact that the corporate side of Hololive, after going public, was bending her arm to force her to be someone she didn't want to be. Also calling out all the people who have been constantly assuming shit about her because she took that really long break from streaming. Uh-oh, you found the toothpaste.
I can brush my teeth all by myself, okay?
Please cut off at a good time. Yeah. I'm just filling the rest of this with dirt. Yeah, dude, did you see?
BlackRock gets nuked.
Did you see how much their shares dropped? How much the value of the stocks dropped? That was crazy. Wow, who would have guessed? When you animalize and punish the people who make your money, everything falls apart. Who could have guessed? It pissed me off. They deserve so much worse. They deserve so much worse. That's a secret hope I have. I hope that even one VTuber from any company who, if they were to leave, it would screw the company over, but is worried about going indie because it costs so fucking much money. I hope I can find even one VTuber like that, and I can personally destroy that company's stocks. That would be the ultimate pleasure for me. The ultimate pleasure would be to be a hand in the downfall of a corporate pile of shitbags who have way more money than they ever deserve to have. All you gotta do is shut the fuck up and sit the fuck back, and the company would make you millions. And no, you gotta get in there and get your nasty, disgusting, slimy, rotten little manlet fingers behind everything and ruin it, don't you? I hate people who have money. Absolutely disgusting. Also, something that I'm gonna be.
Our water supply, burn our crops,
Hops
and
and
they'll never
I
bring 'em to our
don't know
houses.
message. Really? No. But are we just gonna sit around and wait until he dies? That's such a classic episode. Holy shit. Absolute classic. Okay, R2D2. Lightning rod idea I had should work. Mobs within 6, 12, and 6 blocks centered 4 blocks above the bottom of the rod can be damaged with lightning when the rod is struck. Yeah, that is true. I should have known because the lightning struck the roof where I had the lightning rods originally, and it still turned the villagers into witches. So, oops. About to go into the final boss of a Hades clone. Let's hope I cannot screw this up. Yeah, good luck. I'm only going to be streaming for a little bit longer. It is 2. I do plan to stream tomorrow. Don't know for how long. It will be Zenless Zone Zero because I want to do the story stuff and show off all the teams that I've put together, because I've got some really fun teams where I play the characters in ways that they're not really meant for, and I've been able to get some crazy times on some of it. But after tomorrow, I have to drive to North Dakota at 5 in the morning. So I was half tempted to wait until after that to come back to streaming, but I have everything done. I actually got it done. So I want to stream, and I want to talk. I want to do things, play games. Also, how did I never know that Sana from Hololive? How did I never know that who was she? She's the artist that did Golden Glow's art. Nami. That's Nami. How did I never know that? It didn't work. Well, I saw it. It did a pop-up on the screen. I saw it on the screen. But you died. Ah. What clone are you playing? Also, there's a whole bunch of games on the Xbox Game Pass that I'm gonna be playing. I'm surprised fucking the Oblivion remake was on Game Pass. Unholy? Okay, I haven't heard about that one. Yeah, the Oblivion remake is on it. On top of the Oblivion remake being on it, there's Blackrock getting destroyed by Garg. Yeah. Yeah, it turns out when you treat a well-beloved person like shit, to the point that they have to leave a industry and a company and a character and a group that they love being in, the fans are going to hate you. Who would have guessed? I can't get it. I can't wrap my mind around the absolute unabated stupidity of millionaire investors. Like, I get it. Most of you never had to fucking work to get that money. You were given it by, like, your parents or a company. But just get your There are so many examples of people investing in things and it has crazy, amazing returns because they leave it alone. Hololive was doing as good as it was because people liked the talent. Hololive originally was made to advertise Cover Corp's mocap system. That's the whole reason it was made in the first place. It was just for that. They had a couple people that would use it and show it off. They didn't even get popular. took a long time for the girls at Hololive to get as popular as they were. And they were such a tight-knit, like, close community that, like, when Sakura Miko had a fan meet and no one showed up, because they were that small of a company at the time, and she had that small of a following, Yago cried for her and, like, comforted her. It was personal. That's what was so special about fucking Hololive. It wasn't made to maximize profit. It was made to advertise the company's mocap system. And it ended up blowing up and getting huge. And then when it
Today was a productive damn day.
Yeah. Once they did start blowing up for playing games and stuff, they were happy about it.
I'm in that hamburger helper beef stroganoff Alabama hot pocket melted microwave Pop-Tart steam burned pussy, and I ain't even hard yet. Took one puff of my alter ego's hash, commanded him to kiss my berlutis if he didn't want me to make him eat his dirt. I watched the cultivators spend hours rubbing the sticky out from the bedeviled shrub atop my pagoda. I pay them in Tibetan bullion coins.
That's crazy. Is that why they call Yago best girl? No, he did. Yago is one of the best CEOs that a company that blew up has ever seen. The ghetto bird chirp, yeah. Man, them hood crickets are loud tonight. But yeah, Yago is called best girl because he is beloved. He had super close personal friendships with all of the talents. He personally met them all the time and was involved in their projects all the time. He'd talk to them to hear what kind of things they wanted to do, and then would bend everything he had to make it happen. He is a fantastic and wonderful person, and he had to go public. They didn't have a choice. The company needed to. It could not keep functioning the way that it was, and it needed to have investors involved in it. He came out and said it is not what he wants to do. And he very directly told everyone, he has to do it, or the company has to die. That's what he was faced with. If it didn't go public, the company died. And he cared about the company. And he cared about the people in it. And even though he knew that there could be complications from having investors suddenly sticking their noses in stuff that they shouldn't be involved with, he had to do it. It was that or the company dies. And the one upside if the company had died is he could have then given the rights to all the characters to the talents, right? But he wants to find more talents to help. There's a lot of girls in Hololive who were saved by being in Hololive.
Guessing. Cutting straight to the bricks.
So fucking long, dude.
This shit ain't nothing to me, man.
Shit ain't nothing to me, man.
Shorty got a BBL. Took that shit out. 'Cause she couldn't run. I had to do it to them. Snipe I went. Judge Judy on that pussy snipe. I'm not loyal to anybody.
Asterion doing Dracula flow is crazy.
For anyone. Never did. Never will.
I don't know. I didn't choose it, Wolfwood.
This shit ain't nothing to me, man.
Shit ain't nothing to me, man.
Than James Cameron. On and off the court. Straight fundamentals. No funny business.
Holy shit. That's crazy. Anyways. Yago used to be super involved, and when the company grew, eventually... I don't know why it's whispering like that. But when the company got bigger, he had to do more corporate stuff. And now that he has investors, he has to do corporate meetings and shit, and he is not nearly as involved as he was before. Hololive realized that these girls are great content creators. Hololive was never made to have talents like fucking things like Niji Sanji and shit were. And it really showed, because what happened when things started deviating from what they expected is they just went with it. Yago was so happy seeing these girls that he actually cared about a lot succeed. He wanted them to succeed more. He was giving them everything he could to get them to succeed more. He is a great person. I literally idolize him. I would love to be even half the man he is. And as the company got bigger, they eventually opened like Hololive Gaming. And they had more and more branches. They had an English branch and all sorts of stuff. That's when it really blew up, was when Hololive English showed up. Fucking Gura and them, they put Hololive from a nice little tourist spot to the map. It is marked before the fucking city is. Final boss is annoying. Imagine if every time Melania killed you, she extinguished all your bonfires. That's rough. That'd be crazy, actually. Thoughts on Tempest Rising? Isn't that the... Yeah, I don't know anything about it. I've seen it pop up in some stuff. I don't know anything about it. I don't know a single thing about it. I mean, RTSs are cool. It's been a bit since I played an RTS. Dome! That's another thing that's going to be available day one on Game Pass is Doom: The Dark Ages. Command and Conquer. Oh. I'm not the biggest Command and Conquer guy. Like, I can get into it, but it certainly isn't as big of a thing for me. I feel like one thing in RTSs that it's not needed, but will always immediately make me like it more is hero units. I like the idea of, you know, managing a base the way that you normally do, but also, on top of managing a base, being able to do stuff with a hero unit on the side.
Look into my eyes. You'll see the souls of those 3 carpet weavers I had to put down back in Morocco when they saw that I was using the fruits of their labor to roll some tenacious endo. I wasn't even gonna smoke that shit. It was a smuggling operation. That Californian female genitalia got me zooted. This 1CP LSD is taking too long to peak. I need to sniff some gasoline. This shit's got me roaring like Aslan when he's schooling the white girl.
That is unhinged. Hey, Listless, how goes it? But yeah, the thing I liked most about Warcraft is the fact that you set up your base, but then you also have to send out a... You have to actually send out a, like, group with your hero in order to take stuff, because if you don't participate in killing things, your hero will be underleveled, and then the enemy's hero unit, if it's one that's good against yours, will wipe the floor with you. And I always liked that aspect. I thought it was really cool. It adds a different layer of multitasking. The main lion is female now? Are you being legit about this, or are you making jokes? Because I kind of find it hard to believe that the super heavy Christian author of the Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe Narnia series is going to make adjustments this much later and make the equivalent of Jesus a woman. Yeah, they're remake. Okay, it's the movies. It doesn't matter then. Never mind, that's not canon at all. The movies lost my trust with Voyage of the Dawn Treader. Voyage of the Dawn Treader should have been the best movie that had been made yet, and every single movie, they deviated farther and farther and farther. I have no idea how they're going to implement... I guess they're just going to retcon almost everything about the later books then, huh? Didn't even know there was more than one movie. Oh, I read all the books when I was a kid. I loved the books. Silver Chair was a really, really good book. Voyage of the Dawn Treader was a really, really good book. The prequel book was also really, really good, where we got to see where the Witch had come from and the actual formation of Narnia. The whole entire book series is like a biblical analogy. Aslan is like animal Jesus. And Narnia was like meant to be heaven. But it was corrupted by all the same shit that corrupted the Garden of Eden and the actual Bible. To understand, we want a very close 1-for-1 for all of our movies and games. That's it. That's what we want. Every time it happens, it does amazing. Every time. The original fucking Witcher series. Like, yeah, they still changed a lot with it, but it was still pretty damn close. They just did recasting, which was annoying, but, you know, that's the least possible thing you could offend when you're fucking changing things. At least the characters were still who they were. And then with the fucking second season, everyone was so fucking done with it because they changed so much. Exactly. With season 1, the 2 directors were like, yeah, and we want to tell the story of the book really, really importantly. And fucking Henry Cavill.
Breaking news! I walked up into Sly's personal space and made it mine. I robbed Willem Dafoe of his salad just to hide my balding cranium. Should have taken his hair, too. This shit'll make you see Bob Marley's naked specter. Smoked a whole root of ayahuasca. Now I'm dancing with the uncontacted people's lineage in the 4th dimension. I touched the untouchables just to fuck with them. I tapped that ass so good she thought I was the great Kali. I haven't slumbered for so many eons.
Man, the Dracula Flow-niverse just keeps growing. Yeah, the directors went from humble directors who wanted to make a good retelling of the story from the books, not even from the game, who had all the support of Henry Cavill, who is a huge actor, then suddenly decided they can tell a better story than the original people. Yeah. That's why you were so well known before you made the first season, because you're so good at telling original stories. Fuck off. Yeah, Cavill was yelling at them. And eventually he was just done. He wasn't taking that shit anymore. Yeah, you can tell when Henry lost influence. Everything got worse. Everything went to shit. All the wrong actors got way too much support for it, and instead of thinking that it's because they're accurately portraying a character, which most of them weren't in the first place, they thought it's because they're such great actors and their character is so interesting, especially when they do things differently. No, people were watching it because they were fans of The Witcher, not because they were fans of you. And now, guess what? You don't get your series anymore. Fuck off. Nobody likes you. Nobody wants you in charge of telling any more stories. How dare you waste all of that money when you could have told a good story? Instead, you had to think that you're actually worth anything. A director's use is to aim the camera in the right fucking direction. Stop thinking you can tell a better story than the original people. Think you're so good at telling stories? Go make some no-name story that no one will watch because you aren't known. Fuck off. I hate that shit so much. I hate that shit so much. Another example of people with too much money thinking they're better than the people who made it popular. We had so much pushback and harassment because you were trying to change characters. A recast? That's fine. A recast is okay. A recast for the sake of changing a character's arc where the character focuses on the new things from the recast is not. Yeah, no, I don't want to talk about the Devil May Cry anime. You can't convince me that the people who made that watched or played the games. You can't. That wasn't Virgil. Or that wasn't Dante, that was Nero. I never once in the history of any of the games has Dante fucking made a dick joke and then hammered it in like he's Ryan Reynolds' Deadpool. Were not things I thought I'd say. Why are we making the demons misunderstood and analogies for ethnic people? Doesn't make any sense. That's wrong. Like, I get it, you were all butthurt after Freeran didn't bend to your bullshit ideas and actually made demons, demons. Doesn't mean you gotta ruin another thing. Exactly, that's the other thing. People fucking getting mad because an orc is being cast by a white person. Do you have any idea how racist it is to look at orcs and think you see black people? Do you have any idea how racist it is to look at demons and think ethnic people? What is wrong with you? That's awful. That's so racist. I see cave goblins and think indigenous tribes. The whole fucking point is they aren't supposed to be analogies for real life people, right? Such a fucking joke. It's a shame too. I know, it's always a shame. Also, this is the last one I'll talk about because I don't like talking about drama very much, but God, it was so funny seeing how much The Last of Us absolutely fell apart as soon as they finally got to the story of the second game.
More decided to use, even go, need to do, look more as anyone can. Can you really be far, even as decided?
What the
half as much to use, go wish for that. My guess is that when one really been far, even as decided, wants to use, even go want it.
History repeats itself in action. Yeah, the funny thing is that fucking dumbass Neil can't even change it. They can't even complain about it this time. They made The Last of Us 1 and it was a classic. I am still completely of the opinion that The Last of Us 1 is one of the greatest game stories ever. It is incredible. Not the DLC. We don't talk about that. The actual game was amazing. It was really, really good. Everybody loved the characters. It's the interactions between Ellie and Joel that made everything. Joel is a damaged survivor in a post-apocalyptic zombie world who lost his daughter and can't lose another one. And he develops a parental bond with Ellie, who he's supposed to bring over because she's immune to the zombie virus, right? Or the zombie mushrooms. That's the whole point of it, is him seeing a daughter in Ellie and taking care of her. Their banter and they're bouncing off of each other, and the ultimate choice of choosing to save Ellie, even if it potentially will doom the rest of the world. It's a massive finale to a fantastic story. And then the second game came out and completely fucking dropped the ball. Completely fucked it up. Okay, how much self-loathing there is in the themes of 2. Just from the simple making of Ellie as a lesbian. Yeah, in the DLC for the first game, they immediately started going to, gender politics in a post-apocalyptic zombie game. And I'm like, I don't really care. Whatever. Whatever. And then the second game came out, and they started off by murdering half of the main cast. By the stupid, ugly bitch that I hate. And the whole game I watched someone play through just because I knew when I got to see Ellie murder that bitch, it was going to be worth it. It was going to be worth it. just to watch Abby get fucking killed. And then they made you play as Abby for half the game. It's like, no, I am not going to sympathize with the nasty ass bitch that killed Joel. That's not gonna happen. I don't care how many of her friends she has around her. I look forward to Ellie killing every last one of them. And she did. She killed them methodically. She killed so many of them. And then finally, Ellie comes across Abby. She's starved and weak and tortured, and she cuts Abby down so she can kill her. We get a fight where they're battling it out. They're fighting, and then she decides to let her go because she doesn't want to perpetuate this cycle of violence. She can't do it, because then someone will hate her for it. You have already killed like 80 people. You're a little late, and the only person that was fully worth killing is right in front of you. She just bit 2 of your fingers off. End it. And no. She just lets him go. And then the last scene is Ellie trying to play a song that she learned for how to play with Joel, and she can't because she's missing her fingers. The end. Does Abby actually have a successor? No. There's this little, like, gender politics self-insert character that you're supposed to care about that Abby does stuff with. I didn't care about them at all because it's a fucking end-of-the-world zombie apocalypse. It's kind of hard to imagine that the world's highest priorities is going to be theoretical gender politics when everyone is dying and there are zombie mushroom monsters everywhere. Like Ellie, even if Ellie killed Abby, that kid most likely wouldn't have gone after Ellie. And if they did, Ellie would have every grounds to protect themselves because she was getting revenge for Abby murdering her surrogate father in front of her, torturing him. If the kid doesn't understand that and the kid comes after her, she has the right to protect herself. If Abby is justified killing Joel, Ellie is justified in killing Abby. Period. No matter what. It's self-contradicting, self-righteous, self-hatred bullshit. Everyone hated it. It was garbage. But the game looked pretty. So of course it got awards, right? All the award shows that don't actually look at whether a game is good or not gave it as many awards as possible. Everyone hated it. And Neil tried to go on and on and on and on. These people don't actually hate the game. If you had played it, you'd see that there's nuance to it. It's self-torture porn, and it's garbage. It's actual garbage. So guess what? The Last of Us Season 1 got a TV show adaptation. And while some of the casting is questionable, it was still really good. You can't fuck that story up. As long as you're accurate to the story, it's gonna be good. Yeah, he tried to stand in front of a paparazzi and got nothing. Crickets. Nobody likes him. And nobody likes what he did. But he got on his moral high horse talking about how people don't actually hate the game. They just hate that I'm being so brave about this stuff. And they hate this and that and this and that. Guess what? The first season of the TV show was beloved. Second season, the moment the episode aired where Joel gets killed by Abby, absolutely tanked. Who would have guessed a shit story being properly adapted? I was hoping, part of me was hoping that somehow people would we'd actually have a good situation where someone steps in and changes the story. But nope, happened 1-to-1. Incredibly hated episode. The whole series tanked after that. And I mean in every way. Go look it up. Go look it up. There are critics who have tried to keep giving it high praise because they're like, we gotta stand behind this. We gotta No. Everyone hated it and nobody wants to continue watching. And I'm telling you, the episode where Ellie lets Abby go is going to be the most hated episode out of any live action adaptation of a video game of all time. And it deserves to be. It's complete shit. They managed to take an amazing story and fuck it up single-handedly. I'm personally pissed about it because I actually do think that The Last of Us 1 is one of the best story-based games ever, and is one of my favorite ever fucking zombie stories. So good. I know the context. Out of context, you're praising one show for being faithful and hating another for not changing things. Well, I don't have anyone to prove myself to, and two, of course the shit gets a faithful adaptation and everyone hates it, and then the good stuff gets an unfaithful adaptation and everyone hates it. It's not surprising to see. Of course, the thing that goes down the dumpster that is super highly contested as to whether it's actually a good game or not, and got a remaster way too soon. Yeah, that's the one that gets an actual faithful adaptation. Imagine if the person who made the Last of Us series adaptation made the Witcher adaptation. Holy moly. Yeah, I mean, you gotta give it to them. They did double down. They actually made a live-action adaptation of the part of the game that nobody liked. You just call it a port, guys. It's been 1 year. Yeah, it's just a port. That's not a remaster. That's not a remaster. It's a fucking port. An absolute joke. There's a billion and one things that you can fucking remaster, and you quote-unquote remaster a game that's like a year old. Yeah, shut up. It really is ridiculous. He's placing along the horse. That's respectable. I respect the grind there, Odd. I respect it. Alright, I fill this in with dirt, and then I'm done leveling out everything up here. All that's left is the lower area, and I'm not going to do that right now because I've been going at this for hours. You do nothing? Things are awful, bro. Yeah, I mean... Sony's offended that... Exactly. Yep. I like to hope... I want to hope that the Duskbloods is FromSoft spitting in Sony's face after all the shit they're trying to do with, like, acquiring Katakawa. I really want to hope that FromSoft, as a last-ditch piss in their Cheerios, is making a, quote, legally distinct Bloodborne game as a Nintendo exclusive so that Sony can't have it. I get happy imagining that that's the case. When did my music stop? They were commissioned by Nintendo to make that game? Yeah, I know they were commissioned, but they still accepted it. Whether they started making the game for legitimate reasons or for ulterior motives doesn't matter. The idea was brought to them and they accepted it. Alright. Let's take all the copper that I've gotten, go put it in the super smelter. Which game? Bayonetta? No. The Duskbloods. FromSoft's newest game is going to be a Nintendo Switch 2 exclusive, legally distinct Bloodborne game called The Duskbloods. Yeah, that. Alright. I gotta fix the stairs. Because the boy, the man, the myth, the legend, the odd one. It's fucking up my lighting! I gotta raise all the sea lanterns up 1. Sea lanterns give a light source of 15, which is 1 higher than torches, which give 14. So I had an array of all the... torches set up at the right distance to make sure that monsters can't spawn. This is the most optimal lighting distance. 14 apart one way, 12 apart the other way, evenly spaced out. Does not leave even a single block where the light goes low enough to spawn monsters. But they gotta still be that exact distance apart, and having blocks slightly raised above them is gonna fuck with the light level, so I just gotta raise all these lanterns by 1 block, and then it's perfectly fine to do everything as was. Sticks out a little bit weirdly, but he's the one that wants to put stairs on everything, and it is a good idea because Enderman can't pick up stairs. So as long as we put stairs over all the edges, the Enderman can't fuck it up anymore, because they have been doing that. Oop. Didn't put one there. And since we have unlimited sea lanterns, it's not like I'm going to be struggling to get more. The Guardian farm works way too well. Way too well. Get out of the way, camel. Bum, 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 bum. I wonder if the new Avatar series is going to be any good. I'm kind of excited for it to be good, but the only reason I'm excited for it to be good is they're making it canon that Korra destroying the Avatar cycle completely fucked the entire planet and turned it into a post-apocalyptic wasteland. Because I did not like Korra. I didn't like that show. Fortran spent a thread complaining about the 8-year-old with the peg leg, yeah. We'll see. So stoked that they acknowledged her being a terrible character. I know! Because the show was good, yeah. Well, if they weren't, it's so fucking... Except when she was on screen, yeah. She was not a good character. She was not... You couldn't fucking sympathize with her at all. Her decisions were absolutely stupid and made absolutely no sense. She was a terrible avatar. Like, don't get me wrong, Aang started as not a good avatar too because he was running away. But what does he do? He eventually accepts responsibility because that's what the avatar does. Avatar. You'll post it in Discord. Cool, I'll check it out after this. This can have stairs in front of it. It will look nice once it's smooth. I also am a little overly opinionated on Avatar because I love Avatar. I love that show. The Last Airbender is such a good show. It sucks every single adaptation it's ever gotten was completely butchered by the people who did it. Looking at you, M. Night Shyamalama Ding Dong. And then the best part about Avatar, The Last Airbender, is the character development. Hands down. Hands down. It's such a good series. It does character development so amazingly. I didn't say Siri phone, no. There we go. My phone did a little pop-up. Like it thought I was calling for it. She kills my boy. I had the DVDs of all of it too, and I watched it continuously as it came out ever since the first episode aired. I watched it with my mom. Even my mom loved it. That's like a good memory of mine. And they just never fucking adapted it right. I don't get it. You don't have to do anything. Just have the characters do the things that they did in the show and you make fat bank. Why is everyone allergic to money? You're supposed to be rich people. I thought you like money. That's what sucked about the live action remake, is it was close to being good, but they changed so many character arcs. Why? The characters aren't good if they don't go through what they go through. That's the whole fucking point of it. Oops, I missed. And I finished placing these lanterns, and then I'm probably going to hop off. Take my meds so I can try and get some sleep.
People conquer the world.
Yeah. Same here, gotta sleep too. Yep. My sleep has been better. It's not necessarily that my sleep's better, but my waking up has been better. But I still do have days that are a little rough. And I gotta try to not stay up too crazy late tonight. Here's the thing. Progressive ideas and storytelling can be good. They have been. Like, there are plenty of things where it's done right. But then they just do it in the most half-assed, ham-fisted, trying to shove it down your throat way possible. And it's not even what it is. It's the way they expect us to receive it. They do it knowing that it goes against the characters and the IP. Knowing that it fucks it entirely. And once they do that, once they know that it's fucked, instead of saying, oh shit, we fucked up, everyone hates it, they go, you don't hate it because it's bad and different, and you don't hate it because we absolutely gutted your character, and you don't hate it because you were looking forward to a faithful adaptation of your favorite character arcs, and you don't hate it because we turned your characters against their core values, and yet, like, the list just goes on instead of just accepting that we hate it because it was stupid. Like, no one takes fucking accountability for any of it, ever. It's so fucking stupid. If you think you could tell a better story than the people who made the story you're making an adaptation for, make your own story. It's that simple. If you think you're better than the people who made the original, prove it. Like, at least back when I was younger, fucking live-action remakes of video games were at least just bad. Like Dragon Ball Evolution and the old Mortal Kombat movies. it comes from an investment. Yeah, that's the thing. The whole industry has normalized the idea that it actually makes everything better to do it. Why? What are they seeing? Like, what statistics are they seeing? That's another thing I see them do is they advertise like, oh, this is going to be great because we have these people that don't work in this industry working in it. It's like, you're supposed to be advertising the game or the story. You're supposed to be advertising the game. We saw where it started. Yeah, that's true. Back in 2015. And it's like there are, I'm trying to remember what series I watched not too long ago where they did ethnic casting and it was incredible. Because when you do it just to find good actors, then it works. When you do it because you want to race change an existing character in order to force your ideology into something where people are just excited to see an adaptation, it fucks it up. They're old enough and good. You could stock growth. Congratulations, you're smarter than everyone who read that report. It's people don't understand nuance, and it seems like the more rich someone is, the less they understand nuance. Smartest man alive, thanks. Don't forget, a fucking story writer's job is to write a story. Not try to fucking alienate random people in the audience for believing differently than you because you have such a poor, weak, and deflated fucking ego that you have to feel like if people aren't reacting to you, you can't fully conclude that you're in the right. That's what it ultimately stems to. Where are these guys spawning? There's a whole row missing of torches. When did this happen? That's kind of crazy. Okay, it's 12 spaced apart. But then also there's the seemingly common idea that no publicity can be bad publicity. So if you make daring, crazy changes to everything and people complain about it, that's just free advertisement. Doesn't matter if the viewership drops incredibly and you lose tons of money. It's free advertising. It's become too common practice in all the industries that their goal isn't to make a good movie anymore, or a good adaptation, or a good game. And then there's the occasional outlier that just makes something good and sees sudden extreme success because it's more important to make what you're making good than it is to try and enforce a viewpoint into it. The Last of Us 2 never would have happened if The Last of Us 1 wasn't good. I'm a good game? Thank you. Right. Mufasa being dabbed on by Shadow. The Sonic movie was great. I got to watch it. I don't know if I ever talked about it. But I got to go watch that in theaters and it was fantastic. I loved that movie. It was so good. That's true. it's seen as character, not a passion. Not worry about Amy's characterization. I don't know. I feel like the Sonic series always did a good job of keeping Amy's characterization good, while keeping it in line with the girl boss stuff. There's a whole fucking joke in what's the fucking show that they had, the animated show that was around the time of Sonic Boom, where Amy says a girl boss thing and then Knuckles says was the show called Boom as well? And then Knuckles fucking drops like a super crazy line that you don't expect him to drop, and it's like, I mean, he's right. The show was also called Boom? Okay, I didn't know that. I'm not very much of a Sonic guy. I never was. I'm not too worried about it. The fact that they can get 3 movies in a row and absolutely nail the target on the head, and avoiding throwing away or defaming all these beloved characters, I trust them. They've earned my trust. They stab me in the back at this point. They probably have to do it more than once for me to fully believe it happened. And that's what's great about stuff like that, is hopefully eventually we'll see an investment report that shows that actually making a good story while doing the rendition results in less horrible reviews and more people seeing it in theaters. I don't know how I feel about the Shrek movie though. Freaking Zendaya is in it, and I swear to God, I hate that actress so much. She's everywhere. She's in everything. Hire somebody else. She's like 30 now. Stop making her a teenage girl. Kind-hearted, but completely crazy 12-year-old, indeed. They hid every reply with shadow in it, yeah. You get a good actor to play a beloved character, and they care about the maintenance of the image of that character because they are themselves a fan in one way or another, or if they aren't a fan, became a fan while researching the role. You will always win. I don't know how many more times it has to be proven before a statistic report shows it. Oh, that's why it looks weird. I don't have the blocks under it. But I think I've now got all the edges prepped. Yeah, it was they were hiding replies to things about Snow White and the Lion King. Because they were I guess Disney sees an accurate representation of a video game character as a terrifying concept that they should be afraid of. Which, I mean, I can see where they get it from. That's the most outlandish thing to think based off of recent... Where are you, Odd? Oh, you're over here. Do you have... Can you give me some... stairs? Do you have any? Lilo and Stitch better be good. I have watched the, I'm being forced to go see it on Friday? Ah, I see. I watched one of the clips, and it's kinda... I don't know how to feel about it. I guess we'll see. It could be good. Could be bad. Although I do want to go watch the Thunderbolts. Because everyone's saying that it's good. And I'm excited for something good, Marvel. Yeah. The only thing that sucks whenever we get a live action adaptation that's actually half decent is the corporate overlords don't see it as, oh, if we make it a good, accurate portrayal, it makes money. And because the original IP is good, that's the whole purpose of us doing this in the first place. Instead they go, see, people still want live action, and then they make Snow White. Coasting along Jim Carrey, telling me Live and Learn is almost here. Please stay interested. I liked it a lot. I thought it was pretty enjoyable to watch. Because that's all it really has to be. Plus, it's the first Sonic movie that didn't have a fart or poop joke. Which is kind of crazy, to say the least. It was a good, healthy mix of the in-between. I'm not saying Sonic 3 is a cinematic masterpiece. No, it's a Sonic movie. They're good, but only so good. But as far as fucking movies go, pretty good. I actually liked Keanu's Shadow. I thought he did a pretty good job at it. I didn't know how I was going to feel about it either when I saw the announcement that he was Shadow, but unfortunately the bar has hit rock bottom. Yeah, that is kind of true. At this point, it really isn't that hard to make a adaptation that everyone is going to say is good. Because literally all you need to do is not ruin it. Doesn't even need to be good. That's the thing with Thunderbolts. I want to go watch Thunderbolts because everyone's saying it's really good. And I have a feeling it's not quite as good as everyone's saying. It's just we've gotten so used to everything Marvel being absolute poo-poo doo-doo caca. They've completely lost the plot with all their stuff. And it has produced a lot of not-so-banger bangers. At least the guy who made Quantumania isn't in the picture anymore, so hey. I don't understand your accent. What really sucks about it is the human condition. And what I mean by that is no one's gonna learn. Every failure will be treated as a fluke where it failed because people who should have accepted it didn't. And every success will be treated as a fluke where people are just riding off of this or that or this or that. And it's an industry, and corporate overlords are notoriously stupid. Incredibly, completely, and entirely morons. They did not make their money because they were smart and innovative. That's abundantly clear. And no amount of anything, it will always be read the wrong way. When something that's supposed to be good gets done poorly, people will point and say excuses. If something that's supposed to be bad is done well, people will point and say excuses. Political fucking garbage that has absolutely no place in an industry like the entertainment industry because it's being used as a supplement for actual storytelling, it's there's nothing that can be done about it. People will always draw the wrong conclusions from it because people hate each other. And it's only when people make something because they actually care about it that it ends up being good. But again, even if those do good, the people who aren't making things because they care about it will say it's a failure even though it objectively isn't. And that's just how the cookie crumbles. Something that's good for one person because it's objectively good will be bad for another person because it doesn't do what they wish it did. And that's just how it is. Nothing that can be done about that, sadly. Especially since rich people tend to not have good taste. Was the new Daredevil any good? It was. I liked it. Plus, anytime I get to see Daredevil and Punisher, I'm a happy, happy boy. Anytime. Plus, Loki Season 2 was really good. I liked it a lot. It was just, in general, a pretty damn good series. I actually think I liked Season 2 more than Season 1 because I wasn't really the kind of guy that goes, hee, look at all these funny, silly Lokis that are different. Because that's what a lot of people were fucking latched onto. No, I love the crocodile character. Like, okay. Alright. You gotta tell a good story, and they really, really fucking did. The whole conclusion of Loki Season 2, well worth all the build up to it, and it did not drop the ball in the slightest. I loved it quite a lot. I want to listen to the PRTS battle theme. We need some breakcore as I finish the last of this before getting off for the night. So I am tired. Can't stop listening to this fucking theme. WandaVision was also an incredible show. That did really, really good. And then Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness was a weird one. Like, it was good. I enjoyed it, but like, I don't care about half the characters in it. What's the point of watching it if I don't care? It's so counterproductive. So, I am actually going to go watch Daredevil Thunderbolts and see if it actually is good. 'Cause if it is, I will be a very happy boy and I'll be gushing about it. I'm just glad to hear that they supposedly did U.S. agent justice. Because the Captain America, or Captain Falcon and the Winter Soldier rubbed me the wrong way so much. Like, I know what they were trying to do, but they really didn't do it well. They wanted me to hate a struggling U.S. veteran who watched his best friend die right in front of him and then killed a mass murdering superhuman. You want me to think that that's bad behavior? And then you want me to think that Captain Falcon, the character who is well known for being, his whole introduction to the series was that he was a therapist for, like, veterans who were suffering from PTSD and other terrible problems and coming to terms with the real world. Like, Captain Falcon's whole thing was that he, if anybody in the entire series was going to be able to help U.S. Agent after he did what he did, it was Captain Falcon. And instead, he berates the guy for doing his job as a soldier and killing a mass murdering superhuman that is currently on his way to mass murder some more. He goes, I can't believe you did that. You're obviously extremely mentally distressed by the death of your friend, who could have survived if we weren't being such dicks to you the entire series so far. I'm now going to team up with Bucky and we are going to beat the shit out of you. And then they did. It was awful. It was really bad. Bucky, of all people, would have... Both of those people should have been, like... There should have been a whole moment where they had a lot of lanterns. Yeah, I gotta have a lantern every so far, and I just put a line of lanterns on all of this because it lights everything up. Yeah, like, those are the people that should have been the ones that help him, and instead, they beat him within an inch of his life. The US government did exactly what you'd expect the US government to do in that situation and lied and saved face, even though they sent him out to do that. And then he was stripped of all of his honor, all of his badges, which he got from saving many, many lives. It's ridiculous. Like the constant demon. Let characters be damaged. It's okay to make sympathetic characters that are damaged. It's allowed. That's one really nice thing they did with the Punisher stuff that they recently did, is having a whole like arc where there's a bunch of wannabe Punishers, like Punisher fanboys that are like dirty cops, and he gets pissed off about that. I fucking love hearing Punisher scream, "You know the pain I feel!" And doing what Punisher does best. Punishing. Where's the dirt? There it is. Ow. The history of the Punisher logo has transcended the character. I was really happy with how everything happened with him. I'm really happy. They did a really, really good job with all the Daredevil Punisher stuff that they did. Plus, it was really nice seeing the Punisher actually kind of breaking through to Daredevil. Where Daredevil's like super vindictive, "You're doing this the wrong way" attitude towards the Punisher, like, wavers. He actually goes to the Punisher to ask for like guidance because of stuff. They're each other's therapy. Exactly. The two sides of the same damn coin. And it was really, really well done. All of it. Them talking about it. Seeing how much being the Punisher, like, the Punisher is meant to be a damaged character. Characters can be damaged. The best characters are damaged. They always are. And it is nice to know that they aren't shitting on the Punisher and turning him into some nasty, incorrect depiction of him. Good depictions of beloved characters will always make money, baby. Always. Always. So, if you haven't watched it, I do recommend watching it, Wolfwood. Most interesting. It's called, where is my compass? Where the hell did I put it? Here. I've had it in this chest this whole day. Oh, okay. There's some here. Funny people have a lot of trauma. Good stories usually have trauma involved in them because it's real. You can feel it. But I am a major sucker for good stories. Like, high-level sucker for it. It always makes me happy whenever a good depiction of a character I like comes out. I always get a little tiny glimmer of hope whenever it happens too, because I'm like, maybe, just maybe, one adaptation somewhere out there in the world will be done better because of the success of this. I can hope. I choose to hope. Alright, well, I raised all the corner lanterns. Those ones are all going to be lowered when I flatten this, so I'm not worried about that. I flattened this whole chunk of the mountain here. Now, next, all I got to do is, from that point down, flatten all this just a couple layers down. Ugh. Look at that tracking. That's so much better than it was before. I'm so happy with how it turned out. I'm so proud of myself. The fact that I can actually move my shoulders makes my arms look like they aren't inverting into my own chest. I'm so surprised that normal arm trackers don't have shoulder tracking involved. It's nuts. Where'd I put my hoe and my trident? Why is it not fixing it? How much paper? Oh, look at that. Starting to get some fucking chest worth of paper just from doing all this. I honestly think Ghost Recon Breakpoint could have been better if it had just been the Punisher screaming and yelling. Yeah. You know what movie I rewatched recently that was a really, really good movie? Fury. I really loved that movie. Did I put them in a barrel? There they are. Still haven't seen it? It's incredible. I genuinely say, it's got a bunch of fucking great actors that bounce off of each other perfectly. Perfectly. It's a really good movie. I watched it with my dad not too long ago, and then it popped up in my list, and I watched it again. Is it still going? Popped up in my list and I watched it again, and always a treat. It's a fantastic movie. Because it's just an accurate, like, it's not super insanely accurate. I'm not gonna pretend like it's a super insanely accurate movie. But it's not a butchering of a telling of like a World War II story. It shows how nasty things were on both sides. It shows damaged soldiers trying to come to terms with what they're doing. It shows people suffering from guilt. It shows people suffering from trauma, from the wear and tear of taking lives and being expected to do it. It's such an amazing movie. It really is. Honestly, I think it's one of my favorite roles Shia LaBeouf has ever done. He does a really, really good job being a soldier that's a man of God. The unrealistic part is that, yeah, well, they made all the tanks like really spacious on the inside because, well, they gotta be able to shoot shots. But it was cool that they had a like real working. They had like the last currently functional tank in it of what was it? The Tiger. They actually had the last ever still operational German Tiger. And by that I mean, like, there's a lot of those tanks still sitting out there in one piece, but this is the only one that can actually, like, still function. You can still drive it around and move it around and do all the tank things that a tank can do with it. It was kind of cool learning that. I gotta repair my gear real quick, and then I'm calling it. Popping all my pills and chilling out with my boy here for a little bit before I try and pass out so that I can wake up at a half-decent time tomorrow. Never talk to a German tank enjoyer about the Tiger trains. Yeah, they get upset, I'm sure. There's my fishies. Hi, fishies. Repair my gear. Alright, wait for the next batch. There they are. Wait for them to get in position on that scaffolding. Pop. You guys gonna watch them fall down with me. It's a beautiful sight. Yeah. Yeah, we could build everything ever out of sea lanterns if we wanted, and we still wouldn't run out. That's all repaired. Back to the base. It'll be even nicer once we get elytras and I make an elytra wind tunnel. Oops. Wrong toggle. Once I make an elytra wind tunnel, we're going to be able to get here in like a second. Instead of having to take this slow-ass railroad. It's been a while since I've streamed. Quite a hot minute, actually. Maria has Ligma. Oh, Lithra, yeah, I'll fucking watch that. Ah. Wakey, wakey. Ouch. Alright. Good night. You have a good night, Taryn. Thank you for hanging out. Once I'm back at the base, I'm backing out and I'll pop out. Where's the joke? You attacking me or Wolfwood? Look at me sitting. Look so silly. Trident. What do you mean? I'm right here. So goofy. If I kill that cow, that'd be awesome. Oh, I didn't kill the cow.
Well, I don't do my iconic victory dance for nothing. Okay, I guess just this once I can do it for nothing. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Okay, I guess I can do one more for nothing. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
When you making those drift courses they have in the ADHD shorts, you mean the, like, jumping around up blocks slowly around an area and occasionally fucking up, but hoping people aren't paying enough attention to actually see your fuck up? Well, some fucking...
Well, I don't do my iconic victory dance for nothing. Okay, I guess just this once I can do it for nothing. Ooh,
Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Okay, I guess I can do one more for nothing. Ew,
Ew, ew, ew. Alright. Well. Minecraft. See that hand? Broke the stream. Asshole. Can't believe you do that. How much paper do we have right now? The leftmost ones will fill last. So it looks like a good solid 3 racks of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sets of chests. Yeah, that's a decent amount. Yeah, I don't do goofy fucking Minecraft PvP or drift courses or anything like that. I make the game play itself for me, and I reap all the benefits. That's my addiction. I treat this game like a resource simulator. Like a fucking cookie clicker clone. That's gonna bother me. Fix that later. Alright. Well. Cool. Oops. Where am I? There I am. Look at my arms. Yeah, when my arms are not visible, the tracking kind of fucks around a little bit, don't it? It's a little goofy, dare I say.
Get out of my house!
No! But yeah, I'm back. I'll be playing video games.
Become unstoppable, unmoored, uncaged, downright unreasonable.
Okay, I'll do as you say. Sadly, the head tracking I gotta fix, because hold on, I can actually show you guys what happens if I
Let me ask you a question.
use it. Hold on.
Are you prepared to die?
Yes.
For your cause?
Uh-huh. Hold on, you guys gotta see how kind of janky the head movement is. Watch this. Alright. Like, I can move my head around. It looks wonky because it's not calibrated right, and my head shakes around a lot. I'm gonna have to mess with it in order to calibrate it down and rein it in a bit, because I don't think the AI is able to track my head position right. It's trying to track my face, not my head. And because of that, it's super glitchy and jumpy and weird, and I don't like it. I don't like the way that looks. I might have to set it up to track my head completely differently than everything else, which I can do, at the cost of PC power, though. So it's doable, but only so doable. Jesus, what? Slamming it. I mean, I really appreciate all the Tangia stuff and the gifted members and the donation. Oh, the hood crickets are getting loud, huh? Didn't even remember what the meme where that's in that fucking absolutely floored me was. I'm sure I can find it pretty easily. Listen here, I have a quota, yeah? I got a quota. And someone was taking a vacation. True, I wish I was taking a vacation. Now is my vacation, and I'm using my vacation to stream again. Play video games. Tomorrow, I'm gonna play Zenless. Tomorrow I'm going to play Zenless, and then I have my doctor's appointment the day after, so I probably won't be streaming then. I don't know how long I want to wait to play Oblivion, but I do want to play it. I also want to play Armored Core 5 because we never got to fully play that. And Nier.
Right there, criminal scum. Nobody breaks the law on my watch.
I love that they just took the game.
Now pay your fine, or it's off to jail.
They took the original game and just gave it Unreal Engine graphics. It has all the jank. It's so good. I love the jank. It's every clip I've seen has been great. It's been awesome. I can't wait to see all my favorite classic Oblivion memes remade in that. It's gonna be awesome. Ugh. Look, I'm yawning so hard. Listen to all the fucking village in the background. Hold on, I'm disconnecting for a moment. While I do that. Being made as we speak with a quickness. Indeed, I cannot wait. It's gonna be fucking awesome. I'm so glad that they just shadow dropped it completely out of nowhere, and it's available for free day one on Xbox Game Pass. Xbox Game Pass enjoyers just keep winning. We just keep winning. Oh, the amount of money I've saved. Need this, but with New Vegas. That's what Odd's been saying. Seeing good remakes of all the classic Fallouts would be really cool. Because I never got to play any of the Fallout games. It's on my list. My ever so long list. Thanks to all of your guys' suggestions. Ouch. Okay. I had to take my meds. My mouth is starting to hurt. Let's put on outro music. Please, cowards, you won't. Yeah, if you insult them, maybe they'll do what you want. You should try that. I need it! Indeed. Alrighty. It's good to be back. I got all this other stuff taken care of. Everything's lined up. Expect the announcement video pretty soon. And yeah, I'm just back. I'm not doing a schedule yet. I don't know how my next 2 weeks are gonna look. Once I'm working after the vacation, things will be a little bit more lined up, and I can do schedules again. See you guys in 2 months. That is not happening again. Unless I like die in a horrible car crash on my way to North Dakota. Which isn't, the chance isn't 0, but it's hopefully not very high. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good night. Peace. I will get food. I appreciate it, Wolfwood. Thank you.